Man, it has been a while since I've actually made a video, and sorry about that. I know it's December now, and I haven't posted anything on this channel since May, but things have gotten a little busy since I've got a kid now. And so my days are spent watching over her, making sure she's all right, reading to her, and taking thousands of photos while I slowly evolve into Maze Hughes.
Incidentally, take a look. My daughter, who turned 3 this year, isn't she adorable?
And I can tell that she's going to be a hell of an athlete because she kicks like a combustion engine. But, leg strength aside, she still needs to learn how to walk before she can run, which is something that this author desperately needs to understand. Now, one thing I got to get out early is right before I started filming this, the author of Age of Scorpius came out as trans and now goes by Milo Winter, so that's how I'm going to be referring to him, just so there's no confusion with the pen name on the front here. But the pen name Milo Winter is still kind of a problem when you consider that the protagonist of this book is Reka Spring, so winter, spring, self-insert accusations, whatever, that's the least of this book's problems. So while I was away on a quote-unquote hiatus, the literary world exploded with news of the Age of Scorpius, the brand new book talk sensation, which, surprise, surprise, turned out to be a disappointment. There is a lot going on behind the scenes with this book. I mean a lot. BookTube and BookTalk have both been blowing up about just talking about the drama behind Age of Scorpius. And I'm not going to focus on that too much. I'm going to cover pretty much the basics of what you really need in order to go through. But you got to understand, if I were to do the drama justice, if I were to accurately report the behind the scenes nonsense that has been going on, I could easily talk for like 2 or 3 hours. I'm just going to truncate what I can and give you just the bare bones of what you need to understand going forward for my critiques during the book analysis portion of this video. If you want to get into the more in-depth nitty-gritty behind the scenes things, there are multiple channels that I can recommend for you. Some of the best references that I found and used for part of my research for making this video came from Book Lover Laura, VangelinaSkov, and Meredith Novaco. I'll have links to their channels down below. You can check out their videos at your leisure. But getting back to matters at hand. So, back in 2018, a fledgling author just exploded on BookTalk with this idea, this very vague, not really interesting, but vague enough to work idea about a story involving the Zodiac. Where everyone's zodiac sign is related to the kind of magic that they can use, as well as their lot in life, how they're treated by others. A world where astrology is seen as relevant and not laughably naive. Well, that concept actually did pretty well and received a lot of favorable feedback. So, Milo took that success and lay dormant for a couple of years, eventually returning in the middle of 2025 with an announcement that the Age of Scorpius is almost ready and pre-orders just out the door. This was a massive success. Now, you gotta understand, the scale at which this was a victory is genuinely very impressive. When it comes to book sales, most books do not sell more than 500 copies. And yet this, an independently published book, sold on the TikTok shop through some shady means that I'm not going to bother getting into, managed to sell north of 5,000 copies. And the number changed a little bit. Sometimes it was 5,000, sometimes it was 7,000. I think at one point it was a little more than 8,000. On a post on Angel Investments, an investment website, there was a post looking for investors for a wider multimedia approach for this series. And in that post, it was claimed that there was just north of 7,800 copies, pre-ordered for Age of Scorpius. So 7,800 seems to be the closest accurate number we've got for the number of books sold, which, again, is genuinely impressive. To put that in perspective, consider the New York Times bestsellers list. Their math is oftentimes murky, and they do that to prevent people cheating and getting on the books unfairly, like what the Handbook for Mortals tried to do. It's estimated that you need to sell about 5,000 copies of a book through multiple sources in the first week. And Age of Scorpius, while through a single source, still managed to sell 7,800 copies. With a little more variety in its sales approach, this thing probably would have been a national bestseller. So much so that Milo took that success and all the money from the pre-orders and tried to push it forward, as many entrepreneurs would. But therein lies the stumbling. You see, the problem that Milo has and consistently demonstrates is that he doesn't understand how to properly research and understand how to do certain things before getting involved in them. So much so that he started advertising himself as a business owner before he announced himself as an author. Now, I'm not going to give a whole lesson on business plans and whatnot, but the fundamental idea that you have to consider going forward is, how am I eventually going to start bringing in money? Milo seemed more intent on just, how am I going to spend money? He had the idea of what the end product should look like without considering the middle ground of business. Like, how do I keep everything afloat? How do I ensure that we go from A to B to C to D to whatever? As if literally drawing upon the underpants gnome as inspiration for a business plan.
Collecting underpants is just phase 1. Phase 1, collect underpants.
So what's phase 2?
What he ended up doing is hiring a bunch of artists, and that's fine. You need artists for all sorts of things. Cover art, as an example. And on top of that, every single chapter is headed off with some actually pretty nice artwork as a header. If there's going to be one thing I don't really criticize that much in this book, it's going to be the artwork. The artists, I think, did a great job with a lot of this stuff. This map looks awesome. But the sad truth is, a lot of the art is also unnecessary. Now, I will never begrudge a good map in a book. I love a good map in a book. But these chapter headings, did we really need all of these? But that was just the start. You see, even the lowball estimates from the pre-order sales put Milo's success at just north of $100,000. And he didn't just hire artists, he also hired musicians, animators, editors. And when I say hire, I don't mean found someone on a contractual basis to say, hey, can you draw this thing for me? I mean as an employee. You see, Age of Scorpius was step 1 of this whole branching empire that would eventually, in Milo's greatest dreams, would become the world of Guardian. And the world of Guardian was supposed to be this multimedia empire. We were going to have books, we were going to have shows, we were going to have movies. It was going to be this entire franchise that thrived off the success of this starting point. And this is one of the most unfortunate stumbling blocks ever. And I'm jumping ahead a little bit, but by the time this came out and everyone started critiquing it, not even the diehard fans could save it. Lightlark has diehard fans that somehow keep that book's rating above a 3.5 on Goodreads. This is stuck at a 1.5. Consider that. Lightlark, with its litany of disastrous problems, horrendous characterization, confusing as fuck world building, is somehow doing better than this. How bad must this be to earn a 1.5 in the book talk era? Unfortunately for Milo, this book is not going to be launching any ships to a grand new empire that he may have envisioned. It's not even going to be launching any life preservers.
Where are the other lifeboats, Carl?
Looking at the trajectory of the moon and the sun, probably at the bottom of the ocean. I bet lots of holes in them.
Carl!
I hope that all of the artists that Milo currently employs have a backup plan and an updated resume, because they're going to need it. And that's when the spiraling started. See, another problem that Milo has is the constant need to shift blame. And a lot of this is encapsulated best with the editor drama that he got himself into. You see, one of the things that Age of Scorpius seemed to have going for it initially is that Milo said he had hired the developmental editor from The Hunger Games in order to help develop this book. And that is technically true. The problem is that editor was not hired to do developmental edits. I believe she was hired for publicity or something.
But I thought you said you were the head chef on the SS Gourmet.
Did I say that? No, I clean the bathrooms on the Gourmet.
I was the head chef on the SS Diarrhea.
That did not stop Milo from blaming the editors when all of this came to light. It's not my fault the book sucks. My editors just did a lousy job with everything. And the drama with the editors and the editors for hire website, Reedsy, like, that is so convoluted, it deserves a video unto itself. You see, there are three main types of editing services that you can purchase: developmental, copy, and line editors. Developmental editors will help you establish the world, the character arcs, the plot going forward through the book or series, whatever. Copy editors are the ones who look for like grammar and making sure that you got all the words spelled right. Line editors can also be called style editors. They make sure that you've got a very particular voice in your prose and your dialogue to make sure that everything feels consistent. And Milo hired copy and line editors, but was dissatisfied with the services provided, so much so that he managed to get a full refund from Reedsy. And there was a lot of back and forth that I don't want to get into because I'm going to be honest, it's so complicated, I'm struggling to keep it all straight, even with my notes. Again, check the sources below, they'll be able to fill you in much better than I can. So rather than take any accountability, because any fledgling writer can tell that this is not ready for publication, Milo doubled down on a lot of his claims, like moving the goalposts and blaming the editors. He also has a tendency to put out videos on Book Talk to try to bring in some resurgence of interest in Age of Scorpius by talking about just like plans moving forward and plans within World of Guardian LLC. Yes, this book is now like technically owned by an LLC, where Milo is just throwing away more money. Because you remember those artists that I said were employees? There's no, like, I'm not sure if there's like any actual source that really pins this down, because Milo keeps throwing out different numbers between multiple videos, which all come across as really boring business plans. You know, the sort of business meetings where you leave and you're like, that could have been an email. Well, in these videos, it's revealed that he's hired somewhere between 6 and 15 separate artists, as well as an in-house editor. Now, you don't need an in-house editor. Publishers will have in-house editors, but that's because they're all working towards the same product. An in-house editor in the world of Guardian will be looking at a single product, this product, and then we'll have nothing else to do. Now, if that editor was using his or her services for other things in order to bring money into the company, that could work. It'd be a strange thing to do, but you might make some money. Now, I've got a working theory for why Milo has hired all these artists, and he seems to believe that people want the art, which is why it's such a selling point on the World of Guardian Patreon page now. We're putting out a new version of all this since everyone hated the first one, and it's going to have more art. It's like, that's not the problem, my guy. I think that comes from a very staunch anti-generated AI position that Winter has, which I find perfectly acceptable. I find that perfectly laudable. I agree with it. The problem is, Milo is going overboard by hiring more artists that he can really sustain in a company. Look, if you want to start an animation studio, but you only have like $1,000 of capital to start, you're not gonna hire 100 artists at the same time, because you're gonna run out of money in like 30 minutes. And so my theory is that Milo is attempting to counter the absolute dreck that is AI art by hiring perhaps too many artists. Again, laudable, but you gotta pace yourself. Now, Milo has since taken a step back from all of this and has been, whilst moving the goalposts between some update videos and update posts on Patreon, has also relied on pity marketing. Every once in a while, he'll put out a video where he begrudges the former success that he enjoyed, like way back during his initial run of like just announcing the Age of Scorpius. Everyone seemed so invested, and the first video got like 1 million views or whatever it was. And I can understand the frustration, but it doesn't really come off well when you just keep beating yourself up in an effort to gain sympathy from the audience that are pissed off at a product that you put out. In a Patreon post, and a matching one that's on the World of Guardian website, there is an essay titled High Disturbance, and this is the same article that Milo came out as trans on, but it's also, it's got lines like, after I published a shitty book and became the most hated author of the year, like, that's not a good image. And I think a lot of that pity stems from a misunderstanding of Malcolm Gladwell's work. You see, Milo claims to be an expert when it comes to writing.
We're going to take that 10,000 and we're going to divide it by how many days that is. According to that calculation, to achieve 10,000 hours of mastery, according to Malcolm Gladwell's theory, I would have had to write 2 hours and 44 minutes every day. I have surpassed 10,000 hours.
May even consider himself an expert when it comes to business, which is why a lot of this probably hit so hard. The book is a failure, the business is going to be a failure. I'll be surprised if it's still around by the time this video comes out. Malcolm Gladwell's theory is that if you spend 10,000 hours working on something, you become an expert. And there are a lot of finer details there that you gotta consider. It's not automatic. It's not a video game where you have spent an arbitrary amount of time doing this particular task, now you get to level up. The fact of the matter is, Gladwell's estimate of 10,000 hours is a very, very broadly applied average. How long does it take to become a doctor? A lot more than 10,000 hours. Same thing with like a lawyer, because not only do you have to study law, pass the bar, like get accepted in a law firm, you also have to keep up with updated case law. Stagnation in a field like being a doctor or being a lawyer means you're going to get left behind because there are going to be all these advances that you know nothing about. It is a constant struggle. And when it comes to something like art, I don't think that skill level can really be quantified by any degree of time. Trying to say I am an expert writer because I've spent 10,000 hours learning how to write is nonsense, because how do you possibly equate that? How do you differentiate between an expert writer and a novice writer? And even then, there is a huge degree of subjectivity in there. Like, you can say that this one Nobel laureate is an expert writer, and you can have a whole flock of people who are like, I've read that guy's books. He sucks ass. James Joyce is a celebrated author, and I can't stand a thing he's written. Milo claims that he's been developing the world of Guardian, like, since he was 12, which, fine, I'll just take that at face value. Umbra, I'm trying to rant. And I will believe that Milo is an expert when it comes to the world of Guardian, but not writing. He may know all these detailed stories and histories and characters and may have a full understanding of a very intricate magic system, but it doesn't translate to page. Becoming skilled in writing isn't just developing this one idea you've got in your head. It means sitting down and reading a crap ton of good books. I think it should require like reading a whole bunch of bad books. It means sitting down and writing short stories and flash fiction and fan fiction. Practice your sentence flows, your pacing. Characterization and world building are easy. Getting the sentence length, understanding how to get the shortest amount of words, the most effective meaning in as few syllables as possible. That's the hard part. Creating an evocative, visceral image in the reader's head, dragging them along on an adventure, not giving them a goddamn choice in the matter because they've got to turn to the next page. That is the hard part. And I'm saying this as someone who hates reading textbooks. I find them boring. They don't really engage my mind very well. But some of the textbooks on how to write are some of the most important books I have in my entire library. I've got a whole shelf of them just on standby in case I need to reference them at any point. Hell, I've got Joseph Campbell's book here for a reason. This is a cornerstone in my understanding of how to write. Art of War is over here just for the lulz. Writing is not just thinking about something for 10,000 hours. It's studying, it's practicing, it's actually getting ink on your hands as you're trying to come up with all these different ideas. Because you need to actually have all that extra effort. You need to put in that extra work in order to really understand the craft of what makes a good story. Now, unfortunately, when Milo should have been learning how to write and how to craft a sentence, he instead fell into the world-building trap. The world-building trap is where a lot of writers can just get lost in the fun of developing cultures or governments or foods, holidays, whatever about a story. It's very tempting because you just allow your imagination to drift off and think, what if, about so many aspects of your world. But then therein lies the trap, because you think about all of these neat things and then you've got no way to fit it all in. So much so that I feel like most of the book, it's more important that there's information about the world of Guardian rather than the characters or the story. Every time there is an opportunity to just discuss some minute aspect of the world, Milo will go off on a tangent and say, oh, here's this thing about this thing you didn't care about. In my opinion, one of the best ways to play with world building is when it's done through the characters. You could start off a chapter with a multi-page exposition dump about how, Waltonsville, they make the best sausages in the country, and here's an extended history of that process. Or you have your protagonist show up to Waltonville and be like, what is this, Oktoberfest? And then he tries a sausage and it's wonderful and he describes the flavor. And then you get a vendor who's like, oh yes, it's Schlocktoberfest, and where we celebrate hot dogs. I'm doing a terrible job with this. But if the characters are well written and they're engaging, it makes the process more fun because now you're getting into the world vicariously through the characters. We very, very rarely experience any of that in the Age of Scorpius. More times than not, the characters will go to a place and the protagonist will be like, oh, we're in the Hub, which is an actual place in this book, and it's where we do all these things. And then she goes to like an information center. Oh, this guy's a Sagittarius. Those guys suck. And so we're not getting anything through her. We're just getting exposition dump after exposition dump after exposition dump. It's awful. And this is all compounded and made even worse because, oh my God, does Milo suffer from the author's assumption. The author's assumption is a working theory of mine where an author will put an idea into a book and will assume falsely that they've conveyed enough information for the reader to be able to understand everything that's going on. Histories, magic systems, character motivations, all sorts of things can fall into this trap. And you run the story forward assuming that everything makes perfect sense and that the reader can follow along no problem, when in fact they're still picking up the building blocks that you barely introduced to them and they're struggling for context. I mean, for example, I've got all these detailed notes. I can barely tell you anything about how the magic system is supposed to work. I've got ideas, I've got assumptions, I don't have facts. Trust me, much more on that later. Now, there is a particular mistake that this book does on multiple occasions, and that is that there are multiple phrases that are repeated unnecessarily. For example, in chapter 2, page 18, we get the line, "Conviction Woods kept its humid warmth year-round." And on the very next page, 19, we get, "Conviction Woods kept its humid warmth all year round." This is a problem that Milo has with occasionally repeating information. And this happens sporadically throughout the story. I'm not going to highlight every example because it's just going to get tedious. Milo's defense here is that Reika has ADHD and does occasionally repeat herself, which is fine. That is a symptom that some people with ADHD do have. Here's the problem. Characters other than Reika repeat information like this. I think I've got like 2 examples of a character named Chase who does this. I'll point those out just, for proof later on. So in that way, it's not that the protagonist Reika has ADHD, it's that the author has ADHD and forgot to consider things through her character's perspectives and change things whilst editing. Oh, and speaking of editing, so the editorial process when you're writing a book is perhaps the worst part of it. Everyone hates editing. It's a universal truth. But it is important to understand how to do it effectively. And for most people, it's pretty straightforward. You cut that line, you add a comma there, you move this paragraph right here, you add a few words into this sentence to make it flow better. What Milo, the expert writer, did is rewrote the entire book. And I do not mean that he took the book, made a copy, and then edited from that. No, I mean started the entire book from the beginning and typed out the 100,000 plus words.
9 books in the series. We're counting revisions because when I revise, I restart the entire thing.
And apparently did that like 5 or 6 times. So we have confirmation. This is a first draft. You don't want to waste your time rewriting all of the same words, or presumably the same words, over and over and over again. You want to effectively manage your time by just getting rid of the words you don't need, or adding words you do need, or deleting a chapter, or whatever you need to do. I mean, sometimes the editing process does require you to start over from scratch. I did that once. I've got a manuscript for my book idea that I wrote like just out of college, but there were too many flaws with it, so I had to start the entire process over, and now as a result, I have a stronger product. That product I have been updating continuously for the last several years, and now I'm on like draft 10, I think. So, a problem that you will notice as we go through this book is that a lot of the scenes feel entirely disjointed. That's because they are. You will have chapters that are not reflective of prior events. You will have events that are contradictory to prior canon. You will think you have an understanding of how the magic system is supposed to work, only for a new rule to be introduced that completely throws your understanding out the window. It is a mess. In fact, it's so much of a mess that I had to do something different for this video. You see, I stole a gimmick from Daniel Greene when I bought a whiteboard, but that's okay because he stole my gimmick when he made 2 videos almost 16 hours in length recapping the Wheel of Time. Overly long booktube videos are my domain. Stay off of my turf, Greene. All right, obviously I'm kidding, and frankly, his Wheel of Time recaps are fantastic. I had put the series down for a little bit. I stopped at book 3, and now I'm back into reading The Shadow Rising because of his video. If you're not sure about starting the Wheel of Time, it's a genuinely really good video to check out. Or if you need a reminder, because maybe you put the series down for a little bit, he covers the details that you need with a lot of enthusiasm, so it's really good to get back into the series. Honestly, he did a fantastic job of the whole thing. It's a phenomenal video. Also, I haven't finished watching this video. I stopped when I got to book 4 because I want to go through the series and, enjoy it for myself. So I don't know what the rest of the video entails, but I will say if it doesn't contain at least one Legacy of Kain reference, I will be disappointed.
The wheel of fate must turn. The wheel will turn.
The wheel must turn.
For shame. So yeah, I went and got myself a whiteboard because Age of Scorpius is such a phenomenal mess. It requires visual aids in order to break everything down. Like, I can do my best to just read things from the book, but a lot of that is going to be sitting down and saying, that's a contradiction, that doesn't make sense. This feels like it'd be a little more engaging, so every once in a while I'm going to pop back here, I'm going to have some drawings to hopefully make this a little easier to understand, and we all get to make fun of my artistic, anti-prowess. This whole exercise will give you a very firm understanding as to why I am a writer and not a drawer. Now, another thing that this book does, but doesn't translate for the audience, is its inclusion of astrology. The vague idea that the stars have some impact on our lives, and some people are in a bad mood because Jupiter is sideways sometimes. As you can probably tell from my word choice, I don't consider it a real thing, but a lot of Americans do. According to the Encyclopedia Britannica, there was a 2022 poll conducted in America that stated that 27% of Americans actually believe in astrology, and that includes 37% of Americans under 30. I've done a touch of research on astrology, not that much, honestly. I don't think that I really need to delve more than an afternoon into this because whilst this book relies on astrology, it tells so very little about it that you don't really need an in-depth understanding in order for things to function. There's this... Oh my god. So there's this weird way where things are introduced and they are both simple and overly complicated at the same time. I got a whole rant for the government system later on, but if you have an in-depth understanding of astrology, I imagine you'll be left wanting just because things are so surface level. Like really basic things like Scorpios are emotional, Aries are angry a lot, Libras are balanced and kind of chill. And that's about the extent of it. Meanwhile, if you are not familiar with astrology, you'll be struggling to understand why certain things are significant or treated the way that they are. Why is the Aries character a hothead? Why is the Libra character so chill? There is a very clear disconnect for the reader, so it doesn't really matter your level of understanding or investment in astrology, you're going to be left wanting. And that's kind of impressive in a how did you fuck up that badly way. I found a comment at one point that said that you can tell this book was conceived in the early 2010s because all of the characters have to be arbitrarily regimented into factions. I'm sorry, I meant houses. I'm sorry, I meant districts. I'm sorry, I meant zodiac signs. Yeah, that's totally different. But while stories like The Hunger Games and Divergent actually brought those divisions as part of the plot, there's nothing really going on with the zodiacs for the most part. A lot, with the exception of the Scorpios, and we'll get into that later, there doesn't seem to be a lot of distinction depending upon what zodiac sign you were born under. And sure, there's 12 zodiac signs, and there's only so much you can reasonably develop within the span of one book. But a lot of that is because everything is overcomplicated. A zodiac sign is supposed to dictate your temperament, your lot in life. There are various rules centered around that depending upon which one you belong to, the magic you use. There's a whole lot associated with it. And in a better written series, you might be able to manage that effectively over the course of multiple books. But Winter tries to just bring everything to the forefront as early as possible, but doesn't actually explain anything and becomes overly complicated. A better idea would be if you kept the rules simple. Fruits Basket, for example, which I have praised previously, wonderful story. It has something similar in that there are 12 members of the Soma family who are cursed with a pretty straightforward curse. They get hugged by someone of the opposite gender and they turn into an animal that they are cursed by. And there are some smaller rules that get thrown in there as well, but for the most part, that's it. That's the rule. Short, easy to understand, very quick to establish, and reinforced multiple times through the story. Another recent example is the Final Fantasy Tactics remake that they just came out with. And this one's a little more complicated because there's this whole long history about it, but they use zodiac signs as well, and there's actually a hidden mechanic within the story that your character's star signs are actually really important with how well they can interact with each other on the team or against opponents. There's an entire chart that I found that depicts the star sign you choose at the start of the game and how well you can interact with others, both allies and enemies. By the way, if you do get that game, you get the option of playing the original version with, just the basics and pretty much how the game was in its inception back in the, early 90s, or an updated version with voice acting. Oh my God, go with the voice acting. Shakespearean level stuff. They're good.
It's as I've always said. Common blood, common man. You'll never be more than you were born, Delita.
For you to lend an ear. What then? High-born or no, a lone cub cannot set the world aright by his mewling.
What was that? The powder! Delita! We must away! Delita!
Okay, so I know that was a lot. Hopefully I've still got you, because it's not going to get any better. It gets so much worse. I'm going to do everything I can in order to keep things straightforward and understandable, but remember, every once in a while, I'm going to have to remind you that
I don't fucking know what's going on, and I don't think the author does either.
So, with all of that set up, let's finally check out why the age of Scorpius is so disastrous, caused such a stir online, and how the hell it has a 1.5 on Goodreads. So the cover itself isn't that bad. I actually think the art is done pretty well overall, although it has been compared to Ruby fan art, and not without reason. But unfortunately, whilst expositional overloads are going to be a major problem in this book, they do not start with chapter 1. They actually start, well, there's a preface that we'll get to in a minute, but it really starts with the map. Now, the map itself is very curious. The landmass itself is totally fine. Here's the problem, and I'm getting ahead a little bit, but I need to say this now in order for later complaints to make sense. This is on Earth. Now, a major contributing factor to the way that astrology works, you know, with the current labels Gemini, Scorpius, Capricorn, all that stuff, is the not just the constellations, but also the nearby planets. So, you know, you've got Jupiter and Saturn and Neptune in retrograde, whatever that means, and they have some degree of impact with how everything works, and that element would be lost if this book was not set on Earth, and this takes place well in the future. We'll get to that in a little bit. The other thing you'll notice is the way that the world is divided. Now, we've got these 4 different sectors here: societal, conviction, autarkic, and assiduous. Now, when I first opened the book, I didn't know what those latter 2 were. I figured that maybe there's some deeper connection that they have within the realm of astrology. Maybe there's some distant term or concept that I'm just not familiar with that kind of gets interesting when you dig below the surface a little bit. And as far as I can tell, no, they don't have anything to do with astrology. Now, societal and conviction are easy enough. I don't think I need to break those down. Autarkic, for example, is similar to autocracy. In regards to a society, it is characterized by self-sufficiency and independence in economic and political affairs, which sounds a lot like societal, just more specific, where societal is a little more broad. And assiduous means showing hard work, care, and attention to detail. And it gets really confusing when you see what goes into each of these different factions, because there are 3 zodiac signs that are assigned to each one of these quadrants. Okay, the 4 quadrants, aka the 4 unions. So this is an aspect of the history of the world that I don't think is actually answered or explained anywhere. They found the continent of Guardian, and then at some point, maybe it was immediately upon the foundation of the continent, or maybe it was sometime after, everything was broken into these 4 quadrants, and they're assigned like this on the map. We've got societal, autarkic, assiduous, and conviction. Conviction's going to be the main one that we're focusing on. And each of these unions has 3 signs. Societal's got Leo, Aquarius, Gemini. Autarkic has Cancer, Pisces, Sagittarius, assiduous, Capricorn, Taurus, Virgo, and conviction, Scorpio, Libra, and Aries! So why are the signs broken up like this? Why are they divided into these seemingly nonsensical terms? Well, at first glance, it may seem entirely random. And upon researching everything, it's probably entirely random. Look, I've dived into all of these. I have tried to find some sort of a connection, and as far as I can tell, there's nothing here. Or for the most part, there's nothing here. Now, there is a whole bunch of ways that you could link different zodiac signs, either because they've got particular attractions to other signs, or they've got similar ruling bodies, because, you know, Scorpio is assigned to Jupiter. I don't know which planet it belongs to. But something else that could be at play is the elements. You see, there are 4 elements that the signs play with, and we're talking the classics: air, earth, fire, and water. And as you can see from this list, it's nonsense. There's no link. I don't know what's going on. And here's why that's frustrating. This is the earth sign. I drew a tree because I tried drawing dirt before and it didn't look good. But we've got Capricorn, Taurus, and Virgo. And if we look over at Deciduous, we have Capricorn, Taurus, and Virgo. This is the only link that I can find. The fact that that works, all of the earth signs are in one, and then everything else is apparently random, is so frustrating. I mean, let's look at conviction. Scorpio, water sign, Libra, air sign, Aries, fire sign. Why are they together? I don't know. But I tried to make this easier for everyone to follow because we got some terrible looking waves over here. I got my tree. I was trying to draw like a little ball of fire for this thing, but I think I accidentally drew Wilson from Castaway. And then I just gave up entirely with air. This is a cloud with the word cloud on it. I am not good at drawing. Also, for the most part, the link to the actual elements doesn't seem to matter at all throughout the book. I mean, yeah, we'll see a character with cancer who does use water magic later on, and Reika's father, well, he's a complicated, her adopted father, Rowan. He is a cancer, and he does use water magic, but he's special. And then we got Aries that can use fire magic, and that's about the extent as far as elements are at play. Scorpio, we follow Reika the entire run of the book. There are no motifs. There's no symbolism. There's no anything that really links her in any meaningful way to the concept of water. Like, I don't want to say that this can't work, but the fact that Milo doesn't do anything with any of this is endlessly frustrating. I don't know if this is supposed to mean anything deeper or if the author's assumption is at play and Milo just assumes that we were going to follow all of this automatically, but if there's any sort of a meaningful link between any of this, I couldn't tell you. Now, there is another thing about the map that I find curious. One of the islands here in the upper right says Draco True North. Now, a major element of the book has to do with the stars and the impact of the stars. I mean, the government itself is called the Stellarium, stellar. So you would think, that's a little confusing. Why would you say that Draco, the dragon, is true north when that has nothing to do with the North Star? The North Star is in, is Polaris in Ursa Minor or the Little Dipper. Now, this all goes back to how the world of Guardian is set on Earth. You see, I was doing a touch of research on the zodiac signs and their meanings, and in this particular book, there is a section here within Aquarius that says the age of Aquarius. You see, a zodiac age is a known concept, and right now we are generally at the beginning of the age of Aquarius. The exact date is debated among astronomers because it's a nonsense science and they don't have anything to actually draw from. But a zodiac age is about 2,160 years. And an age is measured that way because that is about how long it takes the vernal equinox to go from one constellation to another. So with that in mind, we can actually calculate how far in the future this is supposed to be. Given the way that ages are rotated from one to the next, Scorpio is not too far away from Aquarius. If my math is correct, and there is a lot of wiggle room with how this is supposed to work, that puts the age of Scorpius a little more than 8,000 years in the future. Now, do you need to actually understand any of that for the book? No. I just did the research and I wanted to show it off. So, that's that. Now, going back to Draco True North, that still doesn't work because in about 8,000 years, the North Star will move away from Polaris and it'll be assigned to something else. And from what I was able to tell from I think it was the University of something or other, University of Michigan, that star will be Deneb inside the constellation Cygnus the Swan, which is the supposed 14th zodiac symbol. Yes, there are more than 12, but that's getting off topic. So I don't know why True North is assigned to Draco. On top of that, we also have a compass rose with a stellar base in its directions. We've got star, sun, moon, and AI assistance. And all of that is set right next to the Ara Ara Ocean.
You guys want me to say Ara Ara?
But then we get into the preface of the book. And I normally don't cover prefaces, oftentimes because they're not provided in these reviews, but this one in particular, this gives us so much information. You can just tell from how much I took in my notes here that I've got to go over it because this gives us a truncated history of the world of Guardian. Now, when you are opening a fantasy story, you've got an almost endless collection of ideas you can draw from. How do you open your book? The classic D&D example is to open it up in a tavern, but you can just as easily open to a festival on the street, or some sort of a meadow, or maybe you can go the Elder Scrolls route and start it at a prison for some reason. But the world of Guardian starts differently. They open up with... robots! We blurred the line between humans and machines, and it burned Earth alive. We also get a very early start to the repetition of things because the first sentence has the word burned, and the second sentence has the word burning. So humanity had some sort of a conflict involving machines. I don't know exactly what that looks like, and we're never given any additional information to glean from. I guess robots could be involved, but it could just as easily be like Y2K or something. Like everyone just got really dependent on machines, and then all of a sudden everything crapped out and people were left wanting and dependent. Which, when you consider how generative AI makes people dumber, actually does kind of fit as a portent. So, whatever. Machines go haywire, however that looks. There were massive ecological problems, earthquakes, eruptions, extinctions. I don't know how machines would necessarily cause that, but whatever. Humanity was forced to fall back to a new central continent that I guess just popped up somehow. Clusters of humans from all corners of the world prevailed through the disasters, and with the fall of each homeland, we sought anew. The central continent welcomed us. We deemed it the guardian land for humanity. Guardian. And yes, that typo is in fact intentional. This is, after all, the world of Guardian. And that very lazy nomenclature is just the start. It gets worse. Now, it's curious because you would assume if there was a central continent large enough to house the remnants of humanity that they might have a native population. And as far as I can tell, they don't. No one was living here for some reason, which leads me to believe, did this just spawn out of the ether, or was this always there and no one wanted to go there like it was like New Jersey in the middle of the Atlantic? I mean, if there was a native population, why did they agree to change the name of the continent? Unless they were all slaughtered, in which case, great opener to your book there, Milo. At the same time, if it wasn't inhabited, why not? Are you telling me that you had machines that could somehow cause planet-wide cataclysms, but you didn't have basic cartography? You know, the thing that we've had for thousands of years by now? And at the same time, how was the continent of Guardian spared from the ecological disaster that the machines caused? I mean, they caused earthquakes, eruptions, and extinctions. How is Guardian positioned in such a way to avoid all of that? Or at least avoid it in a way that no one else could? Look, we are in the first paragraph of the preface. This is not off to a good start. Now, as everyone was settling onto Guardian, they had a problem. It was a Tower of Babel issue. No one could understand other people. Or, as the book puts it, when we couldn't understand our neighbor's language, we spoke the universal language of the stars.
French.
Two problems with that. One, neighbors is a typo. It's spelled like this. It should be spelled like this. Two, universal language of the stars. What the fuck is that?
English, motherfucker! Do you speak it?
Now, as we go on, we will see that each of the four unions has their own language. There is a common language that everyone can speak, but every union has a unique language for reasons of we needed to look flashy for the plot. Now, how did this language get communicated to anyone? What is the language of the stars? I don't fucking know what's going on, and I don't think the author does either. There seems to be some degree of deities, gods, or something. Just, it's not really well assigned. There's discussion later on of like the sun god and the stars giving power and stuff like that throughout the book. And it gets a little confusing with this. We found ourselves intricately woven together by the fates we couldn't see, like the invisible lines connecting the constellations. We paid our respects. We asked what they wished us to do, and they responded. Okay, so gods are real. There's more than one of them because they're referred to as a plurality here, and they can talk to people. That will be such a problem for the plot later on. It's kind of like one of the core issues with the plot of Final Fantasy 13. Final Fantasy 13. You know, how they need to receive orders from the L'Cie, you know, these weird semi-god things, but they can't communicate directly until they can communicate directly later on in the story.
The plot has officially collapsed in on itself.
But whatever. We actually get an order directly from the star god things, and they say, "Do not create machines when the stars have always been within."
It might be a tumor.
It's not a tumor.
So this is supposed to be an explanation for why the world of Guardian doesn't really have machines, even though they have machines, but I'm getting ahead of myself. And I think it's also supposed to tie in why there's magic, which is very curious. So it says the stars have always been within, and it's suggested that magic that occurs in this story is a result of gifts or whatever from the stars. If the stars have always been within, has humanity always been capable of magic? But, again, I don't fucking know what's going on! There seems to be an attempt at an answer for this, because on the very next paragraph we get, "As we shared the stories of the stars, the cosmos connected energy to magic and magic to body." That just feels redundant because energy can be a substitute for magic here. Is this just a way of saying, like, life force? Like, the simple presence of existing? The way your heart pumps blood through your body? Conscious thought? Like, that all somehow got converted to magic? Or am I way overthinking this?
Yes.
You see, it would have been so much better if it was just a matter of, like, a gift from the stars. You know, the stars went, and all of a sudden everyone could shoot fireballs. Now, the rest of this paragraph becomes one of the most frustrating things for the rest of the book, just because we get these ideas for the start of the magic, and it contradicts itself countlessly throughout the prose. So in regards to how magic first started, it began with the three arch powers of the sun, moon, and stars: Libran healing, Libra; spirit walking, Cancer; and zodiac turning, Scorpio. That one bit is why I believe that this preface was written without any consideration for the rest of the book, and why during the editing process, Milo just never went back to these initial thoughts. I didn't exhaust myself with the research in this, because a lot of it is just, how do you pin this down? But as you saw earlier with the whiteboard explanation of the 4 unions, I was curious if there was some commonality between Libra, Cancer, and Scorpio. You see, all of the signs have ruling planets and elements assigned to them. Air, earth, fire, and water. And I figured, okay, water is a prevailing element later on in the book, so maybe these are all water signs. They're not. Cancer and Scorpio are water signs, but Libra is an air sign. So I couldn't possibly tell you why these 3 signs, Libra, Cancer, and Scorpio, were specifically chosen to get these specific arch powers. But they were assigned to a date of birth, so your current understanding of if you're born between this chunk of time, you're this sign, that's still presumably still in effect. I cannot think of anything that suggests that the dates are different, but whatever for now. The arch powers were assigned to people arbitrarily. They went, they had kids, and everything was genetically transferred from one generation to the next, evolving into numerous magic systems throughout all 12 signs. Magic became rampant as society rebuilt and progressed alongside respect for the sacred lands and ecosystems of Guardian. Keep in mind, about 1/4 of that is a massive-ass desert, and another 1/4 of that is an inaccessible forest. Half of this continent is uninhabitable! Now, this is where it gets really confusing, because I know I keep doing this, I'm sorry, but as we go through the book, you'll see that certain signs have very particular magic. Aries are fire mages, Cancers are water mages. Now, it sounds like particular signs can cast very specific magics. And yet, we will see that not only do we have skills like dream seeking that are shared with pretty much anyone who the plot needs it to have, but there is something regarding zodiac turning specifically, which we're told is assigned to Scorpio. Guess what the protagonist is? But I'm gonna leave that there, because my god, does that get stupid and confusing. But then we get the breakdown of all of the unions and how they're divided. I've already gone over that with the whiteboard, so I don't want to repeat that too much. But what's curious is that we're also given, parameters that each one of the signs are responsible for or they have dominion over. Okay, so back to the quadrants. We divided a function as one society. That's the best we get. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't get elaborated later on, and it doesn't seem to have anything to really substantiate itself. It's just the way things are. Now, similar to how the signs were broken up into the quadrants, a lot of these details and responsibilities seem arbitrarily assigned. There is a degree at which you can understand that. Like I've said before, Cancer was a water sign, so they oversee water. Aries is a fire sign, so they oversee fire. Libra is in charge of law, and I can't really find anything that really breaks down why that would be. The closest I can get is that their symbol is typically depicted as a set of scales, like the scales of justice. And this feels like a really terrible way to actually break things down, especially for government resources. You were arbitrarily born on this date, so that means if you want to work for the government, you're in charge of this sector. Oh, but I've got a lot of interest in this other sector. Do you think I could try to work at that for a little bit? Fuck you! You're gonna do what you're told!
Just fill the hole filler.
So just for anyone who's listening and not really watching this, Leo has light, Aquarius magic, Gemini art, Cancer water, Pisces healing, Sagittarius travel. That one doesn't make any sense. You'll see why in a little bit. Capricorn protection, Taurus sustenance, Virgo knowledge, Scorpio leadership, Libra law, Aries fire. And it's not even so much that there is this division in place, it's the fact that it's here, detailed in the preface, and the book doesn't really do anything with any of this. The closest we get is that Libra is supposed to be in charge of law and I guess the court system, but that's really just a brief mention more than anything else. We never see anything substantiated in the text. There is a brief mention in 350 pages about Capricorn being responsible for protection. It's very much a blink and you miss it sort of a moment, and it's told to us and not shown. But a lot of these, like Scorpio being responsible for leadership, as far as I can tell from what little research I've actually done, that doesn't seem to make sense because Scorpio is supposed to be energetic and free-spirited. I guess you could make that a sort of a role model in the right context, but as far as general leadership, I don't think that works. You would need a degree of structure and order, and that doesn't seem to be the case, and it's never actually substantiated in this book. God, take a shot every time I say that. And this is a great display of how simplistic and overly complicated all the world building is, because we see almost none of this throughout the book. So very little of this is actually important or significant. Now, are you feeling overloaded with everything that I've gone over? I don't fault you if you do, and I'm sorry, but that's how this book reads. Now, here's the scary part. I haven't started the novel yet. Everything that I have covered has not yet reached chapter 1. This is all either the map or the preface. And the book reads just like that. It does not slow down. It does not get less bumpy. It gets so much worse. I am sorry in advance. So we finally get to chapter 1, and we get the only piece of artwork that actually takes up an entire page. And again, this is lovely. This is some nice artwork. Credit to the artist. You did a great job. I just wish this was in a better book. Your artwork deserves it. There's an archway here. I'll complain about that in a little bit, but we see Reika, the protagonist, approaching the archway. By the way, we don't get her name until chapter 2. A lot of that is because this is told in first-person perspective, but it still feels clumsy. And speaking of clumsy, the proper opening line of this book is as follows. Someone had rewritten the history of Conviction Woods, the cursed forest I called home. Okay, so when you are starting a fantasy book, and this is true for any book, really, but when you are writing, especially a fantasy book, you've got to consider foundation. There is an entire world that the audience needs to explore alongside the protagonist. And in order to do that effectively, let's say you've got a story about how the protagonist discovers a horrible secret, and it turns out that there's, their perspective of the world is built on a lie. We need to have a baseline first. What is normal in this world? How do we understand when something is changing in this world? How do we understand the degree of severity of that change? If we don't have a foundation, if we don't have an understanding for what is normal in that world, that cataclysmic change will either sound entirely too broad or not significant enough at all. To bring it back to Final Fantasy Tactics, there is something there in the plot there, because you got the protagonist Ramza, who early on figures out, like, you get a first chapter where he's exploring the world in his youth as a like an apprentice knight, I think, and is working under his older brother's order, going around saving people, preserving the king's justice, and all that stuff. Well, then it turns out, by the end of the first chapter, he figures out that his brothers are actually really corrupt and, like, wheeling and dealing in the backgrounds and doing all sorts of nefarious things, which include, like, betraying people and kidnapping princesses and stuff like that for the sake of maintaining political power. The game spends quite a while giving you that baseline, that normal, before shattering it.
I had lived my life the only way that I had known. But when the pillars of that life came crashing down, I did not stand by and watch them fall. I turned and walked away.
This opening line does not work because it's giving us a foundation and the shattering of that foundation at the same time. In the opening sentence, we don't have any idea of what the world of Guardian is supposed to be. When I first started this, I didn't even know this was supposed to be set on Earth. You know, a better opening line would be something a little more broad that can still give you a flavor for something insidious happening behind the scenes. If you had opened with the line, "Our historians are liars," there you go. You get an idea that something is amiss, and that will prepare us more effectively for kind of a dual history narrative. This is even riskier when you consider that a lot of people probably skip the preamble and don't really have a foundation for the world of Guardian. I mean, not that that preamble really helps, but this is just going straight into chapter 1 just makes everything more confusing. And the rest of the paragraph doesn't do too much better because it describes the situation of Conviction Woods, a phrase that you're going to hear ad nauseum throughout the rest of this book. Despite all the text describing Conviction Woods as eternally uninhabitable, there were hundreds of wartime artifacts scattered amongst the forest's grounds. The records had been altered to hide the truth of Guardian's last war, a truth that allowed the woods to protect those mysteriously meant to survive beyond its boundaries. The prevailing problem in this book is that Milo is so proud of the world and its history that he can't wait to delve into it. And because of that, nothing is established in an effective way. I cannot tell you how confused I was by the end of the first chapter. Nothing made sense. I finished this book, and only now do I have an understanding of what any of this means. And even then, it's not very effective. So just making it easier for you guys. There was a war about 300 years ago called the War of Rebalancing. It's going to be one of the most revisited topics in this book. I don't even know how many times we come back to it. But there was a war. Bad stuff happened because of the war. We got something called the Scorpion Code, but Scorpio Code rather, but you know, whatever. More on that later. And the Conviction Woods, for some reason, has a barrier around it, and it's cursed in such a way that it kills anyone who steps inside of it. And I don't mean like you step inside and you fall over dead. It's just like animals will try to kill you, like wolves, or you'll get grabbed by smoke monsters and dragged deeper into the woods, never to be seen again. Also, the idea of a war seems to contradict with the whole, this is the Guardian continent and everyone's happy now, but whatever. I don't know how long life has been established on Guardian by this point. I don't think the author knows. Oh my god, take a shot every time I say that or reference the whiteboard. Now, the explanation continues, and Reika explains that she is on the farthest northern reach of Conviction Woods. So she's right on the border between Conviction and Assiduous. And Assiduous is referred to barren territory twice in a row, which isn't even an accurate description because it's not so much that it's barren, it's covered in snow. Now, Reka is wandering the woods, and as we learn later on, she's an assistant historian. So she looks for historical artifacts to turn in, and within a degree of personal interest, she looks up historical data points and tries to learn about the world around her. As someone with a passing interest in history myself, I actually find that pretty cool. The problem comes down to how a lot of that is provided for her, because there's this archway that she's trying to study, and it details like the true history of the world when the government is corrupt in such a way that they would be interested in shattering this. This is right along the border where it would be easily reached. And no, it's not inside the mysterious death barrier that Conviction Woods has for some reason. It's on the other side, so it's accessible to just about everyone. Now, on this particular archway, there are multiple strange runes and whatnot, but they are familiar to Reka because they are a combination of certain Union languages. Now, as I mentioned before, each of the Unions has a language for some reason. And this gets to a general complaint that I've got about the world because it doesn't make sense. The Arch's inscriptions must have been centuries old. I'd never in any of my studies seen a combination of Union languages on an artifact. Mixing two Union languages was almost unfathomable to modern-day society. Besides our common tongue, Guardian prioritized the separation of the four unions: conviction, assiduous, autarkic, societal, in their own societies and territories. So everyone is united, but everyone is divided.
And this one's just going to be called Twitter.
This is something that bothers me because it goes throughout the rest of the book to the point where you get contradictory elements like this, where everyone exists together in harmony on the Guardian continent, except no, they don't. Everything is highly segregated, and we'll see later on that people, like, depending upon what sign you belong to, you're not allowed to cross certain borders, except it's not a big deal when you do. Like, I have no idea how any of this is supposed to work. And we get a line back to the War of Rebalancing in which all of Conviction and all of Assiduous were enemies. More on that later. This particular archway is fascinating because even though it depicts the true history, like an element of the true history of the continent, in such a way that the current government would not desire, in a combination of runic text that defies logic to the modern audience in this world, it's also accessible because it's along the main road just down the street from the central capital. My research eventually revealed that the arch was placed in Assidian territory on the edges of the woods at the border, though that could have spanned hundreds of miles from the eastern part of the hub, Guardian's shared centralized city, to the coastline of the continent. And we'll see later on, this particular arch is within a day's march, hours away at worst. You're telling me that this secret, this history-altering monument is down the road from the capital city, and it's not hidden or anything. It is out in the fucking open. It's right there. And it's also made out of a series of loosely held together stones connected by, I guess, mortar, which means you could destroy this by bumping into it, or a cart could roll off the road at the right time, or a tree could fall on it. My God, is it fortunate that in more than 300 years, this monument to the stupidity of the government of this world has not been shattered. I am on the second page of the first chapter. But before Reka can really decipher any of the runes or pull out any real meaning from them, she gets interrupted by a border patrol. Now, if Reka is caught outside of her territory, which in this case, since she's a Scorpio, means that she's supposed to be on this island down here, because the Conviction Woods are supposed to be deadly to everybody except her for some reason. If they catch her outside of her territory, then she gets hauled away for some reason. Now, this is actually a plot hole because they are hunting her down because she's a Scorpio. What's curious is that they're hunting her specifically, so they sound more like bounty hunters than border patrol guards, because one of them says, "This isn't worth it for a raise, it's one girl, even if we catch her, we probably won't get much from it," and the other responds, "Not if she's a Scorpio, her capture would cover us for months." So it sounds like Scorpios are supposed to be rare or desirable for some reason, and that is an element that we never see throughout the rest of the book. Reka and Scorpios in general actually wander around all sorts of places without any real concern. Hell, the head of the Scorpio government wanders around with a patrol guard, I will say, but she wanders around without the slightest hint of concern about being captured like this. The only reason why these two were out here and why they're hunting Reka, or a Scorpio, specifically, is because Milo needed a way to get them to breach the barrier of Conviction Woods to show what happens to people when they breach the barrier to Conviction Woods. It's another example where the characters on display don't matter. This is playing around with the world building. To give the barest hint of credit, at least it's showing and not telling. I appreciate the minute degree of thought in that way, but considering that it's a plot hole for the rest of the book, it still doesn't work. Now, of these two patrol guards, one is a Taurus and one is a Virgo. Now, you might ask, how does one tell that? It's not really evident from some people. How do you look at somebody and know, you're a Leo, aren't you? Well, the two patrollers were approaching, both wearing thick winter coats with fur hoods. The man wore a forest green embroidered with the Ascidian emblem and Taurus glyph, while the woman flaunted an umber coat with the Virgo's glyph. So it's not that they have an ID badge, it's not that they've got a particular trait about them that's unique to their sign, it's not that they've got their glyph tattooed to their forehead. They wear clothes with that symbol stitched on the side. The security conscious of you might be thinking, wouldn't that make infiltrating certain areas by re-embroidering a garment incredibly easy? Yeah, it does. Several times throughout the book. This is a known security flaw, and the author uses it to his advantage for the sake of the plot. Who came up with this system? It's so stupid. That would be like selling cars to people by simply asking, do you have credit for this? The person says yes, and then they drive off without actually paying. What do you think it's like in this world? Like, do you have relationships where you got a guy and a girl, and the girl steals her boyfriend's hoodies or something, and all of a sudden she's a completely different sign? See, that would lead to some wacky hijinks. I'd read that book. So Reka runs into the Conviction Woods for protection, jumping behind the gold shimmering barrier that you can't see through. The guards stand on the other side, arguing if they're actually going to go in after her. One of them doesn't really believe that the Conviction Woods are really that cursed, and, I've never seen a beast, what are you talking about? This feels like something that should be a little more documented than it's treated, but whatever. And Reka explains to the reader that the Conviction Woods really don't make exceptions, except for when they make exceptions. The guy wasn't wrong. Normally, the Woods didn't make exceptions for anyone, regardless of union, despite being part of Conviction's territory. But my family was proof that there were exceptions. Normally when I read a book that has contradictions within its lore, I have to wait several pages or several chapters before I find that contradiction. I normally don't have to wait for the subsequent sentence. But the Virgo woman doesn't believe the stories and steps inside and sees two things. One is a wolf that's just laying there, and Reka's cool with wolves, so they don't attack her for some reason. And the other thing she sees is Reka just standing there. And that's when we get a flash of Reka's magic. The woman took a step beyond the lanterns, breaking through the aurora boundary. She met my eyes with a smile, her hand resting on a belt as she unsheathed the dagger. My fingers traced over the half-moon necklace resting above my cloak. I snapped it off and shook the necklace, causing its transformation spell to activate. With a flash of pale blue light, it shifted into a short broadsword. Yes, the necklace is described as a half-moon, despite the cover depicting it as a crescent moon.
Yes, and you call them steamed hams, despite the fact they are obviously grilled.
Reika's ability is she's got the ability to shapeshift things, and it normally just reflects, like, objects, things like her clothes. She shapeshifts her clothes a couple of times throughout the story. Although I am somewhat amused by the idea of this untamed wilderness that just kills everyone. It's like only the most insane would go there.
Welcome to Australia.
So Reika prepares herself and she smiles at the Virgo lady, which is very dangerous because in this world, Scorpios aren't allowed to show emotion. We'll get onto that later on. It's called the Scorpio Code. It's stupid. But this smiling at the patrol guard is actually a death sentence. And Reika is doing this openly to a woman who actually ends up surviving this encounter. Because the wolf steps in, and I don't know what this is supposed to mean. The wolf stood as a shadow seeped into its body. Its yellow eyes blinked scarlet, a stare that was said to slice your soul in half, devouring you from the metaphysical before the physical.
What the hell does that mean?
So you've really got to be careful when you use particular words in your book. If you use something that sounds anachronistic, if you talk about plasma screen TVs in your medieval European-based story, it sounds very out of place. This is otherwise a low fantasy magic story, and having discussions over something like the metaphysical requires a bit more explanation than what we get. I finished this book and I'm still not sure what devouring the metaphysical before the physical means. Especially because it doesn't build anything later on, it doesn't make sense with later context, and it just interrupts the moment and sounds confusing. Take this as an example. I wrote this sentence to demonstrate this point. Let's say there was a scene in Game of Thrones that read like this. Tyrion stood watch over the city, bleakly observing its citizens descend into a frothing riot. Food carts were tossed. The elderly were trampled. More than a few people were stabbed with hidden knives. The sight reminded him of the last time the Eagles won the Super Bowl and completely trashed Philly. Fucking Eagles fans, Tyrion muttered. You see, there's an obvious disconnect there. It doesn't work within the setting. Now, if this metaphysical line had expanded to something else later on, maybe that could work. But as it stands in context, in the moment, and as in the book as a whole, I don't know what this means. So anyway, the wolf chases the Virgo lady out of the woods. She collapses on the other side of the boundary, safe, but apparently sobbing and begging the tourist guide to believe what she'd seen, which is weird because he was the one warning about beasts in the first place. And Reika smiles because the forest understood how to defend me and I was on the verge of rewriting its history. So, okay, we've got a motivation. That works, but it feels like too much of a flash forward here. In the moment, we haven't seen anything that suggests Reika understands what's going to happen or if she actually is going to rewrite history. So it comes off very clumsily. But all of that is chapter 1. Going back to the drama of the Age of Scorpius, one of the things that Milo wanted to work on was rewriting the book. He heard that everyone was a little disappointed with the way that this came out, so he's working on a second edition. A second edition that I don't believe will ever see the light of day, but whatever. There is, however, a revised first chapter, and I have read it. I don't want to go over it because, 1, this video is long enough as it is, and 2, this video is already confusing enough as it is. I don't want to overload you guys with information you don't need to know. I will say that the revised first chapter is an improvement over this chapter because we get rid of the border guard elements, so that eliminates an entire plot hole, which is good. There's a giant death animal that wanders through the woods, and that's what leads Reika to the arch. So that's better. It's no longer, it's just an arch that's sitting out there in the open for literally anyone to stumble upon. It's actually hidden a little deeper within the Conviction Woods. However, with these revisions also come other problems. There are a number of lines that do not make any sense. For example, the history of Conviction Woods was rewritten to conceal the knowledge that the fact wasn't always cursed. Now, I will be fair and say that this is not a finished product. It's advertised as such on the World of Guardian Patreon. But, you see, the focus of this revised chapter is still on the world as opposed to on Reika. We have no introduction for who she is throughout this new text. And the other thing to consider is where you set your story. Now, I've spoken at length about the importance of a hook, your very opening line or paragraph to a story to entice the reader. And the opening that we get in this book and in the revised chapter here, they don't work. The sentence in the revised chapter is, since the foundation of Guardian Conviction Woods was believed to be uninhabitable, yet within its reach withered the ghosts of the last war and their rain-hushed cries. I mean, I repeat, I think it's a lot better when you go with a shorter and more impactful sentence with, our historians are liars. Since I'm making another video on it, let's consider the opening to Jurassic Park. The opening chapter, the prologue of Jurassic Park, actually takes place in a hospital in Costa Rica. What happened was there was an accident at Jurassic Park, off page, and they needed a doctor, one that they didn't have available on the island, so they had to fly a worker to this hospital in Costa Rica. And through the conversation with the doctor, we learned that the man was attacked by a raptor. See, in this way, we are given a taste of the danger that's to come. There's a man who is critically injured by a mysterious, somewhat alien, somewhat terrestrial creature. I love the way that the dinosaurs are depicted in this book. And this does two things. One, it entices the reader to a sense of mortal danger, and two, on a deeper level, it shows that the park was a failure from the very beginning. Before any of the characters that we see depicted in this book step foot on the island, we are shown that the island does not work. Jurassic Park was a failure from the start. And that continues in what I guess we can call the proper first chapter, when we see a husband and wife looking out at the beach. It's the opening to the Lost World movie, where you've got the couple there, their daughter's off, gets attacked by compies, and the chapter ends with they heard their daughter's voice, she was screaming. And it repeats the danger and the failure of Jurassic Park as a concept, again, before we ever step foot on the island. Considering that, why did we start The Age of Scorpius where we did? Why does the story open up with an explanation that history has been altered and the Conviction Woods are dangerous? Those are the only things that really concretely get established, that carry through for the rest of the book. And remember, this is all being told to us without an established foundation for the history of the world, and without any real explanation later on about why the Conviction Woods are sealed off this way. And you don't always need to open up with some explosive discovery or a moment of horror. Let's consider The Blade itself. One of my favorite fantasy stories, and it opens up with Logan Ninefingers pretty much by himself and summoning ghosts at a campfire to figure out where he should go next. I think what we should have gotten was Reika working in the history department, interacting with co-workers, because that would give us an establishment for who she was, how she is meant to act as a Scorpio, very bland and emotionless, because that's just how the society is built for very stupid reasons that we'll get to later. It gives us her interest in history as well as her profession, and depending upon how in-depth you go with the history, we'd be able to get a little bit of history and some foundation to the world. All of which is interrupted when she's, cleaning a back closet and finds an old box that hasn't been touched in 200 years, and it turns out it's a clue that something has been screwed with in the history records, and some of those contradictions that she's noticed before in the history books, well, they're starting to add up, and she thinks there might be something that she can investigate. So she goes to investigate, And that's where we get chapter 2. You get so much more accomplished and a little bit more reason to be enticed in this world because we see the Scorpios being oppressed, and they are oppressed. And if Reika is written the right way, we could actually be sympathetic to her plight. You have a bit more reason to be invested in the story and the characters then. It's a much better place to open the story instead of saying, look at how cool this world I built is. Oh my god, this video is going to be like 10 hours long. I'm not on chapter 2 yet. So, finally getting into chapter 2, we see that the artwork at the top is a lovely little log cabin. This is Reika's home that she shares with her mother, father, and older sister. And it's in the middle of the super deadly Conviction Woods. So, not only is the protagonist immune from the strange death curse of the forest, so's the rest of her family. And we get a partial explanation for that later on, along with a hand wave. You'll see it's stupid. What's odd is that the foundations of the house have been held together by an aged enchantment, and that just adds another complication to the magic system of this world. I don't know how this works. And as the paragraph closes out, we learn that Reika's parents found the abandoned house in the woods before she or her sister were born. And that's interesting because these two parents came into the woods, and we're told that they don't know why they're immune. That's not true, but we'll ignore that for now. I mean, the house's existence should be enough evidence for Reika that there was a degree of habitability in the Conviction Woods, making a good portion of the first chapter entirely redundant. If the woods were super deadly, and always had been, how would anyone be able to build a cabin? We also learn that Reika's sister is named Avia, and she is an Aries. She's also a border patrol agent, a fact that I forgot until just now. Her father is also a Cancer, which is unusual because that makes him an Atorian, which means he's not supposed to be living here. How is he getting away with this? I mean, it's weird enough that he's surviving in these super deadly woods, but he's also not allowed to be here. And yet there seems to be nothing actually tracking that. There's no system in place that actively checks on that. I'm thinking that the census in this world is just very lazy. Now, Reika's father is a water mage since he's a Cancer, so he's able to summon water for the house and keep them sustained in the middle of the forest. So Reika gets home and Avia starts complaining to her a lot because, Reika's been gone all day, and today is a very important day. Today is the day of the balancing ceremony. But Reika has spent all day looking for the archway that she found in the first chapter, and explains that she walked 10 miles to the Ascidian border and then 10 miles back. Total of 20 miles. So, depending on terrain, that's actually pretty doable in one day. Might even be able to do it in less than 8 hours without even rushing that much. During the conversation between Avia and Reika, we get the Scorpio Code, the oppressive code that Reika, as a Scorpio, is forced to live under. The Scorpio Code recited itself in my head. Never show emotion, never befriend others, and never fall in love.
These are not polite suggestions!
And we'll touch on the Scorpio Code in more depth later on because it's a major driving force for the plot. But for now, we get a little bit more detail about the arch that Reika found. She explains that it was written in a combination of Drixal and Rurian, the two languages of the... God, I'm starting to lose track of all this stuff myself. The Ascidians and the Convictions, respectively. Oh, also, Reika's father is her adoptive father. Her mother, so Avia is her half-sister. Her mother... They share the same mother. Now, even though she's not supposed to, Avia reveals something that happened at work today. Apparently, one of the Arcturas visited the border. Now, the world of Guardian, the continent of Guardian, has two main leaders at the top of their government. These are the Arcturas. Think of them as dual kings in an oligarchy. And this particular leader is named Atlas Fulbright, and he is the Ares leader, which is not the same as being the head of the Ares Stellarium, but I'm saving the government discussion for later because, oh my god, is it a mess. I lied, this is the best place to talk about it. Okay, so the Stellarium, like so many other elements in this book, is both simplistic and overly complicated. For example, when you talk about Stellarium, you're referring to one of 5 different things. Every single thing here, the Council of 12, the Arcturas, the Lower Sign, and the Unions, are all separately referred to as a Stellarium. Because the Council 12, you've got the Scorpio Stellarium, the Aries Stellarium, the Gemini Stellarium. Unions, you've got the Conviction Stellarium, the Assiduous Stellarium. The Arcturas are the two assholes at the top. They pretty much run the Stellarium. Then you've got the lower signs, which as far as I can tell is the same as the House of Representatives in the United States. Now, something that's interesting is that at the very end of the book, what some authors will do is there's like a glossary or references or something. What Milo did is actually include a visual on how the government is broken down, because, you know, that's always a great sign when you can't actually detail what your government looks like in words. So you've got to include a visual at the tail end. But this seems to be the hierarchy of the government. So we've got the main Stellarium, I guess we'll call this like the federal body up here, and then down here we've got the local stuff. These don't really matter. We see like one town, we've got the main hub capital city, and then there's another capital city that we see. And in terms of like civilization, that's about it. Really makes a lot of this feel redundant. Now, it could be that the plan for the series going forward is that all of this was going to get fleshed out and have purpose later on, and Milo just didn't know how to actually introduce all of it organically in this book. That would be fine if not for the fact that Stellarium means one of 5 things. It's either one of these elements or it's the government as a whole. It makes reading this book frustrating because which one, Milo? Okay, so to break down what these all are, we start with the Arcturas. These are the two assholes at the top who run everything. And I drew them as a really misshapen crown that's not supposed to be quite so lumpy. Right now, the Arcturas are the Scorpio Arctura at the very top. We'll see her later on. And then the Aries Arctura. We'll see him later on. These are elected officials. Like, I guess you just put candidates up and then they're elected probably internally inside of the Stellarium. I don't actually know. But the way to decide who is up for election or which sign is up for election for an Arctura is based on the lower sign Stellarium. The sign with the largest population represented in the lower sign Stellarium is, well, number 1 gets the top spot in Arctura, number 2 spot gets the number 2 spot. Nobody else. Only the 2 Arcturas. And the only way, this is not confirmed by anything in the book, but the only way this makes sense in my head is if this is decided based on population. The more people you have born into a particular sign, the more representation you've got in the lower sign Stellarium, and the more chance a particular sign has at taking over as an Arctura. Now, doesn't that mean that this would be incredibly unstable? Yeah. I don't know why it's built like this. Now, it's very possible that there are things that I'm missing or things that Milo has planned that have not been unveiled in the book. Maybe it's all background information that just couldn't make it into the story. That's fine. Or maybe it's information that's meant for later in the series. Again, that's fine. But the way that the government seems to be built right now is this actually has a degree of importance symbolically in how it affects the Arcturas. As a political governing body itself, it doesn't seem to have any real function outside of that, which is why I drew this really messy large intestine with an appendix at the end, because these guys are fucking useless. But let's say that something happens to the population. Let's say that there is a famine or an earthquake that devastates a population. Most of Scorpio is supposedly stuck on that one island outside the Conviction Woods. Well, let's say there's a tsunami that washes over that and kills half the population. All of a sudden, your Arctura is now out of power. So that means, just like that, you've had a massive upheaval in the way that the government functions. And because of the way that everything is just so distrustful, everything is so broken apart, no one seems to really like each other, it feels like everyone is just on the verge of armed combat. Which is why for the Unions, I drew a bridge with 2 guys flipping each other off on the other side. I cannot think of a better way to symbolize the relationships between the signs in this universe. And then we got the Council 12. These guys don't do anything for the run of the book. There is a brief mention at the very end where they might be important, but again, this feels like it was something that's supposed to be built up for the sequel that I don't believe we're ever getting, which is why they're in a very lopsided chair. Hold on, this is bothering me. There, I have fixed the leg. Now it's slightly less terrible. I guess these guys, the capitals, could be run by governors, and the towns and cities could be run by mayors or something. We never see anybody at that level. I really feel redundant. And this is really unfortunate because it's important to understand that the government is corrupt, and that is a thing that we're going to get reinforced multiple times later on throughout the text. But most of this, we don't actually need this in place. And functionally, most of it doesn't do anything in this book. And if Milo had changed up the terms and we'd actually gotten a little bit more an understanding of necessity with everything, then maybe this could work. But as is, it's a mess. It's also revealed that Avia is a fire mage, which comes naturally as she is an Aries. And she requests that Reka shapeshift her dress for the balance ceremony that evening. Now, Reka is a training historian. Part of her job is grabbing artifacts and categorizing them at her job, wherever that is. I think she's supposed to work in the capital city. Unbeknownst to her chain of command, she's able to get the juicier, more meaningful artifacts from the deeper in the woods, because, you know, no one goes in the woods because you'll die. Now, all of that is irrelevant because we never actually see her address any of this stuff later on. And in fact, the next chunk of information that she provides is a scroll that she got from the library. And it reveals why the archway that she found earlier is important, because it details a battle that happened on the border and recorded the arch in the records. Somebody died underneath the arch in a skirmish, but hours later, their body had vanished and they were found alive in the hub. So the archway is supposed to have healing properties about it. Also, we have a nice little formatting error on the page right here. Now, we get a description as Reka shapeshifts Avia's dress, and a further explanation that Reka can morph all sorts of things. Fabric, sand, and metal were textures that she could barely change. And I'm a little confused about that because in the first chapter when she changed her sword, it sounded like she was activating a spell that was preloaded on the sword. She shook the necklace, causing its transformation spell to activate. And she seemed to activate it pretty easily. So did she do it, or did her mother enchant it? Because she says that her mother can also shapeshift and still seems to be better at it than she is. And her mother is also a Scorpio. So with those two connected, it sounds like Scorpio's shared magic ability is shapeshifting.
It's not.
Now, Reka's room. We get a small description of Reka's room, and one of the things that she has is a collection of sharpened knives on the wall. In the same paragraph, we get the wall of knives. We also get two other details that really needed their own paragraphs for proper fleshing out. One is that Reka has heterochromia, so she has one red eye and one gold eye. Believe it or not, this will be important for later. It will also be a plot hole for later. She also has a scar across the middle of her neck, a wound without an origin, a mark of a blade she couldn't remember being cut by. And just like the heterochromia, this will also be important later, and is another plot hole.
Good shooting, kids. Keep stacking them up.
So they have just enough time to get to the balancing ceremony. It's being held along the East Trail on the outskirts of the hub, the capital city. Now, here's why this is odd. This ceremony, I imagine all of the unions have to do this, but it seems like it's being separated by union. And rather than provide a space for them in the middle of the hub that everyone can congregate to quite easily, with a room that would be prepared for this ahead of time, because the balancing ceremony is an important societal act that we'll get to in the next chapter, they're doing this on the side of the road a few miles outside of town. Made even worse by the fact that, again, most of Conviction Woods is uninhabitable, and most people who fit within the Conviction Union have to live on this island down here. So everyone here who needs to attend the balancing ceremony has to travel around this way and walk inland. Like, if this is going to be a conviction-led group, wouldn't it make so much more sense for everyone to congregate here on the island where most of them live? Oh, but no, if we do that, then the protagonist would be inconvenienced, and then Winter would need to write a scene about how Avia and Reka have to get on a boat or something.
I hate leaky boats. I hate boats. I hate these horses on these boats.
And Avia heard that there will be another guy attending the ceremony. For some reason, it's just the three of them, Reka, Avia, and this other guy. And she says that he's apparently a year older than her and a Libra. Now, this other guy that she's talking about, we'll find out in a little bit, his name is Chase. Avia also adds that Aries always tell the truth. No idea if that's true in astrology. So we get to chapter 3, and this is where we get to see the balancing ceremony, or the ceremony, as it's sometimes called. And quick side note before I begin, but I hate a lot of the names of some of the things in this world. Like, the ceremony is just so nondescript. Balancing ceremony is at least a reference to the War of Rebalancing, which is its own mess, and once you understand the history there, that name doesn't work, but whatever. But I'm also not a fan of how some of the people who live within the Conviction Union are referred to. They're called convictionists. I mean, Ascidians and Atarians, that at least sounds like it's got a fantasy air about them. Then you've got the Societals, and that's just dumb. But convictionists sounds like some sort of religious order that you've never heard of before. Like, when I was first going through this, I don't know why, but in my head, I kept substituting it with Calvinist. Okay, so, balancing ceremony. This whole thing is a bit of a disaster. This is effectively a rite of passage. Like, this is a necessary step that you have to do once you hit 18 in order to weed out certain types of magic. But for now, understand that this is supposed to be, like, I don't know if this is just being held for just the 3 people in the immediate area, or if this is supposed to be a union-wide thing and there are only the 3 attending. You've got Avia, Reka, and a third convictionist. His name is Chase. He is a Libra and has a surprisingly muscular frame and intimidating height and brunette hair. That's a nice typo there. So this is a big deal. It's very important. It affects the entire continent and almost no one is in attendance. I don't know, it feels like a high school graduation for the entire state, and there are like 5 students and maybe 20 people in the audience. Reka's parents and Chase's father are all in attendance, and Reka's father is wearing a white polo. Good to know that polos are still fashionable 8,000 years in the future, or that the technology necessary to assemble a polo is still permitted. Hey, what do you think when the stars said don't make machines? Do you think that included things like the cotton gin? How itchy are their clothes? You know, the problem with having a polo as an accepted form of clothing in this world is that it shatters the idea that I had with how this place was supposed to work, because instead of having people training to become knights someday, or barely making it by in a burlap sack, or getting ready for a royal ball, it sounds like you've got people that are just hanging around a country club.
Suck my white ass ball!
But anyway, Reka's father is wearing a white polo with gold rim, which are Libra colors, despite the fact that he's a Cancer, further cementing the idea of how stupid it is to not have any sort of a real identifier for anybody if segmenting people into signs is important. Oh, and apparently he's also taking a risk because he's not supposed to be anywhere near the Conviction Woods, because him living in Conviction territory as an Altarian would be just as dangerous as Reka breaking the Scorpio code. So, death sentence. Again, it doesn't make any sense for this world to be segmented the way that it is. Crossing the border will get you killed? There's a joke about Soviet Russia in there, but I'm too lazy to make it. There's also Reka's mother, who is just called Mom. She does not get a name, which has very troubling imagery for much later in the book. And she is a Scorpio dressed in all black. She is maintaining an emotionless expression, so she is within the parameters of the Scorpio code, but there is another law that they are breaking simply by being married. Mom and Dad's relationship directly broke the union law, a law consistent across all unions to only marry within your union, said to keep the order within Guardian and maintain responsibility between the signs and their contribution to the functioning of the world. The union law was older than the Scorpio code, in place for the entirety of Guardian's history. You know, you really gotta wonder what happened to the other continents on the planet. Like, it's canon that despite whatever shape they look like from the War with the Machines, other continents have to be a thing in the world of Guardian. What happens if someone just wants to leave the continent and goes to live in Greenland or something? Or are there people outside of Guardian? Do they get magic, or do you have to live on this continent for that to happen? But anyway, the ceremony starts and we get a quick history lesson from the ceremony master. Following the banishment of the Archpowers 3 centuries ago, the ceremony was founded to expose inductees with the magic system of zodiac turning or Libran healing. In the era of the War of the Rebalancing, arch-powered individuals were revealed when forced to perform motions of activating the Archpowers. We are to honor this tradition of the balancing ceremony to symbolize the strength in the structure of our world, and to celebrate the peace found in the absence of the Archpowers. For this reason, Libra and Scorpio both hold special addendums to the balancing ceremony to follow the earliest traditions of screening for the Archpowers. Okay, so it's a screening process to make sure that nobody has an Archpower because those have been outlawed for reasons of plot. Fine. Quick question though. Why isn't attendance mandatory? You see, Avia is 19, and she was supposed to participate in the ceremony last year. Reika is 18, she is following tradition and is showing up when she's supposed to. And we learn later on that Chase is 20. He has skipped the balancing ceremony twice. This is an essential ceremony to participate in for the sake of security for the state. At least that's how it's described. And yet, you can just skip it because, in Avia's case, she was busy with her day job, and in Chase's case, his father withdrew him twice. Like, you're attempting to uncover a form of ancient magic that would threaten the balance of power across the continent, and you could just ignore this?
Nothing to see here!
And at the same time, we're getting a conflicted image because since Avia is an Aries, she doesn't need to perform any magic to show that she cannot use any Archpowers. This will contradict some events much later in the book. Meanwhile, that means that Chase and Reika both have to participate by attempting to use magic. So the ceremony master walks up, takes a knife, cuts her palm open, and has Chase use a well of magic in his hand and see if he ends up healing it, which is really weird. So magic is just something that you can manifest purely as light, and then it just kind of like auto-directs itself? Is that what's going on? Instead, the ceremony master pulls her hand back. Her hand is still bleeding. It has not been healed by the mythical Libran healing, and he instead reveals that he is a dream seeker. And then they have Reika demonstrate her magic, where she has to throw her fist out like a punch and focus her magic into a wheel of light. And the reason for this, the reason why they're taking these particular steps, is because the magic of both Libran healing and zodiac turning manifests itself based upon the exact motion that you use. It is a very confusing system, and I don't understand it. At the same time, you've got to wonder why Avia isn't being forced to perform any magic for the balancing ceremony. All she has to do is state her name, occupation, relationship status, and place of residence, and then she's pretty much done. She could do the same thing, accomplish the exact same task by standing in line at a DMV. Why is she here for a ceremony in which she's barely participating? Now, here's the thing that's strange about Avia's participation. She does explain that she lives with Reika, which is against the rules. Reika's a Scorpio, so she can only live with other Scorpios because, you know, this world is convoluted and stupid. They've had 18 years to prepare for any sort of a good explanation or excuse or a lie. And it's not like this is a fallback to Avia's previous line about how Aries always tell the truth. Her cover story is that she's been living with her sister in the south corner of the hub. That's a lie! They live in the Conviction Woods! You had 18 years to prepare for a cover story, and the best you've got is, we live together in the city. Look, if you're gonna lie, just why not say, I live in a single apartment? And there's also this connected stupid rule. Again, this is overly complicated and it doesn't need to be there. But there's a rule that says children were forced to live in community housing if their parents were not in the same union, or if they were Scorpios. Now, considering, just going off of very rushed statistics, that there is a 1 in 12 chance that you will have the same sign as your parents, what does that tell you about the community housing in this world? You are more likely to wind up in community housing with this rule than you are to live with your own parents. And it's not like this is some sort of a post-high school sort of a rule. This is for the first 18 years of life. The government will take infants, presumably, they will take infants away from their parents because the kids were born in the wrong month. I don't even know why this rule is in place. This is overly complicated and none of this needs to be here. But whatever, the ceremony gets to close up, nobody has any arch powers, and this snipe hunt is deemed a success. All of the participants on stage are awarded a cloak conforming to their house colors, sign colors, whatever. Except there is one little dig that the ceremony master cannot resist pushing against Reika. When she approached me with a crimson cloak embroidered with my name, she tilted her chin up, meeting my eyes for a split second before refusing to make eye contact. There was something about the look she gave me that I wouldn't ever be able to erase from my memory. Pure hatred and disgust spread through her amber irises. I didn't react. I couldn't. "The last thing Guardian needs," she whispered, narrowing her eyes at me, "is another one of your kind. How dare you be born in November?" This is so dumb. Part of the explanation for the Libran ceremony master's dislike of Scorpios is that Libras are, they hold the extra burden of monitoring the Scorpio code as mediators, and they also don't like the decisions they have to make for Scorpios who break the law. Despite that, we will never actually see this employed in the book. Every time the Scorpio code, like violations of the Scorpio code are mentioned, it's implied that the Scorpio government are the ones who take action and execute people. I mean, just as well, I would hate if there was this entire balancing thing that we would have to memorize for the entirety of this book. Like, you would need to study astrology in order to make sense of the interpersonal relationships. You know, Gemini hate Pisces, and Aquariuses hate, I don't know, Capricorns, whatever.
Did you just try to put an Aries heart in a Virgo's body? Those two are not compatible. Idiot.
Okay, the balancing ceremony, something I will be complaining about several more times throughout the book. There's a lot wrong with it conceptually and practically, but one idea that it introduces is the use of cloaks. Now, we've seen cloaks before, but this is where we see Reika and Avia get their cloaks. And they're given particular cloaks that are assigned to them based on their zodiac sign. Now, zodiacs all the signs get their own set of colors. Frankly, there are so many of them that I don't want to draw them on my whiteboard. I have a finite number of markers here. I can't get it all. So instead, here's the list. This is the best way that I can break it all down. And as you'll notice, there is a lot of overlap. There are multiple shades of blue, for example, that are shared between different signs. Again, if there is any sort of sense in how all of this is broken down, I couldn't tell you what it is. And Milo writes the book in such a way as if we're supposed to have all of this memorized. Now, there's something to be said about showing and not telling us, and I think Milo was trying to do that. And that would be good if it weren't for the fact that we get what seems to be a contradiction later on. Rika is given a red cloak, and this is supposed to signify that she is a Scorpio. But the problem is, later on, we see Scorpio officials who are wearing black cloaks. Why more than one color? Well, that's because Scorpio gets 3 different colors for some reason. I imagine all the signs in this book have options of all the different colors that they get. The problem is, this isn't explained to us. We're like, oh yeah, red, the Scorpio color. Oh yeah, black, the Scorpio color. As if we're supposed to have this memorized before we get into the book. It's like, I don't want to have to do research for this stuff where it all makes sense. Have the prose explain that in such a way that is both elegant and functional. And the other thing that's really obnoxious is that everyone, I hate this, but everyone has a little glyph that goes like on their collar of their cloak, and this is to identify them by their sign. As if, I just realized that I drew a Scorpio smiling. This is a death sentence. My poor guy is screwed over here. God, what was I saying? Oh, God damn it. Train of thought derailed again. Okay, right, I got it now. So, the problem is, the glyph is redundant functionally. Look, if colors are the identifying marker that people use in order to identify different signs, you don't need both the cloak and the glyph. This just feels like a lazy way to explain which sign a particular person is. Look, I can appreciate trying to include the colors because that's just the color scheme that is involved in astrology, but having both of these when you can have any half-assed Scorpio who can shapeshift stuff change either one of these, as we have seen done previously in the 2nd chapter. Now, this entire thing, I can appreciate the cloak color at the very least, because there's at least an interesting visual element attempt there. But in terms of the way that this plays out in the world, it doesn't make any sense to include this. Why would any Scorpio who has to go throughout life being downtrodden and oppressed by everybody, why the fuck would anyone walk around like this? This is like walking around with a sign that says, please punch me in the back of the head. Especially when so many Scorpios, including 2 that we have met thus far, are capable of shape-shifting stuff. Nobody in this world makes sense. Then everyone's dismissed. There is a feast they're allowed to attend. Avia and Reka meet with their parents. The cover story is that their father is just one of Reka's nameless mother's co-workers. His name is Rowan. Look, do you see how even the simple ideas are overly complicated and require more explanation than they really should get? Well, for some reason that I honestly can't remember and didn't write down, Reka has to stay in the hub for the night, and Chase escorts her to a place where they can stay the night, like some sort of it's called an exchange center. It's like a combination hotel / apartment complex / storage center. And that is chapter 3. These chapters are getting a little less convoluted and a little less exposition heavy. That will change in time. There's actually a significant lull for a few chapters where things get a little easier to understand, and then it builds up again, and then there's another long lull as they're going through a cavern system, and then, oh my god, the way that the narrative just collapses near the end of the book. But whatever. So chapter 4 opens up with a picture of Chase, and oh, he's a studly boy. And we see multiple leaves falling down, which doesn't fit in this scene because it's supposed to be winter right now. Those leaves are supposed to be dead and on the ground.
Damn it! Why aren't you dead, you
So Reka and Chase talk during the 20-minute walk or so from the ceremony location to the hub, and we get to see some of the very dry dialogue that the two of them share. This annoys me because dialogue is such a rich way to get character through in a story. And most of the dialogue that we get through this entire book is largely expository or like they're repeating information that we've already known before, or they're just stating the obvious. Like, we get a full explanation about how Reka, she investigates clearings and the outskirts of the Conviction Woods as part of her job, which is all fine and good, except we've already gotten that explanation in chapter 2. While this might be information that Chase is not privy to and therefore could use the information regarding, it is information that the reader already knows, so it largely becomes redundant for the sake of the audience. Now, an easy way around this is have them talk about something else. You, as the author, are in charge of where the conversation goes. You don't need to fall back on the "what's your sign" sort of conversation. But no, that line about what Reka does for a job is used to shoehorn in the idea of the arch that was introduced in the first chapter. And Reka gives a full explanation about it to Chase. So she tells Chase, a guy she barely knows and just met earlier this day, about an arch that, if she is correct, will shatter the understanding that they have about the history of the continent and the foundation of the world government. Reka either has to be incredibly stupid or incredibly inexperienced, or both, in order to actually do this. But she invites him along because it's a very tall arch and she needs somebody very tall to get up high and help etch what some of those higher runes are. Which is strange, because I can think of another solution.
Shall I describe it to you? Or would you like me to find you a box?
So Chase agrees to help out with the archway, and they make plans to meet up the next day and walk out along the main road to find the arch that's just off the path.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother me. It bothers me. It bothers me a lot.
So they make their way to the hub and they find the exchange center. But it's not just any exchange center. It is the Conviction Autarkic Exchange Center. So I guess it's like a currency exchange hub or something. Look, the only thing that we're really told about it is that it exists for communication purposes, but it just sounds like it would be more efficient if there was a central exchange center where everyone gets to participate. Why break it up like this? Because that requires multiple buildings doing exactly the same job. You are shockingly inefficient at this point. And strangely enough, the ceiling is decorated with a mural depicting the Battle of the War of Rebalancing, where the Convictionists and Autorians fought together. A war which, by the way, they lost. If this is not a really lazy way to wedge this information in, it feels like the central government twisting the knife a little bit, constantly reminding the Convictionists and Autorians about their failure. Color is also a very commonly used element in this world, and don't even try to keep all of this straight. I wrote a list down, I wrote several lists down, and I can't keep any of this straight. You see, every sign has their own color. In this case, we have blue, white, and silver for Cancer, Sagittarius, and Pisces, and then we have Conviction gets red, gold, and black. At the same time, there are weird combinations of these colors that other signs get to use. For example, when they approach the reception desk, one of the people that they meet is a Sagittarius, and he wears white and blue with fiery accents. Okay, but we've seen previously that white was supposed to be a Libran color, so why is it being used for a Sagittarius? And it's not like any of these colors really signify anything or just become plot relevant later on, like, oh my god, it was you, I knew I saw someone in a red cloak. No, it's an attempt at flavor text in order to create a cosmetic look for the world and the people in the world. And this is something that Winter comes in and out with every once in a while. It's a very sporadic sort of a thing. It never does anything beyond a surface level reading. Don't think about it, you'll hurt yourself. Reka and Chase approach the reception desk with the Sagittarius guy, and we learn that Scorpios aren't the only ones who have to stand the bullshit from other signs. Sagittarians were mocked, atypical to sea and civilization. Most of them lived on the seas off the southern coasts, enjoying the destruction of every possible thing in their path. Sometimes they'd wander on land where they weren't supposed to be. They lived on the seas off the southern coasts, enjoying the destruction of every possible thing in their path. What? Okay, so are Sagittariuses just supposed to be like sadistic? And if they enjoy the destruction of every possible thing in their path, what are they doing on the ocean, where there are long stretches of things that aren't really destructible in their path? Are they supposed to be pirates?
Captain!
Yeah?
Oh, fuck! No! Dude, we have so much shit! Holy fucking shit!
That'd be kind of cool if you had an entire realm that was just dedicated to piracy, but I don't think that's what Milo was going for here. Also, this guy is working at a booth in an exchange center and he's not supposed to be here? Who gave him this job? Although I am unintentionally amused by this line. What can I help you with? The Sagittarius asked, his brown eyes awake with attention. What? Okay. Oh, eyes awake with attention. What? I'm just picturing like bulging eyes because this guy just got off of a caffeine bender. So the Sagittarius guy explains that his name is Robin, and he's a little confused because it's kind of rare to see a Scorpio as a historian. This is despite the fact that earlier in chapter 2 on page 24 we get the line, every stellarium, regardless of the union or sign, was hungry for any information to reverse the curse on the woods. I mean, if that's the case, why wouldn't Scorpio employ people for exactly that purpose? Especially because, as we learn later in the book, Scorpio is the most populated sign. They would have more resources. Why wouldn't they employ people like this? But whatever. It turns out that Chase knows Robin, and Robin owes him a favor, so they get a place to crash for the night. So we get a scene break, and then we get one of the most awkward descriptions for "it was morning" that I've ever seen. The hub had transformed with the exchange of the moon for the sun. You know, it really doesn't help that Reika is staying at an exchange center because that just makes it sound like the moon and the sun are forms of currency. So Reika leaves the exchange center and goes to a fountain where she planned to meet with her sister. The two run into each other. There's a quick conversation between the two when we get a sudden interruption that grabs everyone's attention in the plaza. Before we could continue gossiping, a shout stole our conversation. Both of us whirled around. An older teenage boy burst out of a shop not too far from us. Two officials sprinted after him, one of them lurching forward and grabbing his arm. They threw him to the ground. I sensed the danger as soon as I spotted their unmistakable black attire. Avia instantly moved away from me to the other side of the fountain. The two officials hadn't looked in our direction yet, distracted by their target. The boy had a Scorpio glyph on his red cloak. My heart fell. The Scorpio's cloak was marked officially, given to him at his ceremony. He retaliated against the Stellarium's grasp, but both officials were tall, with broad upper bodies. They trapped him with ease, their firm grip solidifying on each of his arms. Another teenager ran out of the shop, dressed in Gemini uniform. Shouldn't be a Gemini uniform? He reached out to the Scorpio, who yelled as their fingertips brushed. The Gemini slipped underneath one of the official's arms and pressed his lips to the Scorpio's. One of the officials almost impulsively shoved him away before recognizing that they'd be in trouble if they hurt a societalist. They instead yanked the Scorpio from him. So we've got a lot going on here. We have a young gay couple who, one's a Scorpio, one's a Gemini, and they've just been discovered by the government, who has decided to stamp them out. Rather, stamp out the Scorpio, because that's the realm that they have jurisdiction over, I guess. Now, this is because Scorpios are not allowed to fall in love. And this is a very publicly known thing. It's the Scorpio code. It's the thing that the plot kind of depends on. And despite this, the Gemini kisses the Scorpio, which is like, I get that Winter is trying to introduce the idea that these two are in a relationship, but this is effectively signaling the death squad. There has to be a better way to present this idea. Now, one thing that I've seen discussed in regards to the scene is, what is the government's position on gay relationships? Do they have a problem with it? And the short answer I have for you is,
I don't know what's going on!
There doesn't seem to be anything else that really substantiates any sort of distrust or disdain for gay relationships. This is the only instance where we see anything even hinting at a disdain for gay relationships. And I think that the real point of this is to cement the idea that Scorpios are not allowed to be in relationships. So I don't think that this is intended as an anti-gay situation. It could be read as that, because we don't really see anything conclusively proving that the government has no problem with gay relationships. Just the elements in this book are so clumsily handled. There is no thought put into the surrounding context or ideas. So in the aftermath of the attack on the Scorpio boy, there's this pair of sentences that just bother me in the weirdest way. The Gemini's scream gurgled with horror when one of the officials lashed out at the Scorpio's chest. Avia ran to comfort his Gemini companion, fallen on the street. Now, I'm going to leave the selection up here just so you can see it. The way that this is written is terrible. Not just because the officials lashed out at the Scorpio's chest, whatever that means, because we don't have like any indication of like weapons or if this is a slap or a scratch or something. But more importantly, pay attention to the subject of both sentences. In the first sentence that I read, the Gemini is treated as the subject, and immediately following that, the Scorpio is the subject because Avia ran to comfort his Gemini companion. You generally want to keep your subjects consistent to make it easier to read, because swapping them like this in mid-sentence, there are ways to do that, but the way that this is executed is just so confusing because it's like, wait, who are you talking about? But that's not the weirdest thing about the situation. It turns out that the Scorpio actually knew Reka and thanked her for some reason. And it's made even more confusing because Reka doesn't know this guy. And we get confirmation that the Scorpio is probably going to be executed by the state. So Reka wakes up the next morning and she plans to meet Chase outside on the East Trail so they can travel to the archway together. But before that, we get a little bit of detail regarding some of the interior design of the hub, specifically like around the streets. You see, there's a particular sign that exists, and I couldn't explain why it's there. I distracted myself by observing a post in front of a Stellarium building. The board listed all 12 signs in order of power: Scorpio, Aries, Libra, Cancer, Gemini, Aquarius, Pisces, Virgo, Taurus, Leo, Capricorn, then Sagittarius. Scorpio and Aries had reigned their Arcturus status over Guardian for as long as I'd live. The Arcturus held the most power over introducing and influencing new laws, with their leader vote counting as 2 instead of 1. Now, this is the way that a lot of the paragraphs in this book are constructed. You have a lot of information which is at best tangentially related, all crammed into one, not really for the sake of detailing a small facet of the world or the characters or the whatever. Rather, it's just cramming as much world building into the story as possible. These elements don't really work together. Why do we have a post detailing the order of power that the signs have? How is such a thing even categorized? Now, when I first read this, I thought it was talking like magic power, but going back and considering everything with the ending in mind, I think it's supposed to be political power. But if that's the case, why have that posted at all? That's a very odd thing to do. And it's all a clumsy attempt to bring about the fact that the Arcturus, the leaders of Scorpio and Aries, get 2 votes instead of 1. A point that has nothing to do with a sign listing the power that the different signs hold. And in the following paragraph, we get one of those things that really shouldn't have to be said, but it's good that we get confirmation just because of how confusing everything else has been. But completely separated from the discussion of the government and the post listing out all of the zodiac signs in order of power, we get this. I curled my lip. The post was simply another reminder of how our identities were shaped through an energetic connection between birthday and magic as soon as we entered this world. It laid out our future within seconds, determining where we'd live and who we could love. With our sign came our power, certain types more common among different signs, determined by the magic of our parents and how common it was in our sign. And this is another in a long list of weird, confounded, possible contradictions within the world. On one hand, your sign is dictated by your date of birth. But on the other hand, your power is assigned to your sign and is a result of the magic of your parents. See, this is getting entirely too complicated at this point, because how are we supposed to understand how the magic works? You're giving us two different sources of where that magic stems from, and it makes no sense because we never see any examples of A plus B equals C. Magic came from the stars. That was what was introduced in the preamble, and there is a connection to birthdays. So why did genetics play a role? Especially because a lot of, the genetics angle does not make sense in any capacity because all magic stem from the three archetypes. And I don't understand how some magics came from any of those. You had spirit walking, you had healing, you had zodiac turning, which is its own mess we'll get to later on. How does any of that make somebody a fire mage or a water mage or a dream seeker, like entering people's dreams? How does it allow you to imbue something with a curse or an enchantment? There seems to be a really confused idea in how the magic works, and it's uncomfortably wedged between competing theistic and atheistic ideas. The power originally comes from the gods or the stars or the however you want to identify them, until they're no longer necessary, in which case they come from your parents. And this is made even more confusing because there is a degree of religion in this world. People do talk about the stars and the gods every once in a while, but it's like really muted. We never see anyone actually praying. We never see any of the gods listed, with the exception of the sun god, but that's the only way the sun god is identified as. It's like no proper name or anything. I think there's a moon god, and I'm struggling to remember that. It seems that deism is probably the better explanation, the thing where gods are present but they don't really interact with humanity at all. But I cannot say for certain that's what Milo was going for. Probably wasn't. Look, when you overcomplicate the situation, when you overcomplicate a magic system like this, it makes it that much harder for the reader to be able to understand how to anticipate solutions that the magic is involved in. Take My Hero Academia, for example. At that point, there is kind of a weird star baby that at the very start of this series where all powers, magic abilities, whatever, originate from, but after that, it's all genetics. You had a weird Deus Ex Machina start, but the show takes effort to explain that powers are often a result of a genetic lottery between what your parents had. Shoto is a great example of this, where his father was attempting to create an incredible fighter between very strong ice powers and very strong fire powers. The fact that Shoto has multiple siblings with lesser effects, abilities, strengths, and balances in this way is pretty solid determination that genetics and randomness, as genetics do have an effect to play on the magic system. But the concept feels that much more simple, and we see examples of that multiple times throughout the show. As such, it's that much easier to follow and that much easier to understand how everything works mechanically. I don't think there's anyone who can explain how any of the magic in this is supposed to work mechanically. And we're not done discussing the magic. It gets much more confusing. And one last thing I'll say regarding the signpost with the political whatevers and the magic. Yes, this is all contained on one fucking page. Is that there is an art to playing with your exposition. This is all telling us stuff. And Reika is in the loosest possible definition, interacting with it. She's standing by, witnessing the sign, and then thinking about the magic system. Which, at that point, that's just full on telling us. Just splaying the information out there without any lead up feels clunky. Don't tell me that an evil prince rules from his castle, show me whipping a guy from his carriage. Don't try to break down a complicated magic system in one sitting, show it piecemeal throughout however long it takes you. A lot of the reason why the Age of Scorpius has the low rating that it does is because of clunky scenes like this and the fact that no one can make sense of how any of this is supposed to work. So anyway, Reika meets up with Chase and they start walking down the East Trail towards the Arch and they start talking. Chase reveals that his father is a Scorpio, and this is unusual because the Scorpio code forbids him from residing with Chase, so Chase shouldn't really understand what a Scorpio was like when they're not abiding by the code. And Chase just says it's complicated, more on that later. And then we get a bit more information about one of the most confusing aspects of this book, the Scorpio code itself. Now, I've already said what the code actually is. Scorpios are not allowed to show emotion, fall in love, or have friends. But whatever, that's used to get a conversation about the Scorpio code going, and the Scorpio code is perhaps the most confusing aspect of this book. Chase asks Reika what her honest thoughts on the Scorpio code are, and she says, "The code enforces Scorpio's place of power. It is a holy law, initially enacted during the War of the Rebalancing to obey the will of the gods. If that reason remains true today, I do not see it observed." And then Reika explains that she's begun to doubt the legitimacy of the code's establishment. Now, what led her to that conclusion? So, the mention of holy law and obeying the will of the gods, this is one of the elements where there is a degree of theism in the book, but it's never really... It's weird. It's both important because it's a foundational element and it's the justification for the enforcement of the law, but at the same time, it's the only aspect we ever see the gods mentioned. I'm really curious to see a larger aspect of how the gods are supposed to be perceived. Like, what do they discuss in church? And that is why God doesn't want Scorpios to have any friends. Any questions? Yes.
Yeah, can I smoke pot during an orgy while ignoring the Sabbath?
Oh, God doesn't give a shit about that. You do what you want. So, we actually get a number here. Reika and Chase are able to make it down the East Trail and they find the Arch, and it's apparently just visible from the East Trail. And Reika explains that this is only 7 miles from the hub. In fact, she says it twice on one page. To put that in perspective for my American audience, that would be like if we found a history redefining letter from George Washington breaking down how we were actually supposed to structure the government, and that letter was discovered inside the DC Beltway. So they get to the archway and Reika pulls out some thin paper and some charcoal so they can do some etch rubbings on the runes themselves. Makes it a little faster than trying to, scribble them down. And as Chase sets the paper down and hands it over, he notices something weird about them. Some of these runes, I saw them yesterday on the 6th floor of the Exchange Center. I was sent up there to retrieve a weapon for the Ares Arctura. So you've got a history-defining archway that has never been destroyed and directly challenges the power of the central government. And the same runes are on the 6th floor of the Exchange Center that you spent the night in, where you just happened to notice them as you were dawdling about. There will be an attempt at an explanation here in a little bit, but the levels of contrivance here are so far off the scale, made even worse by the fact that the particular room that these history-defining runes exist in is classified. And then it gets dumber again. Did you think we were going to slow down? Reika, can you read this Drixal? I cannot. I can. I didn't try to read it yesterday in the Exchange Center, but now that I look at it, I froze. Are you speaking the truth? Yeah, I can't read the Rurian, but I can definitely understand the Drixal he said casually. Okay, so he can speak another language. Considering that each of the 4 unions have their own languages, that's not a huge deal, with one exception. That's not Drixal that he sees on the walls, or on the runes. That's ancient Drixal, which is different enough that no one can read it, and apparently there are no translation guides to ancient Drixal. Not only is this the first time that we've understood that ancient Drixal is even a concept, the situation is made worse by Chase's mysterious ability to understand it. That's the thing. To my knowledge, I don't speak or read ancient Drixal. He took the paper from my hands when I couldn't reach any higher to trace the runic for me. I can barely speak modern Drixal. Now, there's room for enough of a difference here that, like, I don't care about Drixal and ancient Drixal. Old English is, like, depending upon your sources, is distinct enough from modern English that a good number of people would have a lot of difficulty in trying to understand A from B. Now, that being said, there is an explanation that is given to why Chase can understand ancient Drixal. It's very, very stupid and very, very convoluted. In fact, there is no reason for it, narratively speaking, unless this was supposed to lead to something grandiose much later in the series. Milo spent so much time developing the world of Guardian that he never bothered to actually try to break down the logic of Guardian. Why do all of these elements exist? Why? God, I'm getting ahead of myself because the explanation for this is so dumb. Anyway, since he can read them, Chase decides to try to translate what the runes on the archway say. Looks like some kind of incantation. He paused again at the top of the arch on an enlarged brick with a unique rune separated from the repetition of the others. Restore and revive. By the balance of the blood, call upon the cause of the Calexis. When he removed the paper to touch the stone, a faint gold shimmer rippled over the symbol. So, okay, weird, ominous phrase thing, which has a degree of magic that happens as a result. And so, Reika does something that Milo should have done a while ago and gave us some foundational text regarding the legendary Calexis. Legend said the Calexis, a mythical sword of immortality, cursed anyone it touched with immortality. Big shocker there. It belonged to a tale taught in early education meant to demonstrate the necessity of magical balance. Matthias Merrick, a man sent by the god of the sun, saved Guardian by transferring the all-too-powerful magic of immortality into the Calexis. When Matthias' son, Silas, fell into temptation and touched the tip of the sword, the gods cursed him to suffer through a lonely, infinite life, a punishment for ignoring holy orders and neglecting magical balance. There is a whole thing about this sword and the history that just got broken down. I'm going to complain about that shortly, but this is basic education in this world. An old parable about how some guy sealed magic that was gifted to humanity in the first place until the gods looked at that and said, "Are bad, yoink." So I'm going to have a lot to discuss regarding the Calexis and this entire backstory. It's so confusing because I thought the magic was a gift from the gods to humanity, which is why they woke it up in humanity in the first place. Or did immortality just develop in humanity on its own because of evolution, and when a mommy and a daddy are both magically imbued and love each other very much? At the end of all of this, Reika reveals that they're actually trespassing on Isidian territory, technically, so it's probably best that they leave. But not before she realizes a particular smell as a result of the magic that Chase accidentally summoned. The air smelled of a particular combination of metallic blood and the sweet pine sap from the trees deeper in the woods. A mimic of an article I'd read, the smell of a golden healing magic saving a convictionist 300 years ago, hauntingly similar to the look and smell of Libran healing. Gee! I wonder what this could lead to! I don't suppose the Libra that just magically read a dead language and then produced a magical smell that apparently smells like Libra healing. There can't be any connection there, can there? This is actually really painful to my neck. But I don't like things like this for two reasons. One, trying to associate a smell to magic like this can work. I've said good things about Aeon and Iona, because that was a prevalent thing in the magic there that certain characters were associated with. I do find it weird that magic itself has a smell, not to the point where I've got a problem with it, but the fact that almost no other aspect of the story gets smell played with. Like, we see multiple different types of magic, and almost never is smell actually a factor, so why is it a factor here? And also, this is a really clumsy way to try to foreshadow that Chase is actually a Libran healer. Yeah, I'll say it, he is. Not that that's a shocker, every single one of you saw that coming. This is just so clumsily handled. Look, if you want to foreshadow something like that, you gotta be a lot more subtle. And you've gotta have a magic system that actually makes sense, but that's a separate point. And that is chapter 5. Can you believe how slow this is? I'm on page 64 now. But the next chapter, chapter 6, oh, that's when a lot of things really stop making sense. Okay, chapter 6. So if there is a single point at which the narrative and the plot start to combust, this is it. This is where we get the real inciting incident of the story, which, okay, fine. Like, we're 64 pages in. That's actually not bad in terms of, like, placement. That would be enough time for most authors to be able to really establish the world and the characters and then just kickstart an adventure for everyone to go on. But that, of course, requires that everything makes sense and that the magic system is impressively confusing and that the characters be, definable. Unfortunately, in that inciting incident, we also get the start of one of the most confounding elements of the book. Because it's not just the inciting incident, it's also the context surrounding it and everything that leads up to it that just doesn't work, but we will get there shortly. So Rekka and Chase get back to the exchange center, and Chase gets a special key from Robin, the Sagittarius manning the front desk. Now keep in mind, they're going to a classified floor. That means that there are certain protections and certain security steps that need to be taken in order to gain access in the first place. Now in real life, an equivalent to this would require something like background checks, perhaps being escorted by a known member of the government or whatever, some sort of a security staff. But apparently in this world, classified access can be gained as easily as saying, "My boss needs me to grab a thing." So Rekka and Chase go up to the classified floor, step into the hallway, and you remember how Chase said that there were the runes from the archway that were just sketched onto the walls? Well, apparently they're not just like in one spot or something. They're etched sporadically across the walls. We're talking about runes that, according to Rekka's earlier comment, are comprised of Rurik and Drixsal in a combination that is never really seen. And yet, that combination now exists inside of this particular hallway. And it's not that these are just random other runes that just say something else. It's not like someone's grocery list. We actually get confirmation that there was a connection between the Ancient Arch and the Conviction Autarkic Exchange Center. And remember, these runes, among other things on the archway, made mention of the Calexis, which the government would understand is a direct threat to their claim of power. And I refuse to believe that the Stellarium is so incompetent that they would not keep any translation guides around just in case. So there's no reason to believe that they wouldn't be able to translate these runes and figure out that something is up. Now, we do get an explanation. We can assume an explanation for why these runes are here, but it doesn't work in universe. And our two heroes start looking around to see if there's anything that they can really discern from any of these runes, but before they can get too far, the door to the hallway behind them opens up, and a guard steps out. And this particular guard is with the Scorpio Stellarium, as identified by the "why do you have that in the first place" emblem on his cloak. And this gives us the first real fight scene of the book. I don't count what happens in the first chapter as a fight scene. This is what happens when Milo actually attempts to give us a good rousing back and forth between, hero and villain. Within the flash of a moment, we are not off to a good start. Within the flash of a moment, the man behind Chase sprinted forward, his knife in hand as he dove toward me. I tore my dagger out of my pocket and ducked away from him. Swinging a longsword in a dark hallway would have been a terrible idea. A burst of magic flew past my head. It slammed into the wall where I previously stood and exploded into a flurry of screaming light particles. A lantern floating on a string above flickered out with a puff of smoke. I didn't get a second to recover as another ball of light flew toward me while the man with the knife readied himself again. Chase moved behind him and, without hesitation, he wrapped his elbow around the older man's throat. With ease, he threw the official to the ground. The mage met my eyes as another shot of magic grew in his hands. So, this is all over the place. First off, probably not a great idea that Reika stores daggers in her pocket, but more importantly, from a sentence-by-sentence breakdown, you get a very disjointed fight scene. If you read again, you'll see that each sentence does not carry into the next. We don't get continuous motion. It's like hard cut, hard cut, hard cut. This fight scene is so disjointed. These are like really erratic cuts in a movie. Now, because of the way that these paragraphs are constructed, your attention is being pulled all over the place. You don't really know where you're supposed to focus. Even in a movie where you've got a lot of really rapid cuts and a really large-scale climactic fight scene, you're still going to have a degree of follow-through when it comes to following a particular hero or villain as they're making preparations or carrying through an attack or readying a defense or whatever. We're getting individual moments with each of these characters before jumping to another individual moment with another character. And when viewed as a whole, we understand what's happening, but side by side, these sentences don't assist each other. We don't have the follow-through that's necessary. Now, what Milo should have done is focus on one small aspect and then breathe a little more life into that and construct an entire paragraph around that concept. Maybe Reika could start off being like really hesitant, drawing a knife for defense, long swords in a hallway seemed like a bad idea, and then she could take a second to consider her options. Maybe we can get another paragraph as she sees how Chase is fighting with the first knife-wielding guy. And maybe if there was a little more structure to all of this, we wouldn't have a second attacker show up out of nowhere with no introduction. I'm not skipping anything before this fight scene. This is actually how he's introduced. And most of the fight scenes that we get through the rest of the book follow through with the same problems in their construction. Fight scenes are all over the place and our attention is being forced left, right, and center. Now, as she's gathering her bearings, Reika asks a very strange question: what did I do wrong? I mean, the obvious answer is that you're trespassing in a classified section of the building, but this also doesn't work because everything that we've gotten prior to this regarding the Arch and the information from the Arch suggests that this is some sort of a foundation-shattering secret. So of course some people are going to want to keep that secret. But the real reason why we get this question has nothing to do with Reika's position as a character. Instead, this is Milo raising the question to say, look at how unusual this situation is. Unusual in a world where you can be executed for having a makeout session with your boyfriend. This is being used to show that there is a malevolent force in the world. And while I can appreciate the attempt to show something like that, I feel like there are many better ways to actually show that instead of having the character pause for a second and ask a question that does not make any sense in context. And then the fight scene continues, and it's just so jarring that you've got to stop and really think about where everyone is supposed to be standing in this hallway for the fight scene to make sense. And at one point, Reika gets knocked over, and then she notices the rune that was at the top of the arch, you know, the particular one that told about the Calexis. She sees that on the ground, I guess like along the baseboard or something of the wall, and touches it, and it lights up. It glows red, and it smells like pine and acrid fresh blood. This is some of the only time that we actually get smell associated with magic, so it just feels really weird that this is specialized in this way. So she pushes the rune into the wall, it turns into a glimmering red portal. She rolls into it despite, I think, one of the attackers still had a hand on her leg, but whatever. The other attacker throws a knife into her thigh. She rolls with that in her thigh, so smart. But she's able to disappear behind the wall. And then Chase disappears into it right after her. And for some reason, the attackers can't do the same. There is an implied reason that's suggested in like 300 more pages, but whatever for now. Reika and Chase are now safely inside what looks like a storage room. There's desks and bookshelves and all sorts of papers and documents all over the place. Well, with their job failed, the two guards step back and say that they need to notify Arctura Verena. Now, Arctura Verena, as we later discover, is the head of the Scorpio Stellarium and is pretty much the most powerful person in the government. So now, with this new discovery of the whatever room, Reika and Chase are very much going to be wanted. And that by itself is already a big problem, made worse by the fact that Reika still has a knife in her leg and is currently bleeding out. Now the room is dark, so they can't really see too much. Reika asks for a torch, and Chase says, the room could be trapped, I got this. And then this happens. A drop of light fell from his hands and splattered to the ground. A single particle burst across the room in a blinding explosion of light, torches flaring to life and restoring what was previously an abandoned room. The activated magic sought my knife wound as the aura crawled up my leg. With a warm buzz, the knife clattered to the stone floor, the wound disappeared, and the room was alive. I'd never seen nor felt anything like it, but I'd certainly read about Libran healers. So he's got a type of magic that simultaneously sets torches ablaze and cures knife wounds. I mean, maybe you could make an argument that it's like a cauterizing spell or something, but that's not what it is. Again, you've already figured it out. He's a Libran healer. A fact that he tries desperately to deny. I stood up quickly to move away from the blood on the floor. He had no idea I'd seen my wound heal, and if he knew, he'd try to cover it up with another lie. Okay, you know when you're in a situation where you try to lie, but the lie is so stupid and is surrounded by so much evidence that lying is pointless?
It was you.
Let's consider this. Reika had a knife in her leg. Now she doesn't. There's a whole bunch of blood on the floor. There is a sound of the knife clattering to the floor. And all of the torches are lit. And this is after, during the balance ceremony, Chase declared himself a dream seeker. Now, maybe it's supposed to be that that's just his main power and he can do a whole bunch of minor spells or something surrounding that. No, that's, from everything that I can gather in this book, that is not how magic works. Or maybe it is. Fuck, I don't... I'm not even going to try to make sense of the magic in this world. It's so bad. So they take a look around and try to figure out where they are. Considering the secrecy of the room and the fact that there seem to be a lot of important documents, Reika makes the conclusion that they're in an archive. And Chase confirms that the people who attacked them were Scorpio officials, and they must have been guarding it because 2 officials guard each archive, so they must be in the Scorpio archive. Which raises so many questions at this point. The guards were doing a terrible job guarding the archive? Why weren't they in closer proximity? Or why don't they take better stock of the keys that grant access to the classified section of this floor? Why is the archive here at all in an exchange center? Sure, maybe they're trying to replicate like CIA black sites that can just be hidden all over, or safe rooms, you know, nondescript, out-of-the-way apartments. But if that's the case, you think you'd have to have a lot better care to ensuring the secrecy of the archive, especially when you consider what is actually inside the archive. We couldn't have been luckier. The archives contained critical or sensitive documents that the sign leaders designated to secure. Of each of the 12 archives hidden throughout Guardian, we happened across my archive. In other words, paradise. So it already feels like a contrivance that they're here at all. It's not. They're being guided a little bit, so I can grant a degree of leeway, but not too much. I do find it interesting, though, that the key to accessing the archives was the same rune that told about the Calexis in the archway that shouldn't exist. Now, I don't know if that's just like a special incantation that was made for this one example, if this is not like the main entrance, if they found a secret back door or something. That doesn't seem to be the case, but whatever. So these two just happened to lock into the magical equivalent of the FBI's sub-basement. There is a brief bit of conversation where Chase scolds Reika for being overly formal in how she talks, and Reika says, she'd almost forgotten Libra's skill in reading a room. If anyone could read me like a book, it'd be a Libra who regularly interacted with a Scorpio. Chase's father being the Scorpio in this example. Like, I don't know if that's actually a thing that Libras could do. I just wanted to put it out there in case someone understood the stuff better than I did. So because they're in a super secret archive and they're probably going to be marked for death for all of this, they figure, hey, let's look around and see if there's anything fun that we can find. And they do find something. A particular letter of great importance. Now, do you remember the story earlier about Matthias Merrick and how he sealed immortality in a sword because the gods ordered him to, and then his son went traitor and tried to steal the power back for himself? Well, to the Artorian Stellarium. I am writing to document the unpreventable injustice internally occurring within the Conviction Stellarium. We are experiencing a violation of human rights through the weaponization of religion. The gods will not be pleased. Blaine has fabricated and enacted a law underneath the title of the Scorpio Code. The Scorpio Code contains 3 tenets: never show emotion, never befriend, and never fall in love. Blaine claims to have located the scripture concealed within the Scorpio archive. His status as an adjunct to the Scorpio Stellarium allows him to establish validity in the discovery of this holy oath. Following Blaine's attribution of the lack of the code to the imbalance of zodiac turners, the majority of Scorpio's population has accepted the code. This law strips the right of choice from the Scorpio individuals and thus encourages them to join the Stellarium. Despite losing the war, the Scorpio Stellarium will maintain their governmental influence and dictation of the economy. Furthermore, I regret to inform you that Blaine inflicted himself with the blade of the Calexis. I predict he will manipulate the truth of the Calexis and its existence to preserve his power for an undeterminable amount of time. I have since regained possession of the Calexis, and it has been returned to the Nyx Mountains to prevent further damage to Guardian's magic system. Sincerely, Silas Merrick. Okay, that was a lot, and I'm sorry about that, but try reading that without somebody standing by to explain everything to you. There is a small mountain of problems with this scroll here. First off is introduction. We as readers have not been given enough foundation to really appreciate what any of this is supposed to mean. We barely have an idea outside of a surface level reading of what the Calexis is supposed to be, as well as its importance in history. And this scroll just throws a whole bunch of other stuff into the mix that just muddies everything else about this book beyond comprehension. Like, I finished the book, I know where most of this is going, and I barely understand it. First off, and probably most importantly, the originator of the Scorpio Code himself. Who the fuck is Blaine?
Blind! Blind! Blind!
The way this reads, it's like we're supposed to understand who Blaine is already, but this is the first time Blaine ever gets mentioned. See, again, this is Milo giving us a payoff before the Foundation. We don't know who this guy is, so this doesn't read as some sort of a revelation. This reads as confusing. And Blaine has inflicted himself with the blade of the Calexis. Okay, so what was the point of sealing immortality into a sword in the first place if everyone's just going to be pricking themselves on it anyway? Okay, so we've got Silas and Blaine who have supposedly inflicted themselves with immortality after the sword had already been imbued with immortality. This Matthias guy, this chosen one of the gods, was bad at his job. Also, if this sword is really as dangerous as this letter implies, do you want to leave any sort of breadcrumbs to finding it again? I mean, sure, they're trying to prevent further damage to Guardian's magic system, which is great, because I already don't understand what's going on. More complications are not going to make for a good time. And this last point, I am really confused by this, but okay, a little bit of history lesson for you. Okay, the Warrow rebalancing, one of the most significant events in the history of Guardian and one of the most empirically moronic. Okay, I'm just going to step aside for a second so you can see how complicated this is, but this is everything you need to understand for the War of Rebalancing to really make sense with everything else tied in with it. This is not just the War of Rebalancing. That's the details there are really just over on this side, and we're going to be going more into detail with that later on. But in order to understand that, you also need to understand this, the history of the Calexis sword and Matthias Merrick. Or as I'm going to be referring to him, history's greatest fuck up. This guy is so bad at his job. Now, when you are writing about a war, be it a history piece or a fantasy story or sci-fi or anything, one of the most important things you need to consider is why are they fighting? Now, keep in mind, this is also a war with a hidden history in it, so that means that there are two levels you've got to consider the war on. The first one is going to be your basic history lesson. What are people taught? What is a general understanding of the causes and the effects and the everything aftermath of the war? The other is, what's the actual history? What is the hidden truth? Milo didn't really consider either one of these when constructing the War of Rebalancing. For example, as far as what the average citizen is taught why they were fighting, I don't really know. Again, you'd think it'd be smart to have a foundation of this stuff so that we could understand it, so that when we get the reveal of this is what really happened later on, we'd be able to appreciate it better. But no, what we get is pretty much this, and I'm pulling information from much later in the book. But someone's got to try to make this make sense to all of you, and I am dealing with a totality instead of what is just revealed in this particular scene. So, War of Rebalancing. We had Sockass versus Otcon. Societal and Assiduous were fighting Autarkic and Conviction. Conviction. Yes, it was a war over air fryers to make sure that everyone could actually get their chicken cooked properly. I am not caffeinated enough for this. Actually, I'm just going to draw a little line here so you can see where the histories are broken down. So this is the war stuff. We'll get to that in a second. Anyway, I do find it kind of amusing that it is Societal and Assiduous versus Autarkic and Conviction. God damn it, I did it again! Conviction! Because that means we are watching a war between the North and the South. And our protagonists are from the South. No, but allusions to the Civil War aside, I don't think that that's anywhere what Milo was attempting. I just think that it's an amusing coincidence. What this war really came down to was, and I'm drastically oversimplifying information for now, it was Gemini versus Scorpio. You see, there was a border war at some point for some stupid reason where a bunch of Scorpio zodiac turners were killed alongside a bunch of Gemini border guards. And that somehow exploded into a continent-spanning war. Now, one thing that I want to know that is never explained or even considered in the book is why did this explode from two signs being mildly pissed off over a small border dispute to everyone's trying to kill each other in these particular alliances? Why did Societal and Assiduous team up at all? Why did Autarkic and Conviction I am gonna keep fucking doing that. Oh my god! I'm calling them the conmen. The conmen, okay? We're done. Why did the autarkics side with the con men? I guess that there could be some sort of an alliance that they could have had that we never actually see detailed or explained. Like, that's kind of important stuff. Why are these people fighting alongside others and against others? To draw from real world history, World War I, to understand why that got to the way that it was, really came down to military treaties. Britain, France, and Russia had alliances that basically said, hey, if you get attacked, we'll back you up. And Italy, Hungary, and Germany had alliances saying the same thing. So when a Serbian, Gavrilo Princip, attacked Archduke Ferdinand and murdered him, that led to a whole bunch of stuff. And to properly understand the lead up to World War I, you've got to understand all of this stuff as well. So there's decades of stuff building up to this point. But because those alliances were in place, sides were picked pretty quickly. And I fully admit I am drastically oversimplifying the actual history of all that, but this is a book review, not a history lesson. The reason I bring that up is because we understand why those alliances were in place. We understand why France, Russia, and Britain were on one side and why Germany, Italy, and Austria-Hungary were on the other. Not so much all of this. This is incomplete. But anyway, what ended up happening is Societal and Assiduous ended up getting declared the winners. And part of that is because the Scorpio Code was introduced. It was deemed holy law, and Scorpio agreed to it, and everyone just stopped fighting, I guess. So ultimately it means that Gemini squashed Scorpio, and that is a guy with two heads. If you see anything else, that's on you. Now, here's where this gets weird. For some reason, even though Scorpio lost, they were allowed to maintain a position in the government that had them controlling the economy, which is weird because typically what happens in a large-scale battle like that is reparations. Typically, when one side loses, they have to pay reparations to the winner. And yet, not only did Scorpio not seem to pay reparations, I mean, they didn't seem to do anything to actually repair any damage or make up for any loss of life or anything like that. They seemed to actually do really well for themselves. And it's this particular line here that bothers me. Despite losing the war, the Scorpio Stellarium will maintain their governmental influence. Now, and my question there is why? I mean, you think you'd want to do something to disarm them in order to offset the possibility of revenge or something. Tensions are typically still pretty high after a war, even after surrender. I mean, the Civil War. Abraham Lincoln was assassinated. War was over, but that didn't matter to John Wilkes Booth. In fact, allowing Scorpio to maintain their degree of power, especially after they get done, because they get really demonized later on. I don't understand what the hell is going on in universe, because there was a grand campaign to smear Scorpio as much as possible, and for some reason they could still maintain a degree of control in the government. For comparison, that would be like if after the American Civil War, Abraham Lincoln said, you know what, Confederacy? I like the cut of your jib. You guys don't need to dissolve after all. In fact, why don't you come over and take over our side of the government? That'd be neat. God, this is stupid. On top of all of that, you have the history of Matthias Merrick. And we get two different stories. We actually get three different stories for all of this. This is just the first two. The third one is much more complicated. So on page 64, we get this story. We'll go over that in a second. And on page 63, we get the scroll, which gives us all of this stuff. So to break this down, one day the sun god was sad because there was a lack of magical balance. That's why he's lopsided like that. So the sun god went to Matthias Merrick, who's dressed in a dunce cap for a very good reason. You see, the problem was, for some reason, immortality was a thing. I guess the gods imbued that into the world somehow and then regretted it or whatever. I don't know how it formed. Whatever for now, but the sun god didn't like that there was immortality because it caused magical imbalance. What does magical imbalance look like? Fuck if I know. So Matthias was charged with getting rid of immortality, and he decided to do that by putting it inside of a sword that was called the Calexis. Ooh, ah, so very shiny. This made the sun god happy, and his face was on straight now, so balance is restored. Here's the problem. Matthias Merrick is a mouth-breathing moron. See, because for whatever reason, he has a sword that can grant immortality, and that's kind of important. That would be like a step above controlling the nuclear football. And what does this guy do? I don't know, but I guess he was doing his favorite hobby of blowing spit bubbles and just allowed his son Silas to somehow steal it and run away. This upset the sun god, who decided to curse Silas with immortality, the very thing he stole. Which is like, okay, what else was he going to do with that? I mean, I guess he could like sell immortality to people for a lot of money. Yeah, it's giving $1 million and I'll poke you once with this sword, then you'll never be able to die. God, that's a wonderful scam to play, actually. So, Silas was cursed with immortality, and I guess his punishment was outliving all of his buddies. He's got a little teardrop because he's very sad. But this is actually both a myth and a lie. That's not a redundancy, by the way. You see, it's a myth because no one believes this story. This story is specifically detailed as a myth. I'm assuming it's supposed to be like Aesop's fable where, you know, it didn't really happen, but it teaches us a lesson about something, magical balance or whatever the fuck. And none of these people are actually real and never actually happened. Okay, fine. Except all of this is also a lie, because this myth is actually a rewrite of history. For you see, all of this was orchestrated by that asshole Blaine. Blind! Now, it is true, the sun god was pissed off because of the existence of immortality, whatever. So Matthias was charged with sealing it. He did that, and then stuff was happy for a little bit. And then there's a bunch of backstory stuff that we're going to get to later. This is going to expand into something so ridiculous. But what you need to know for now is Blaine happened, and he claims that he found it, but he actually wrote something called the Scorpio Code, which basically says, hey, if you're a Scorpio, fuck you. You've got to live under these stupid rules for some reason. Because it's holy law. God wants you to be sad. And the Scorpios go along with it, and at some point, while Matthias is distracted and he's indulging in his favorite hobby, blowing spit bubbles again, Blaine steals the sword. And when you get an all-powerful sword that can grant immortality by poking it, what are you going to do? You're going to poke yourself. There it is. And so Blaine stabbed himself and was granted immortality. Whatever. But I guess there's something about being in the presence of the Colexis that just makes blowing spit bubbles so very interesting. So that's exactly what Blaine was doing one day when Silas comes in and steals the sword back. Why didn't Matthias do that? Isn't that his job? I don't know. And Silas took the sword to the Nyx Mountains where it was hidden away for safety so that no one else could be inflicted with the Colexis. I mean, yeah, he inflicted himself, but that's for reasons. He had to.
That works.
And you may think that Silas was standing by, an ever-vigilant watcher to make sure that Colexis never fell into the wrong hands again. And oh my God, are you wrong? Silas is not as stupid as his father, but he is a disappointment. Two events and a myth that are held together with the flimsiest of threads, and this isn't even the complete picture. Now, we're going to come back to all of this later on, and you get to see the full picture of everything behind it. In fact, go ahead and try to find, try to guess at the explanation. What is the backstory? What is the actual reason for the war and for all of this infighting between that asshole Blaine, Silas, Matthias, all that? Why do they hate each other? I'll give you a hint. Don't think too hard about it. So they've got the scroll that supposedly details how the Scorpio Code is built on a lie. We're being invaded. So they've got the scroll, and there's also a letter that was left behind for both Reka and Chase. Their names are on it, and it is a translation guide to ancient Rurian numbers, and someone signed it with "You're welcome." So with the scroll in hand and a sense of purpose, Reika thinks that she actually has a real chance to fend off against the corrupt government and the Scorpio Code. For you see, they're probably looking at death sentences for simply breaking into the archives. But if they recover the Calexis, then maybe they have a chance. The Calexis, I said, is our only way of escaping death. The Stellarium can't say we faked this letter if we hold the sword mentioned in it. Proving the existence of the Calexis exposes the code as a lie. Yeah, okay, except there are many, many problems with this assumption. First off, and I say this as someone who has finished the book, is there anyone out there who has read this who can explain this? Yeah, well, if the code is a lie, so is the Scorpio Stellarium's power. Okay, I don't understand this at all. The Scorpio Code oppresses the individuals within the Scorpio zodiac sign. In what way does that grant them power? Look, the way that the government's been built up, from what I can gather, the Scorpio Code is not a significant element of power for anybody. It's an arbitrary rule that seems more punitive than anything else against the Scorpio people. God, calling them Scorpio people feels weird. But whatever. Here's another problem. The scroll probably can't be corroborated. Look, this is a problem that historians have to deal with all the time. The notion of how do we know this event in history is true? And the best that we've got, generally speaking, is the use of primary sources. And even though we've got Silas Merrick as a primary source, there is another very fundamental problem with how he and the entire story of the Calexis is perceived. We were taught immortality wasn't any more than a children's tale. So, okay, your proof that this scroll is real is a sword that nobody believes really exists. And let's not overlook the fact that anyone can make a sword that looks like the legendary Calexis. We have all sorts of replica weapons out there. How then do you prove that the Calexis is the real Calexis? Obviously, the only way to do that is to stab somebody with it, I guess, to imbue them with immortality, and then try to murder them. Let's see how well that goes over. I imagine a number of people are going to be upset. But even if you prove that the Calexis is real, and the immortality inside of it is real, and you can spread immortality, as disastrous as an idea as that is, assuming all of that, none of that proves anything in the scroll, because the code is a separate element within the story. One does not prove the other. And yet, that is the logic that Reika and the rest of her party will try going forward and desperately hang on to as if any of this is supposed to make sense. Now, the other problem that I've got is that this feels a little too rushed. I know I said earlier that this is the right time for the inciting incident, but when you consider the scale of the operation, it's a bit much. Take any of the Final Fantasy games, for example, or the Tales of games. Those games start off on a not necessarily minor scale, but small-ish enough. Final Fantasy VII, it starts off, you're sabotaging a power plant. Final Fantasy IX, you're trying to capture a princess. Final Fantasy VIII, you're wasting your time. And you go along learning about the world and these characters as things get slightly worse and slightly worse and slightly worse, and the stakes grow and grow and grow. I mean, Final Fantasy VII, I think you're like a third of the way through the game, thereabouts, when you start to get an idea of we need to save the world. Final Fantasy IX, you're almost halfway through the game when you get to that point. This right here, with the scroll, this is we've got to fight the evil government and stop the Scorpio Code. This feels much more grandiose than where we should be considering everything else in the plot. So, they've got a mission. Now they just need to leave the building, get out of the city, get back to the archway and use that translation guide, because maybe that'll give them some clue as to where to go next. But there is a significant problem. The Stellarium has eyes and ears everywhere. Yeah, it's the Stellarium we're talking about. They obviously know more about us than we know about ourselves. So it's already stupid enough that the guards aren't waiting for them outside of the archives in order to capture them for very obvious reasons. But then again, if they were standing there, then the story wouldn't be able to happen. But they've got rooms assigned to them inside of the cultural exchange. But if they go back to that, they'll just get captured, right? So what they're going to do is they're going to go find Robin and demand a different room in the same building, mind you. So you need to get away from this place, and quickly, because otherwise government agents are going to swarm everything in order to find you, capture you, and execute you, possibly on the spot. And your plan is to take a nap and hope that they overlook you. I'm kind of impressed at how stupid this is. And then that's what happens. They go find Robin, they demand a new room, they get a new room, and then they crash for the night. Because, you know, the smart thing is getting out of Dodge as fast as possible, but hey, let's not worry about that for now. And that confusing mess is Chapter 6. Okay, so Chapter 7 opens with Reika waking up, sort of. She's really just being roused inside of a dream. And this is our introduction to the idea of dream seeking, and it's good that we're actually being shown something like this, but it is confusing because Reika's father says, I'm both a water mage and dream seeker. So, okay, you can be more than one thing. If that's the case, then what good is the balancing ceremony? Because the way that we understand the magic and the balancing ceremony is that you're supposed to have just the one type of magic. So why does Reika's father have two?
You have both? Well, yeah, doesn't everybody? No!
Because if you're able to have a second type of magic, doesn't that mean that you'd probably be able to hide the arch powers? I mean, we already know people can hide arch powers because Chase is a Libran healer. That hasn't been officially declared yet, but come on, it's so obvious. But whatever. Her father is here to say that he knows that she found evidence against the code, and he's proud of her for it, and he wants her to meet up with her sister on the East Trail. He is apparently sending Avia to the East Trail to meet up the next day. And there's also an interesting thing. You see, he's got this fast flash of blue light that ripples over his body as talking. That's interesting. And he seems to be struggling throughout this conversation. We get the line, he gasped in a breath as if he was on the verge of fainting. And this is all stuff that will make sense in about 300 pages. And then Reika wakes up for real, and it turns out that they've got to go because the Stellarium is currently raiding the rooms on the second floor. So, okay, the obvious setup that the Stellarium should be taking at this point is they surround the building to create a perimeter that no one can really escape from, seal off any possible exits, monitor the doors, obvious stuff. Then you send 1, 2, 3, however many teams inside the building to raid it, door by door, floor by floor, you know, just being really methodical about it. Because then that's going to require the protagonists to be very clever, and we're going to get to see a bit of their problem-solving skills. And none of that happens. The Stellarium is very stupid, and Reika and Chase are able to slip out the back door. Chase yanked open a door at the end of the hallway, and when there wasn't any sign of activity in the stairwell, we ran down the flights as fast as possible. I burst out the exit door, taking in a restricted breath of cold air as the wind rocked my body. We both hurried away from the exchange center into the empty white space of the hub. And apparently there's a really heavy blizzard that's hit the hub, and it's blanketed everything in a layer of snow. And Chase concludes that the snow scared the Stellarium away, even though the Stellarium members would have had to cross the snow in order to get to the Cultural Exchange Center in the first place. Or was the building actually being raided by the original two guards? Which, of course, like even if it was just the original two guards, this is really disappointing because the bad guys are not pursuing the heroes because it's really cold out. How are we supposed to take the Stellarium seriously as antagonists when they are hunting what they believe to be criminals, and they are defeated by not having enough outerwear? These are shit villains. But maybe there is something to the weather that requires a little extra caution, and I don't know if this is the case at all, but going through the town, you'd figure you'd have some degree of activity, because there are plenty of northern towns in the States, at least, where, yeah, you get 2 feet of snow on the ground, but people still got to go to work, and you still got streets being cleared and stores being opened, you know, hospitals, emergency services, things like that. But no, apparently everyone has their doors locked shut. We'd made the silent mutual decision to take the risk of walking into the wrong building and try every door we could find, but each was snowed in or locked shut, every sign of life halting in the freeze. Did no one know this weather was coming? Is there no preparation for anything like this? You've been on the continent for who knows how many centuries, and this somehow stops the entire capital city from functioning? You know, I would believe that there was a degree of magic in the weather just because you've got a desert right next to all of this and right next to a massive forest, which has apparently maintained a temperate climate. But still, there's no magical solution for any of this. You've got people who can cast fire out of their hands, and you're not ready for this?
I didn't ask how close they were. I said I cast fireball.
Yeah, but maybe there is something to all of this just because it's so intense that it causes Reka to collapse. My hands trembled as a response to the bitter cold. I yanked my cloak closer to my body. Underneath my gloves, I knew without looking that my fingertips were turning purple. My lungs burned and screamed at every breath I took. Black spots dotted my vision, my knees shaking before they gave out. I collapsed. And that's chapter 7. Now, this reads like it's supposed to be really dramatic, but keep in mind, she's still inside of a city. This doesn't feel like the big dramatic moment that it's building up to, like if they crash landed on a mountaintop and they were miles from civilization and they had like minimal supplies. That's kind of what this feels like that's going for. But in reality, the situation that we've got is they're stuck in town. So they're cold because they forgot that, I don't know, Best Buy closed early today. So chapter 8 opens with Reka waking up as a golden light pierces the darkness above her. 2 hands rested on my wrist and arm as a golden light spread through my veins, a restoration unlike any kind of healing I'd felt before. A warm energy raced through my body in a shockwave. Through the haze of the snow, an abrupt smell of blood filled the air as I gasped in a breath. And she looks up and sees Chase, and is like, I knew it. Cementing the very obvious conclusion that he is, in fact, a healer. As you see, he healed her from being cold. Okay, now I'm also a little confused by this one line here. A restoration unlike any kind of healing I'd ever felt before. So, healing magic is a thing in this world then, right? I think that's a fair assumption. And if that's the case, if healing magic is a thing, what differentiates it from Libran healing? Because the other assumption is, you know, a restoration unlike any kind of healing I felt before. Bandages. It doesn't feel like putting bandages on you. Okay, I believe that, but why does that need to be spelled out? Now, one possible explanation for why Libran healers are supposed to be different is because I'd read before that Libran healers were adept at surviving, stronger against illnesses and temperature. It was the very reason they were feared, a power so close to immortality. So they're stronger against illness and temperature, and that brings them closer to immortality. So immortality is mimicked by a fucking jacket and a bowl of soup? But Reka's thoughts are cut short as a hand is extended towards her, and it's not Chase, it's some guy. And he helps her up to her feet and guides them to a nearby building and introduces himself. Or rather, he doesn't introduce himself, the nameplate on his desk does. And we get the name Atlas Fulbright, complete with formatting error. So yes, they are rescued by the Ares leader, the second to the top, Arctura.
I will.
Now, you remember how a defense for a lot of the repetition in this book was because Reka has ADHD and repetition is just a thing that some people with ADHD do? Well, that excuse falls apart when you get scenes like this. Atlas Fulbright was the Ares leader, the second to top Arctura. He gestured toward a chair next to the couch. Take a seat. Yes, sir. Chase immediately sat down, his hands trembling. I stood next to him, keeping my emotions absolutely still. Sir, are you the Ares leader? I am. He gave Chase a warm smile and held out his hand. Call me Atlas. Nice to meet you. If this had all happened in prose or in Reika's thoughts, maybe the ADHD repetition excuse could work. But the fact that Chase is the one who repeated information here, that throws the ADHD excuse, like from a character perspective, out the window. Now, it could still be that the author has ADHD, and that's why there's repetition, which makes it a problem in universe because there's a lot of unnecessary words that the reader doesn't actually need to know, and that the characters don't have any reason to say. But the other excuse of Reika has ADHD doesn't matter because Reika's not the one talking here. So Atlas starts explaining things to Reika and Chase and says that he's the one who's been helping them this whole time. You see, he's the one who guided them to the archive, and he's the one who left the Rurian number translation list in the archive for them. He also explains that they learned the Scorpio Stellarium's biggest secret, and now everyone in the Conviction Stellarium knows. So, logically, does that mean that everyone in the Conviction Stellarium knows that the Scorpio Code is built on a lie? How widespread is the complicity in this lie? Like, does the entire government know? And if that's the case, why does anyone actually uphold this? There has to be a reason behind the Scorpio Code. And we kind of get one, but not in a way that answers any of these questions. He also knows that Chase is a Libran healer, which leads to a strange contradiction. I'm an Arctura. I just know these things. Atlas smiled and crossed his arms, dangerously close to tipping his chair over. There's not much you can hide from the Stellarium. You're damn lucky I'm the part of the Stellarium that knows about your archpower. So there's not much you can hide from the Stellarium, except this. You know, you really gotta wonder how the Stellarium supposedly gets all their information and how they know as much as they do. And this is something that could be explained theoretically later on in the series. We don't get an explanation in the first book, and functionally, I don't think it's vital that we get an answer in the first book. We need an answer at some point, but it's something that can wait. Now, a similar example of something like this, where a character knows more than they probably should, is Gideon Ofnir from Elden Ring.
And Sir Gideon Ofnir, the all-knowing.
And part of the question comes down to how does he know as much as he does? And a lot of that is because of a very intricate spy network that he has. And you really got to credit the designers of Elden Ring for how well they actually hid this in plain sight. But if you look closely at Gideon's armor, he's got a whole bunch of ears around his neck, and his waist kind of looks like he's got eyes. Now, when you go out into the world, you'll occasionally come across scarabs, and some of those scarabs actually have those same symbols, you know, eyes that look suspiciously similar to the ones around Gideon's waist. So that's an explanation for how he sees so much. He's got all these bugs all across the world that are doing spy work for him. Now, you've got to dig to find that answer, but it is an answer. At the same time, I also want to know, how can you hide anything from the Stellarium where there's all this information that they evidently don't know? Like, for the plot to function as it does, there must be information the Stellarium does not know. And if that's the case, why don't they know it? The cherry-picking selectiveness of what the Stellarium gets to understand is nigh incomprehensible. They've got all this information, supposedly, and yet they've got very particular blind spots, very exact blind spots that just happen to be exactly what you need in order for the plot to happen. Just compounding things like this makes for a very frustrating read.
Johnny Tightlips, can you see the shooter?
I see a lot of things.
You know, you could be a little more helpful.
Atlas says that he's been trying to help Reika and Chase destroy the Scorpio Code. Apparently he despises it, he has his own reasons. We kind of get what those are much later on. But then, of course, the obvious question, why these two? Why Reika and Chase? If Atlas knows the Scorpio Code is a lie, and he's got information that would allow him access to the Scorpio archives, he must have gotten inside of there in order to plant that letter, after all. Why go through the extra steps of having a third party involved, which could potentially make a mess of things. Well, ready for this? Atlas rubbed his hands together. The Ares Stellarium can't expose the scroll. That'd be pitting Ares against Scorpio, and we don't want another war on our hands. Ideally, the Scorpio code gets reversed by Scorpio. Easy answer, a Scorpio historian who hates the code and a Libran healer who can read ancient Drixal. Okay, but why would reversing the Scorpio code at all cause a war against Scorpio? See, this is the author's assumption in full force because I don't have a single goddamn what's going on here. I do not understand how the Scorpio code somehow grants the Scorpio Stellarium any degree of power when its singular function seems to be just about oppressing the Scorpio people. But the other reveal from Atlas's explanation here is that Libran healers can automatically read Drixal. Okay, but mechanically, why? Like, how does that make any sense? That seems to be just out and out plot convenience for the sake of it. But there's one last big reveal that Atlas has to tell our heroes, and it deals with the idea of Zodiac Turners. He smiled. The history of the Zodiac Turners. The magic was destroyed in the War of the Rebalancing. True or false? True? Chase answered slowly. False, Atlas corrected him. It's still in Guardian. It's still here, like your healing. There are 6 known Zodiac Turners in Guardian. At least, we think.
Stop bringing in fake sirens. Only 6 sirens can exist in the universe at any given time, and I already know of 3. You're not going to convince me you happen to find one of the remaining 3 just by drawing blue tattoos on some random chick's corpse.
6? I echoed. To my understanding, the only Zodiac Turner is the immortal Blaine, who, as told by the scroll's content, created the Scorpio code. So unfortunately, we don't really get an explanation for what a Zodiac Turner is, either here or really for the rest of the book. The way that this is written, it feels like you're supposed to know what a Zodiac Turner is beforehand. I mean, it's such a legendary type of magic. You'd think it would, deserve some degree of explanation. And also it's weird that Reika is referring to Blaine as an immortal when she just has a passing mention of him in a scroll that hasn't been verified and isn't really trustworthy at this point. Like, again, it's treating Blaine as if he's an established fact, even though in the same page that he was revealed, we get the line that immortality was seen as a legend for children. Like, your fundamental understanding about how reality works is now broken, and Rika is going along as if it's not that big of a deal.
Reality can be whatever I want.
Now, Rika's a little suspicious of Atlas. He does seem to be very much on their side, and she figures she's got nothing to lose because the Scorpio Stellarium was already after me for breaking the code. No, the Scorpio Stellarium is after you for breaking into their archives. I don't think she's openly broken the code in front of anyone except for her family, Chase, and Atlas, none of whom care. But they need a place to crash, and Atlas generously offers his office to them where they currently are hiding out in, which actually makes sense. I can accept this. He's a high-ranking government official. The Scorpio Stellarium isn't just going to break into his place in pursuit of criminals because that would cause some sort of a diplomatic tiff. And while they're trying to gather the bearings, Reika and Chase talk about how weird it is that Chase is a Libran healer because it's apparently not a kind of magic that you just luck into. For the record, I am a dream seeker. It's just not my primary magic. He sat down on the floor. I don't even understand why I'm a healer, so why should I put the burden on you? According to my dad, my mother was an Ares fire mage, and he's a shapeshifter. So, what, you're the descendant of someone who managed to hide Libran healing in the war? I know I've ranted about this before, I'm still so bothered by how much this doesn't make sense. If genetics are really this important, then how come magic gets categorized based apparently almost entirely on what your sign is? The magic system is fighting itself, and I'm getting a headache trying to figure it out. So Rika and Chase crash for the night and wake up the next morning where they meet Atlas, who has distracted the Scorpio Stellarium and fed them a false report by saying that these two are trying to escape and says that they're going to flee on the opposite side of the city. And he also hands Reka a compass, which apparently came from her father, Rowan. You know, it's a nice compass, and it would probably be useful, considering that they're going to go on a not globe-trotting adventure, but, you know, a little bit of an adventure through the wilderness and whatnot. Except this one comes with a blue ripple that flashes over the glass panel. That's key. Remember that for now. And then the plot starts fighting itself again. Go on now. Atlas nodded at the door with a smile. Your sister's waiting for you on the East Trail. You're going to a place called Reka, a Taurian Ascidian town. Have fun. Okay, first off, I don't know if I'm mispronouncing anything here, but the protagonist is named Reka. The town they're looking for is called Reka. I don't know if that's supposed to mean anything, or if I'm saying things wrong, or what. Second, Atlas knows about the town Reka, and we get confirmation later on, he knows where it is. Now, with that in mind, in the following chapter, you remember the numerical translation guide that he offered? Well, the numbers that they pull off of the arch that Reka's been obsessing over since the first chapter lead to latitude and longitude coordinates to Reka, which means Atlas could just tell them where to go. The archway at this point is redundant. I don't know why Atlas is including this step in their journey, especially because if they dawdle and they go the wrong direction, as they do along the East Trail, that's not the direction of Reka, then that just gives the Scorpio Stellarium more time to assemble and eventually hunt the party down. Especially because they're already at risk, because this is going to require border crossing, which is apparently a death sentence for some reason. And also, they're going to an Taurian Ascidian town. Why the combination of these two when everything has been shown to be so ridiculously segmented in this world? Everything has to be very specifically categorized and then broken apart, including this weird combo town like this early on, is so confusing. Like, this is going against the rules. Now, we eventually see there's an explanation for this, but we don't have that at this point in the story, so this feels like a contradiction. It technically isn't. I will grant credit. We get an explanation. It's technically not a contradiction, but the first time you're going through this, you don't know that, and it reads like a mistake. Look, these are significant problems throughout the book. We go through and we get these rules that are implied but never really explained in a way that we can associate or understand. And then we get another rule that seems to contradict that. And even if there is an explanation for that contradiction, there often isn't. Everything is set up in such a way that feels like a mistake. The way everything is presented to us so haphazardly, it feels like it's not actually fleshed out. A fact that is made worse when you consider that this is, in fact, a first draft. So in Chapter 9, we start on the East Trail. Avia has already joined up with Reka and Chase, and they're on their way to the archway. And despite how she's been depicted up to this point, this is where Avia starts acting a little abrasive, and that abrasiveness carries through for the rest of the book. But then Avia just jumps over the border, because apparently the archway is technically in Ascidian territory, and Chase is perplexed by this. Did she just walk over the border without a second thought? Ignoring the fact that he's likely going to have to do that shortly as well. And Reka explains Aries. It's the no fear thing. This kind of gets me wondering, does one's zodiac sign have a necessary impact on a person's personality? Because if personality is dictated by zodiac sign, then how come Reka's father gets away with his cover story being a Libra when he is supposedly a Cancer? Because if he can fake it, if he can act differently, then that means that the stars don't really have a significant impact on one's personality. And if they don't have an actual impact on one's personality, then the categorization is entirely redundant and therefore arbitrary. Oh, just like astrology in real life. There's so much. The book is fighting itself so hard.
What the hell are you doing?
I'm kicking my ass, do you mind?
So the party goes down the trail, they find the arch, and they translate the numbers that were on the arch, and it turns out to be latitude and longitude. And specifically, Reika pulls out a map, and my index finger settled on a spot on the Isidian Nyx mountain range where the Eridanus, Guardian's largest river, forked off to a dead end. Now, this seems to be a bit of a problem because the Eridanus River is too big and Isidian territory is desolate. And this is a curious thing to say. So going back to the map, we see that Isidian territory up here is actually very mountainous. Now, mountains can be desolate, but they can also be very fertile. But let's just take this description at face value. Isidian territory is desolate. Okay, so that means that on the Guardian continent that was meant to safeguard humanity, we've got 1/4 that is mostly desert, 1/4 that is magically sealed forest, and 1/4 that is desolate mountaintops. The only section of this continent that's worth living in is the societal section up here. What kind of Guardian continent is this? This last bastion from humanity. Everyone has to crowd on 1/4 of the continent. Like, the ecology in this world makes no sense. But they finish translating everything, and they get the coordinates they need to go to, and they're getting ready to leave when they're approached by a stranger. Approaching us was a young woman no older than us. Her stone-cold blue-gray eyes pierced into me. Lengthy, ghostly white hair draped over her shoulders and down her back, a striking difference from the full black uniform she wore. Open underneath her coat, she wore a tight, long-sleeved shirt and high-waisted combat pants designed for fast and fluid movement. A longsword was strapped to her back. So, just making it easy now, it's this lady on the cover. Her uniform looks more blue than black, but whatever. This newcomer demands that Reika hand over her map, and Reika, of course, refuses. Well, the newcomer readjusts her cloak, and underneath one of the folds is a symbol for the Scorpio Stellarium. So yes, this lady is an assassin sent by the Scorpio Stellarium, and this leads to a, let's be honest, lackluster fight scene. Avia dove at her. I broke off my necklace and shifted it into my sword. Our attacker immediately summoned a pale blue magic in her hands, meeting Avia's fiery grip in her own. Avia screeched at the touch, reeling backward before even making an impact on her opponent's skin, as if the magic shocked her. It eventually ends when Chase bear hugs the newcomer and dives into the barrier because they're right there along the Conviction Woods, and he jumps into the barrier assuming it'll kill her. And Reika worries because that's supposed to kill them both, and Chase assures her that he will be fine, but the assassin won't. It clicked. Enough time had passed for the woods to react to foreign bodies. There were no shadows pulling Chase deeper into the forest, no beasts hunting the Stellarium girl. Conviction Woods remained peacefully still and neutral. So is it that the Conviction Woods stories are overhyped and they don't actually kill people? No, it's that everyone involved in this scene is super special awesome and the woods just doesn't attack them. And Chase explains that he has always survived in the woods alongside his father because they have a secret cabin in the woods just like Reika and Avia do. Before the assassin can get up, Avia takes a branch and smacks her in the head as hard as she can, knocking her out. And so the rest of the group takes the opportunity and tries to gather what information they can about the assassin, rifle through her stuff, and they come across something perplexing. Scorpio Stellarium emblem, but check this out. She's not a Scorpio, Avia said, examining the unconscious girl's attire. Chase and I snapped our attention over to her. She's got a Pisces Aries glyph. She's a cusp, chosen convictionist. The Scorpio Stellarium must have hired her. So when I first read this, I didn't know what the term cusp meant in this context. It is another in a long list of things that if you don't understand going into this book, it will never be explained for you. So I'm going to do something that the author should have done and explain it. We've got the selected dates for the zodiac. The example that I've got right here is Scorpio. Scorpio, well, there's actually multiple different variants of Scorpio here. I got 1, 2, and 3. This is a very detailed book. So we've got the designated dates that your sign is supposed to fall between. I've got the examples listed right here. In between those signs, you've got a narrow gap of, let's say, about a week on average, where on kind of the fringes of those things. So, for example, let's go with Aries Pisces, as that was the example that the assassin apparently falls under. Pisces takes place between February 20th and March 20th, and then you got Aries from March 21st to April 20th. However, at the fringes of those two, you got, I guess, a week-long period, 5 to 7 days depending, where you could be a cusp, where you kind of fall between either a Pisces or an Aries. And according to my source right here, that would be between March 19th and 24th. Now, a cusp is basically a mixture of two different signs, two neighboring signs specifically. This, of course, throws a problem with the way that the world has been broken up into 4 quadrants. So you've got Aries and Pisces. Aries belongs to conviction and Pisces belongs to autarkic. So which one are you supposed to fall under? Because everything is very heavily regimented and segmented in this world for some reason. You kind of have an out with this one because she said she's a cusp chosen convictionist. So I guess you get to pick. I also have no idea what a Pisces Aries glyph would look like, because while you do have the traditional symbols of all the zodiac signs, like even as detailed as this thick-ass book is, I don't have anything depicting any sort of symbol or sign or whatever for any of the cusps. So God only knows what that glyph actually looks like. I'm not even sure the author knows. But of course, if you can choose which union to go into when you're a cusp, then that feels like it renders the entire union system pointless. Because if it's a matter of subjectivity, then what dictates where people need to go, how people need to live their lives? There's something that you can do with the concept of astrology and making an interesting story out of so many of the Look at how big this book is. You think there's nothing you can do with this? There's a mountain of information in here. There are so many story ideas you should be able to pull from this and still have it make sense. And yet Milo keeps throwing all these concepts at us with, for the most part, minimal depth, and God, I am confused at so many elements. And what makes this worse is that I guess Milo really liked the idea of a cusp, because going forward, a good number of characters are going to be cusps. None of which is, of course, ever explained. I couldn't tell you what differentiates a Pisces Aries cusp from a Cancer Leo cusp. Not with the information that I get in here. Everything is made even more confusing when you tie in the magic, because the assassin used lightning. It's confirmed, lightning.
Lightning is the best!
And you think this might be an element that a cusp might be able to use. Maybe this is a specialty within the Pisces Aries group or whatever. And as far as I can tell, that's not what's going on here. Again, I know I keep saying this, but I have no idea how magic in this world is supposed to function. So even though the assassin was clearly here to kill Reika, Chase decides that he doesn't want to leave her there for dead, so he offers a solution. "I don't even want to leave her like this," Chase said. He bent down, reaching for her head. His hand ran over a bump underneath her hair where she was struck. "This shouldn't be lethal. She'll wake up, and if she survives in the woods, she'll know the healing properties of the forest." So Chase takes some sap and smears it on the bump on her head. How is she supposed to figure out that the forest has healing properties? Is she just going to run her hand through her hair and be like, "Oh man, there's all this sticky shit in my hair. Oh, that must have been meant to heal me"? How do you get from A to B there? Also, Chase is a Libran healer. Why doesn't he heal her?
Anyway, that's how I lost my medical license.
No, this feels like another neat little aspect about the world that Milo just couldn't help but show off to everybody. It doesn't work because it doesn't need to be here, because it doesn't help anything. At no point beyond this moment do we have magically healing sap. Sap which is by itself redundant because, again, Chase is a healer. Look, maybe if he got knocked out and they needed a backup resource or something, then that could work. But that never happens. after their run-in with the assassin, they need to lay low for a little bit and catch their breath. And Chase suggests that they go to his father's cabin in the woods. And that leads to one of the funniest mistakes in the book. Although before the chapter closes, Reika has a line, "Your dad survives in the woods?" And it's like, yeah, that was established a page ago. Why are you reacting like this? Like, at its base, ADHD means that you've got trouble focusing. It doesn't magically fragment your memory. So they go check in with Chase's father, and they give him a complete rundown of everything that's happened up to this point, which it could, like, this entire page here, 114, can be summed up with, "and then they explained what had happened." Like, the audience is already aware of all this stuff. We don't need it repeated to us again. And speaking of repetition, we don't need Chase's father explaining that the Stellarium learned secrets about us in so many ways you'd never even consider. It's like, yeah, that got established like 2 chapters ago. Stop it. So they get their bearings and they figure out that the best way to get to Reika is to go to the city of Lyra first, which is in societal territory. And Chase's father assures him that he's doing the right thing because you know how I feel about the code. And this gets Reika thinking about how strange it must be for other Scorpios living under the code. I perked up. Chase's upbringing was peculiar, even further past the fact that he could also survive in the woods. His father, a Scorpio, didn't question how I befriended his son, something he knew was against the Scorpio code, nor even attempted to hide his emotions from me. How many more families like ours were out there, hiding in the parts of the woods that I never reached? I mean, it's already weird enough that there's somebody else living in the woods out here, especially because it's got to be pretty close to where Reika lives. Like, Chase explained that his father's house is 4 miles northeast from where they were on the arch, which we already know is 7 miles down the trail. So his house is probably about 3 miles away from the hub-ish. And Reika's house is within 10 miles of the arch. So these two aren't exactly neighbors, but they're not so far apart that after, I think Reika said that she's been searching for the arch for months, you would think that at some point she would have run into somebody else living out here if that were possible. But then we get to one of the funniest lines in the entire book. It's late by this point, I guess, and they need to rest up so that they can leave in the morning, and Chase's dad suggests, "You should get some rest," Chase's dad suggested. "We have a guest bedroom down the hallway. I'll clean it up." You live in a cursed forest that kills anyone who crosses the barrier. Why do you have a guest bedroom? Who are you expecting to visit? And rather than point out that it makes no sense for them to have a guest room, Reika instead offers her defense. My hesitation and speculation grew at the mention of a guest bedroom in the woods. Though it was suspicious, we had one too, because our house had existed long before Mom and Dad moved in. Why do you have a guest room? You're allowed to change it! It doesn't have to stay a guest bedroom. Who dictates that? You can turn it into something else. It's a craft room. It's an herb garden. It's a playroom.
Like your Xbox and stuff?
What, if you change the function of a room, do the protections on the foundations of a house suddenly collapse? God help you if you're stuck with a mother-in-law suite forever. But then they go to bed and we get the first of many, many flashback dreams. Reika has a dream, but the dream is a very specific memory that she has repressed. And this particular dream takes place a few years prior when she was a, just says child, we don't know exactly how old she was. But she was in school, and she was having a little trouble paying attention in class. ADHD, that's going to happen. I read the words on the board rapidly. Zoning out, I'd become completely lost in the lecture. Even as a child, my attention span was little to none. Each and every distraction in the environment would lure me away from the important lessons. My mouth opened as I scrambled to come up with something, anything, to say to him to prove my worth in the classroom. Now, I'm a little disappointed with the way that this is presented. Yes, this is the way that ADHD feels. If you're trying to pay attention to something that's not very interesting, then any slight distraction, a bird out of the window, a funny thought, a memory of a movie scene that's just pops into your head for some reason will take your attention away from whatever the teacher is talking about. It's constant. You can't turn it off. And yet, there are so many better ways to try to approach this than what we get in this scene. I mean, for starters, if this is going to be a defining character trait for Reika, then we should have more examples, like going forward throughout the text. Not to the point where it's like all-consuming or something, or it's like the sole defining trait that she has, but hopefully to the point where we get a constant reminder of the stuff that, like the trials and tribulations she has to go through just by living with this. In Brandon Sanderson's Alcatraz Smedgery, we get routine reminders of the protagonist's curse. Like, a lot of the things that he touches just breaks. And it gets established pretty effectively early on, so we don't need constant reminders later on, although we do get those reminders now and then. It's a central element to the plot and to the character, so it's weaved in pretty effectively throughout the story. Reika, however, does not get that advantage, and instead we get like this reminder and then an external defense from the author of, oh, she has ADHD, that's why some scenes get repeated, which isn't very engaging in the story. It also doesn't help that this is pretty much just telling and not showing. It's close. There is a chance here because not paying attention in class, great situation to demonstrate what it's like to have ADHD. Instead, Reika doesn't really feel that affected by ADHD. I mean, a better example of this done right is Emmett from the Lego Movie.
Great. I think I got it, but just in case, tell me the whole thing again. I wasn't listening.
So the teacher has Reika wait after class and then takes her aside to scold her. And we get this curious little line here. He reeked of musty smoke and ash, and as I speculated the memory and the consciousness of my 18-year-old self, I realized he had likely hooked up with an Aries the night before. Scorpio's sexual culture was meant to be our only pleasure in an obediently stale life. So it's not just weird enough that having sex with an Aries results in you smelling like musty smoke and ash, but this teacher showed up to school smelling like that, and people could tell he got laid? Dude, take a shower.
Oh, you can smell the shit from 5 miles away.
So it's kind of weird that Scorpios aren't allowed to express themselves over passions or personal achievements, the accomplishments of their kids, but they are allowed to have sex, which does not have a long storied history of wild antics, crazed behavior, and high-strung emotions. So, because Reika wasn't paying attention in class, she got reprimanded, and because she was afraid of the consequences, she showed fear, which is a violation of the Scorpio Code, and because the people in this world are terrible, she gets tortured for it. She's taken to what I'm assuming is like a disciplinary office, and is literally whipped. And considering that the teacher is a Scorpio and is doing this in anger, he's a hypocrite. I'm sure you're all terribly shocked. Well, there's another girl in the same room who's, I guess, getting a different kind of disciplinary action, who takes issue with Reika being literally whipped in front of her and takes a stand. From my present perspective, I could recognize the same face, the same blue eyes, the same lengthy white hair that belonged to the assassin the Stellarium had sent after me. She wore a white and red shirt with black slacks, far brighter and fitting to a Pisces Aries compared to her modern all-black. She challenged the man's gaze with a defiant smile. And we find out that the girl's name is Nara. And Nara takes action against well, there were 2 teachers in the room. She takes action against both of them. She doesn't, actually attack them. She just, charges up lightning in her hands and gets them to back up, and then she walks over to Reika and guides her out of the room. Which, of course, makes me wonder if she's going to be this openly defiant to the point where this is, legally speaking, this is assault. She's assaulting 2 teachers who are granted the authority to literally whip children. Why was she in this room in the first place? Why would she allow herself to be carried away? It's almost like there's no character reason for her to be here. She just needs to be here for the sake of Reika's backstory. This is all unusual because Reika has forgotten all of this. She's, here we go, 13 years old, hands in hers, I was uncovering a piece of my own self that had been smothered for unknown reasons. Okay, so this is in fact a memory, and she can't remember any of it, and she of course, doesn't know why. And we do get an explanation for all this later on, and it's not great. See, unfortunately, one of the other problems that this book does is it sprinkles in all these little plot seeds. Now, having some plot seeds in a book can be really good. You know, a small handful of them can really spring into something really good later on. Hell, if you do it effectively, you can actually spread things throughout an entire series. The Dresden Files, for example, does this wonderfully multiple times, where Dresden will be going along, it's like, it's book 8, and he gets a reminder of something, oh, there's that guy from book 3! And the plot carries along because of how effectively things were built beforehand. But what Age of Scorpius is doing is it keeps throwing all these small things that we have to keep in mind for much later. Because unfortunately, we don't have a foundation for why any of this is supposed to make sense, so we require the additional context which is not provided until near the end of the book. It makes following a lot of what goes on so difficult. If you did not finish this book, and I don't blame you if you didn't get a full explanation for why so many of the elements work the way that they do. But you probably didn't get to that point because of how frustrating all of this is. But with her memory fresh in her mind, Reiko wakes up and something feels a little different. I sat up and drew in a deep breath, my eyes adjusting to the light emanating from my hands. I blinked a few times to understand if I was still in a dream, but the persistence of the luminescence told me otherwise. A gentle, prepared electric magic tingled my fingertips, emitting a barely audible hum. Now, it might sound like, for some reason, she has electricity magic. Kind of, not really. Look, given later context, it doesn't make any sense why this happens the way that it does, but we'll see what this builds to actually not too long from now. All right, chapter 11, we get a time skip. They've been traveling for about 2 weeks now, going north towards the city of Lyra. And Societal's territory, the landscape, the ecology, is described very confusingly. The trading route to Lyra wove through the middle of Societal's expansive territory. The grassy plains were never-ending, and up and down of brown hills for as long as I could see, speckled with fresh snowfall. So, grassy plains, brown hills, and fresh snowfall.
Make up your mind already!
But eventually, Lyra, Chase, and Avia make their way to Lyra, and we get this description of the city. Not one wall of the town was left untouched by art. Geometrical, rectangular-shaped buildings made of clay and stone were painted with blues, yellows, and reds, and murals spread across walls depicting creatures, humans, and magic alike. Crowds bustled through the streets, buzzing with magic. Societalists yelling and rushing around each other with a smile. Comparing the hub to Lyra felt wrong. Although alike in their marketing chaos, as street vendors yelled out deals, the friendliness of Lyra was a virus spreading with each bump of a shoulder. The sidewalks were made of colorful stone bricks, circumventing in various directions spirals of weaving hues mimicking the flow of magic. The culture was alive and thriving at the heart of the societal union, Leo, Aquarius, and Gemini. In the distance was a lumbering castle, seemingly tiny from where we stood. Although hundreds of miles spanned in each direction of Societal's territory, Lyra remained in close proximity to the hub for transportation of goods. Winter did not stop commerce in this part of the world. Look, the sentence structure alone just boggles the mind. There's so much run-on nonsense. But even more evident than that is the telling and not the showing. Look, this is our first approach into Lyra, and we can do all sorts of things to describe the culture and the appearance of everything. Look, discovering and describing the culture of a new place, be it a town, a particular venue, an entire country, that's something that can take pages, chapters, an entire book to fully explore. And yet, Milo insists on doing all of that in a single paragraph. Everything is condensed as much as possible into this one chunk when it's so deservedly, it should be spread out throughout at least this and the next chapter. You could detail how these buildings look, and then you can step down a little ways and in mid-conversation stop for food at like a really fresh bakery or something. Instead, it feels like Milo is trying to get all of this out as quickly as possible, and because of that, it doesn't breathe life into the city. Lyra is forgettable because the rest of the chapter and the following chapter just feels devoid of culture. This incredible city in which not one wall of the town was left untouched by art. Like, not only do we not get that art described, but it's so easily forgotten the longer you go in through the chapter. I also don't like the idea of the friendliness in Lyra was a virus spreading with each bump of a shoulder. I get the image you're trying to go with, but you generally want positive connotations. Viruses are not seen as very positive things, so why use it in a comparison with friendliness? Also, I have no idea if this sort of art-loving friendliness is supposed to be indicative of Leos, Aquariuses, and Gemini, so I'm going to need someone else to fill me in on that. Also, despite that friendliness, everyone's giving Reika weird looks. Do we look that weird? Avia looked down at herself when a Gemini man deliberately bumped into her shoulder. They're surely used to conviction as travelers. I feel like they're staring at me, I said. No shit, people don't like Scorpio. Avia took the lead without hesitation. Thought you would have figured that out by now. Okay, there's a lot going on right now. First off, we were just introduced to the idea that the people of Lyra were really friendly, and yet everyone is looking at them funny. Second, why is Avia talking like this? She was supportive beforehand, maybe a bit protective, but throughout the rest of the book, as I mentioned previously, she has entered her bitch era. If there was an opportunity for her to snap at Reika or criticize her or mock her, she takes it. And I don't know why. Her bitchiness becomes her defining trait throughout the rest of the book. It's awful. Avia's a terrible character. Why is she like this? Bitch. Also, they're surely used to conviction as travelers. I thought you weren't allowed to cross the border. Like, what are the rules here? I don't get it. And finally, what's with this whole people don't like Scorpios? Why? What's wrong with Scorpios?
The dime a dozen backstabbing scumbags.
Look, the only thing I can think of is the War of Rebalancing, but that was 300 years ago. Like, after a while, you've got to get over yourself. Okay, case in point, Japan launched a surprise attack against us when we were not at war with them when they attacked Pearl Harbor. And look at the trade we do with Japan now! Like, what the hell did Scorpios do that deserve this sort of treatment? And look, as a statement against bigotry, maybe this can work, but it just feels like it's devoid of context. Dr. Seuss's The Sneetches did a better example of demonstrating why bigotry was stupid than this. But then suddenly someone runs up and grabs Chase by the arm and pulls him into a building. Avia and Reika follow after, and we get this description. The girl who had pulled Chase aside quickly stole my attention. She was beautiful. Black skin with a gold undertone, and bright, shining sapphire eyes. Thick hair somewhere between curly and wavy extended past her shoulders to the middle of her back, her hands soaked with either water or sweat. I couldn't tell.
I just washed my hands. That's why they're wet. No other reason.
Now, this, as we learn on the next page, is Kaya. She is a water mage and a Cancer. Now, Cancer is not a societalist group, so, again, border crossing with no evident problem, but whatever. Kaya explains that the Scorpio Stellarium has been everywhere in the city for days, waiting to ambush Reika and her group. And Societal is angry that the Scorpio Stellarium infiltrated their space. So that's why everyone is kind of upset about Scorpio. My question is, if Reika and her group have been traveling on the one road north of the hub towards Lyra, then how did the Scorpio Stellarium overtake them?
Well, you got me. By all accounts, it doesn't make sense.
We also learned that Cancers were often sea folk, so I guess they're just like the Sagittariuses that way. And Kaya explains that she was looking for Reika specifically because her Scorpio brother told her about how Reika protected him from the Stellarium a year ago. Now, if you're thinking that this brother was the same Scorpio that was in the relationship with the Gemini guy, yeah, same guy, actually. He was executed, and we get official confirmation that that is what happened, and he died before Kaya could actually see him again. But this is all strange, because Reika cannot recall saving any particular Scorpios. I know I didn't make a mistake. Kaya confidently met my gaze. He told me about how you were the first person to defend him against the Stellarium. You and Nara. The two of you were the reason he finally agreed with me that he needed to escape conviction territory before Scorpio killed him for his Gemini partner. I was going to them on a Sagittarian ship to give them an escape from the code. So you can just leave the continent. Why didn't he before? Why doesn't anyone just leave? Why are the Scorpios still here? A year ago, he was attacked in Conviction's part of the hub by the Scorpio Stellarium when they found him breaking the code with his boyfriend. He told me that you and Nara had masks to hide your identities from the Stellarium, and you did something to the officials to drive them away. You reassured my brother that it would be like the attack never happened, that the Stellarium would never mention him breaking the code that day, and you were right. They appeared to forget. But this is all weird. Reika doesn't recall any of this, not to mention ever working with Nara. But it is unusual because apparently, according to Avia, as far as I know, there's no magic that can take away memories. And yet, something took Reika's memory away. What is going on? But then, of course, there's the question, how did Kaya know that Reika and her party were going to be coming to Lyra? Well, my mother, Kaya continued, raising her chin, is Rhea Moku, the Libra leader. I didn't think she'd tell me where Reika was. It would be a breach of confidentiality if she even knew of Reika's existence. She upholds the law, and if she's found breaking it, she's kicked out of the Stellarium. Not only did she immediately tell me you were traveling toward Lyra, but that you knew something about the code, something that was taking you north. Okay, so presumably, Atlas told Rhea Moku about Reika's plan. So, okay, there's some reason there how this confidential information can be spread, and with some degree of annoyance considering that the Scorpio Stellarium killed her son, I can understand why she would want to intervene like this. Here's the problem, though. This lady is a political leader. She is one of the most top-ranking government officials, and a different faction murdered her son. Okay, so Atlas doesn't want to get involved in the whole disproving the code thing because that runs the risk of starting a war with Scorpio. But Scorpio is okay murdering another faction's son, another faction leader's son, and that doesn't cause a war? Like, is Libra as a society really so feckless that you could just, like, openly murder their political leaders' families and have nothing happen? Also, this paragraph is clunky as hell. Like, if you take a step back and analyze what's being said, Kaya's saying her mother knew about Reika, but might not have known about Reika, but did know about Reika. Just unclutter your sentences, god damn! So, everyone is on the same page and everyone wants to work together in order to stop the Scorpio Stellarium and break the Scorpio code. Everyone introduces themselves to each other, with Chase adding that he is a Libra if it wasn't obvious, which is completely redundant because 8 pages prior, Kaya identified him as a Libra. Again, the repetition in this book cannot be excused by Reika's ADHD if characters other than Reika are repeating information. But of course, there is still the problem that they need to be in disguises because, you know, you don't want to be walking around with particular glyphs on your cloak if the Scorpio Stellarium is looking for a Libra, an Aries, and a Scorpio. So, Reika does the obvious. Avia opened her mouth to snap back, but I reached towards Chase instead. He flinched and gave me a confused look as I placed my hand on his cloak, unprepared for the touch. He relaxed as I shape-shifted the symbol on his cloak to represent Gemini, and then my own to Leo. It was still risky with the contrasting colors on our cloaks, especially considering white wasn't a primary color of Gemini's, but I couldn't waste my energy shape-shifting as long as we were quick. So, the obvious happens, and she shapeshifts the glyphs on their cloaks, which is such a stupid idea. Why are the glyphs on a cloak when a shapeshifter is such a common thing? God damn it! It's so obvious! The flaw is so obvious! It's a solution the protagonist uses! Why did no one think of this? And it's not even a complete look because you don't change the primary colors of the cloaks. Just swipe some new cloaks or something. And then the chapter just ends abruptly with that, and we get on to chapter 12. So as we start chapter 12, we get another strange problem with Milo's writing, in that he doesn't know what to prioritize or focus on. Take this, for example. The chapter opens thusly. Moments before I followed Chase out of the building, he abruptly turned around and shoved me back from the door. I tensed when he grabbed my shoulders, tripping backward in shock. He held my arms and stabilized me before I fell by pushing me against the wall. He threw his hands away from me seconds later, and I shrunk down in his shadow as he leaned his shoulder on the wall, his arm hovering next to me, threatening to fall on my side. So Reika describes being shoved, and then goes into greater detail describing how she was shoved. Okay, that's weird. And normally I wouldn't focus on that as a highlight, except it leads to this. Fuck. Reika, I'm so sorry. There were 2 Scorpio officials passing right in front of us when I opened the door, and slamming the door shut would have brought attention to us, he said quickly. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have touched you without asking. That's my bad. I was trying to... It's okay, I interrupted, unable to look him in the eyes as I held my arms closer to myself. I was already trying to erase the event from my memories. It surprised me, that's all. I didn't realize how close I was to you. I was just trying to block them from seeing you. I promise I wasn't. It's fine. You saved us from a potentially deadly encounter. I get it. I don't want you to interpret it in the wrong way. The guilt remained written all over his face. I'm sorry. I have to make this clear. I don't have feelings for you, but genuinely appreciate you as a friend. I feel the same. I figured that... Will you get on with it? This goes on for a full page. I'm not making this up. Look, I don't even know what the point of the focus of this is. Look, this is so easily worked around. You could start this chapter like 2 pages later, and it works perfectly fine. We don't need this interaction where Chase awkwardly stumbles around with an apology for a full fucking page. Look, if the purpose here is to establish that he doesn't have feelings for her, that's fine, but that was already established, and there are better ways to write around that, like showing him expressing feelings for somebody else. Men and women are allowed to just be friends. You don't need to ship everybody. And to go on with this extended apology makes the relationship as friends look extremely strained. Like what? He doesn't trust that she'll accept a genuine apology from him, so it just keeps going on and on and on about it? And for the apology conversation to morph into a conversation about how they don't find the other one attractive, just... it feels forced. Like, we don't need this extended scene to get the idea that Reika doesn't like guys. She's already called Kaya attractive. And yes, it's confirmed by both the author and later events that Reika is a lesbian. Which is fine. That works. Not a big deal. But this extended conversation makes it feel like it's supposed to be some sort of an anti-shipping statement between Chase and Reika.
Shippers destroy lives.
Besides, I'm pretty sure lesbians are able to have better conversations than how much dick they're not getting. So after the incredibly awkward and unnecessary conversation, Reika and Chase try walking across the street to get to an inn that Kaya told them to meet her at. And we get something else. Now, there's something to be said about stamina when it comes to magic. Sometimes it's as simple as, I can't cast spells because I don't have any mana left, but sometimes it can be something else. I mean, in my own book, I've got a list of how my characters react when they run out of stamina and how it affects their personalities. But the thing is, it needs to make sense. You need to be able to understand how running out of magic or running low on magic energy is supposed to function mechanically. And I don't understand how I'm supposed to read this. The old inn was in sight by the time my magic began to drain my energy. In less than 5 minutes, I was out of breath from traveling across the roads and through the crowds. Look, the only thing that happened recently regarding her magic is she used it to shapeshift the glyphs on her and Chase's cloaks, which doesn't sound like it's that big of a deal, especially considering that back in Chapter 2, she used shapeshifting magic to completely alter her and her sister's clothes for the ceremony, which sounds like it would be a much bigger deal. Now, maybe she has to concentrate to keep the magic in place, but that sounds counterintuitive. Again, look at this dress example from chapter 2. So what's draining her energy here? And despite this, I don't recall this limitation ever happening ever again for the rest of the book. Again, God damn it, consistency is key. You need to be able to anticipate and understand magic in order for it to make sense to the reader. So Reka, Chase, Avia, and Kaya all make their way to the inn, and we get another introduction scene between the group of them, and we get a little bit more of Kaya's backstory, although large portions of this are repeated. My brother and I, we grew up close. He was a dream seeker. Okay, so by this point, I just started abandoning the idea that getting sectioned into a particular zodiac sign had anything to do with your magic. Look, this is the third time we've seen someone described as a dream seeker and the third different zodiac sign. There's no consistency in this regard, so how are we supposed to follow how the magic functions between different signs? Okay, so here's the thing that I don't get. Kaya says that her brother was close to her mother. He was close to her mother. He'd tell me about the number of deaths daily in Scorpio, the punishments. She paused again, moving the rim of her cloak aside. I recoiled at the sight of a Stellarium emblem. I worked my way up into the Autorian Stellarium. For him, I was going to buy a ship and get him out of there. And now... he's dead! So she was saving up in order to get her brother out of the country. Okay, fine. I think that that's admirable. Here's the problem. Their mother, who her brother was close to, is the leader of the Libra Stellarium. If she's really that close, then why not embezzle some money to get payment so he can get the fuck out of there? And he can take his boyfriend while they're at it. Which again raises the question, why don't any Scorpios try to fucking leave? But because all of Kaya's saved up money never got used, unfortunately, that is money that they can now use to help fund the party on their way to Reka. Although Avia doesn't seem to really like this idea. Kaya gave me an understanding nod and headed toward the door while Avia glared at Chase and me for making the decision to welcome Kaya without her permission.
Yeah, well, fuck you then.
Now, something I skipped over real quick because quite frankly I've got too many notes to go over, is that a couple of pages ago Chase was actually glowing a little bit. And Reka decided to call it strange, so the moment really stands out as very unsubtle foreshadowing. As they're welcoming Kaya into the group, Chase shakes her hand, and in their handshake I caught something that no one else did. A split-second flare of gold rippled over Chase's hand, and a blue over Kaya's. And this leads to a brief conversation between Reka and Chase. When you shook her hand, there was a flare of gold. I thought I saw hers go blue. Did you not feel it? No, I didn't feel anything. He let his palms glow. A golden light trickled down his skin, beginning as a liquid, but dissipating into sparkles of light as they fell into the air. He winced, leaning his head back as his fingers curled into his palms. I've had access magic the last few days. It's painful when I don't use it. It burns. It might have interacted with hers on accident. Okay, so you can run out of magic stamina pretty easily as it drains your energy, and you can have excess magic at the same time, which apparently is physically painful. So what does this have to do with what happens during the handshake? Excess magic doesn't really have anything to do with what's going on with the handshake. We actually get the answer for that much later on. Again, this is another plot seed that just manifests later. But I can't help but wonder, like, what happens if excess magic is painful for Chase and he's a healer? Is the cure like stabbing somebody and then healing them real quick? I mean, I could see that playing out in a kind of a comedic role where he's like, sorry, it's therapy, sorry, it's therapy, sorry, it's therapy.
Remember, sir, I was a soldier. I killed people. You were a doctor. I had bad days.
Certainly add a layer to his personality, and God knows he needs it. Reka offers to allow herself to be healed because her back is sore from the weight of her pack and her calves hurt to stretch. And while being healed, she recalls something familiar. The feelings that accompanied the warmth of a forest clearing were strangely familiar. It was almost like I had a memory associated with the feeling of the healing, but not his healing. It was the emotion itself that the healing instilled in me that ran its course through my body. Keep that in mind, it leads to something later. And as he pulls away, there is a slight lingering smell of blood. And Chase and Reika talk a little bit about Chase's physique, which culminates in him very awkwardly asking, hold on, question. I swear to God, the new girl is the most beautiful person I've ever seen in my life. You agree, yes or no? And despite that, he never seems to be interested in her ever again. All right, chapter 13, and this is where something finally happens. The chapter starts out pretty strong, big formatting error right there in the first paragraph. The group is all getting ready to leave the inn, and it's going to take about a day's travel to get to the Eridanus River, just north of Lyra. But as they're trying to leave, they run into a very unexpected villain.
George Bush? No. Terrorists? No. Communists? No. Chinese radicals? No. Cartman? Sort of.
We have been searching for you, Miss Spring, the woman said in an utterly still tone. What a delight it is to meet you. I am Verena Arc, the Scorpio Arctura. To my understanding, you have broken the Scorpio Code and trespassed upon societal territory. So the Arctura herself traveled 2 weeks north to find a lone renegade. Okay, weird, but to put that into perspective, that's like the Prime Minister of England traveling to Scotland on foot to find one lone bureaucrat. I mean, a bureaucrat that stole state secrets, but that still feels like an overreach. And then we get a line describing Reika's distaste of the Arctura in such a way that just the scale of it. I looked my enemy in the eyes, the same person who had given me a torturous childhood, the same person responsible for hundreds of thousands of deaths, the same person who knew it wasn't justifiable. Okay, yeah, Verena is a monster, and she's upholding a lie that results in a lot of people, getting killed and abused and tortured as children, but hundreds of thousands of deaths? Look, given the scale of the continent, I'm not sure it can support 100,000 people. How do you kill hundreds of thousands of people? And given the context, it sounds like these are all just Scorpios. So hundreds of thousands of people are dying, and the Scorpio populace at large are not rising up and saying, this is bullshit, stop murdering us. Look, the only way this scale makes sense is if the populations carry to outside of the continent of Guardian. Like, if there have got to be external continents that just aren't focused on in the story, where these populations are still subjected to all of these nonsense laws. At which point, it raises the question, what was Kaya going to do with her brother? Where could they possibly go to escape the Scorpio Code? I am routinely perplexed at how much this book is fighting its own narrative. Now, Verena demands that Reika follow her back to the hub for punishment, which is stupid. And while she does have her own guards and would be able to theoretically overpower Reika and everybody, that's not what happens. Verena calmly tilted her head at me. Perhaps this pattern of outbursts has led to the becoming of a disloyal member of our people. You are not mentally sound. I'm more mentally sound than you, that's for sure. The code was a lie made to torment Scorpio. Yeah, evidently it was. How does this give the Stellarium power? Someone please explain this to me. A crowd had gathered from all the commotion we were causing. Societalists from different rooms in the inn hurried into the lobby to watch. The Stellarium had to act their best, hide their emotions. My job was to make them look horrid. A swallowing fury suffocated any remnants of fear. The scroll confirms the Scorpio Code was created in the War of Rebalancing to manipulate and control Scorpio. The Scorpio Stellarium is aware of this and continuously ignores it to keep Scorpio in power. Anything else you'd like me to say to ruin your reputation? You are insane, Miss Spring. Your scroll is simply fake. She is not, Adia screamed. Don't listen to them. Here it is, societalists. Here is your proof. I raised my voice for the new curious bystanders.
We are not them. We are not them.
Okay, I'm confused by this part. Reka says, here's your proof, but doesn't provide proof. Like, she was just talking about the scroll, so presumably she, is supposed to raise it above her head or something, but that doesn't prove anything. The scroll hasn't been corroborated, and no one here was witness to it being in the Scorpio archive. And it's confirmed that there are dozens of societalists who have gathered around to watch all of this. And with all this pressure, all this fury building up against Verena, the woman who's at least partially responsible for some of the nonsense that Reka's had to put up with for her entire life, Reka finally hits her limit break, and we get this scene. I had been muzzled before, screams muffled by sandpaper stuffed into my mouth and raked over my wet eyes. Jesus Christ, what are they doing to these kids? I bled sorrow and fury infused into my veins from sentences I hadn't said. Words had been jammed into my jaw. Shut your mouth. Stop complaining. You coward. Show no emotions. Feel no love. Silence your anger. I was a force of fighting and fury and fire. I was everything they feared.
Snakes? No. Clowns? No. Snake clowns. Bruce, listen.
And Rika can feel this deep magic burning inside of her, exploding out of her veins, and this leads to a very confusing start of a fight scene. A man wearing black sprinted towards me. I threw myself out of the way, and the anticipatory crowd erupted into chaos within a split second. I hurled my sword on the ground towards Avia as she dashed past me. The man who jumped at me recovered. Okay, so Avia's leaving, and Reka threw her sword on the ground. Now, I was really confused. I went over this 3 times. She never picks her sword back up, but that's not the important part. This is. I punched my attacker in the chest. The culminating magic in my veins shot out in a burst of a blinding flash. White light snapped through my fingers and manifested itself in a circle, throbbing through my entire body.
Oh baby, oh baby.
The man was blasted backward into the wall as a zodiac wheel illuminated before him, quickly twisting from Scorpio to Sagittarius. So this is Reka's zodiac turning powers waking up. I've got stuff to say about that, but I want to get a little more context so that I'm not just complaining without substance. What ends up happening is this guy gets shot backwards by the force of the zodiac turning ability. He's on the floor, either unconscious or dead. Reka's not sure, but whatever. And then she, Chase, Kaya, and Avia run towards the outskirts of town, just getting away as quickly as possible when they eventually skid to a halt in front of a cliff. And you got Verena and Scorpio Stellarium officials running behind them, blocking off any escape route, until Kaya's water magic wraps around their ankles and drags them off the cliff, flinging them into midair. And that's how Chapter 13 closes. Chapter 14 opens using the same header art that Chapter 13 used.
Well, we cut corners. Sometimes to save money, our animators will reuse the same backgrounds over and over and over again.
And the chapter opens with a very confusing image. As we plummeted to the valley beneath us, I hit a wave of water so cold that my body convulsed mid-air. So your body convulsed before you hit the water because you hit the water. Now, what Kaya had done was actually aim them all towards a lake at the bottom of the cliff, so everyone was able to make impact there, and they're all fine. I mean, the paragraph's not, because it uses the word water 3 times, 4 times if you include the opening sentence. And now that they're finally away from the Stellarium officials, everyone's given an opportunity to gather their thoughts, which means that Avia takes the opportunity to complain. You blasted a dude across the room with a zodiac wheel? Avia yelled, bending over to rub her fist on the top of my head. I swatted her away. And all this time, we've been antagonizing you for your shitty shapeshifting. Okay, 1, no one was complaining about her shapeshifting. 2, what makes it shitty? As far as we can tell, she's been doing a fine job, but that's because we don't have a scope of what she's supposed to be able to do. 3, why are you like this?
What exactly did you expect me to do?
Well, I don't know, maybe you could have bitched at him. How about that? That's all you appear to be good for these days.
And Kaya asks, so you're a zodiac turner? Which I find kind of funny, because that means that the balancing ceremony is now confirmably 0-2. The big ceremony, which is supposed to detect arch power specifically, has now failed twice, and comically enough, both people were in the same ceremony. What is the point of that thing? So they all start talking about zodiac turning and how weird it is that Reka might actually be one. Have you ever felt anger like that? Chase asked. Or let it release? Not that I can recall. Well, there's part one of your answer. The Scorpio code might have halted you from catching it earlier, if it's an emotion-based magic, and that's what it sounds like to me. Okay, so, finally, on page 157, we get a smidgen of logic and reasoning behind the Scorpio code. If zodiac turning is activated by intense emotions, and Scorpios are the main recipients of zodiac turning as a magic style, then that means that the Scorpio code is supposed to repress their emotions and stop them from ever developing it. That means that the Scorpio code has been stupid from the beginning. Okay, the logic that this is supposed to be presenting doesn't work. If the Stellarium is using the Scorpio code to tamp down on emotions, which is reinforced by societal pressure, then that means that the Stellarium isn't doing anything to actually stop zodiac turning from developing. Look, we've seen multiple instances of Scorpios not actually adhering to the Scorpio code when they're in private situations, like at home. And besides, you've got all this abuse that children have to endure, the literal torture. Reka was being whipped for simply being afraid for not paying attention in class. What other scenarios do you think that they have to deal with on a daily basis, aside from the fact that they have to worry about the constant threat of murder by the government? I imagine the entire realm of Scorpio is constantly on edge, just on the brink of some sort of an emotional breakdown. And we don't know for a fact that zodiac turning requires anger specifically. It could have all sorts of an emotional range that could cause its activation. What the Stellarium is doing in this instance is they are forcing deep repressed emotions in its citizens and not giving them an outlet to release all of that pressure. Eventually, it's going to explode. What the Stellarium is doing is they are putting an unloaded gun and a box full of ammo into their citizens' hands and praying that the citizens can't figure out how to combine the two. Especially if it's randomized by something like genetic lineage. Apparently you need an ancestor with zodiac turning, which means congratulations, you've randomized the entire process. Anybody could develop this. Anybody could have latent powers. Now, something uncomfortable gets brought up here. What about Reka's missing father? Because after all, Rowan is her adopted father. I mean, you do have a missing biological father. Maybe this is related to that. Just to be clear, Mom's never mentioned anything about your dad, even just to you? No. She wouldn't talk to me for days every time I asked. Now, that leads to a particular implication. I imagine most of you have figured it out. But just in case you didn't, Milo goes and pretty much lays it out there on the following page. I'm not going to read it because YouTube is stupid with its rules. Here's the text. Now, they try to go into a little more detail about how zodiac turning is supposed to be activated, and this is just weird. How'd you do that, Reka? Make the whole zodiac wheel thing light up. Chase diverted the conversation. I'm not sure. I felt the strain in my veins, the light, the anger, and then it all exploded when I punched him. I slowed in what I was saying. And yeah, now that I think about it, that's how zodiac turners activate their magic. They roll their fingers into a fist and punch. You've never punched anything before?
Punch the keys, for God's sake!
And Rika recalls that she did feel something flare up when she made the motion at the balancing ceremony, but it was easily brushed off as just her shapeshifting powers being wonky. Now that doesn't make any sense because the balancing ceremony was designed specifically in order to detect powers like this. Like, is the Stellarium aware of this glitch? And if so, why aren't they doing anything about it? Or did the ceremony just fail? And if that's the case, then what led the Stellarium to believing that the ceremony is important in the first place? Take a shot every time the book's narrative fights itself. And Rika thinks the situation's really dire because how is she supposed to control a powerful and uncontrollable archpower when she's never had the motivation to try to practice her shapeshifting, which is the first that we've heard that she's never tried to practice her shapeshifting. She said that it was difficult early on in chapter 2, I believe it was, but not that she had no motivation to practice. So they head off towards the nearest harbor that they could find. Apparently there's a small town along the border of Acidian and Societal, where they'd be able to rent a boat to go downriver to get to the coordinates that they need in order to find the lost city of Reka. Now, they've been walking all day, so the thought that comes to mind is they'll just find an inn, crash for the night, and rent a boat in the morning. Not a bad plan, honestly, but there's a particular fly in the lotion as they get closer to town and they see Nara sitting on a boat on one side of the docks. So, of course, Nara launches herself off of the boat, approaches the party, and starts using her lightning powers on Reka. And the description here is pretty bad. It looks like there's some sort of an aura around the two, stopping the, like they're trapped in a force field or something, and the others in Reka's party can't really intervene. And Reka says, I know you, and Nara's like, then tell me who I am, and doesn't get a response. But she does say this. Verena couldn't kill you herself, not in front of societalists, not with a magic she must hide. So when I first read that, I was convinced that this was an indication that Verena is actually a Zodiac Turner, and she's a massive hypocrite and is using this in order to keep herself in power. That does not seem to be what's actually going on. Now, I'm not going to get into it right now. You'll see what it leads to eventually. Verena, I don't know what's going on with her. Honestly, we don't get an answer for the rest of the book. Now, this could be something that just needs to be held off until later in the series. It's a plot thread that just works itself later on in the plot. That's fine. What's not fine is an assassin openly saying that Verena has a particular type of magic that she has to hide. You're just spilling secrets at this point. She is a terrible assassin. And even though Nara is winning the fight, for some reason she drops the line, I'll let you win this time because I want to see you burn.
Burn! Burn! Yeah, it's 2 R's. H-O-R-R, yeah, right. Burn!
Nara has been paid to kill Reka and wants to let her win their fight. Why? Now, you might think it's because Milo doesn't actually have a way to get Reka out of this fight, but he does. Her emotions flooded uncontrollably into my own from an ancient connection I couldn't identify, what felt like an exact connection of magic. I punched my fist toward her, and it all came roaring out. The darkness around me shattered as light exploded from my fist into the shape of a zodiac wheel. It blasted Nara backward before I could grab it with my other hand, careening her across the dock and into the river. Okay, there was a way out of this. A really easy one, actually. So then why did we get the line about Nara letting Reka win the fight? Whatever. So Reka collapses, but not before Chase grabs her and everyone piles onto the boat and they just get out of Dodge. And that leads us into chapter 15, and this is where I think the book really starts to slow down. The next several chapters, the next, 8 or so chapters, there's an attempt at character work in these next few chapters. The plot, things happen, but very, very slowly. And the character work that we get is either repeating stuff that we've already seen, or they're just really empty. Nothing notable really happens until chapter 23. This is the really empty section of the book that I had mentioned earlier. It's just, you get a lot of nothing, and then chapter 23 happens and you get entirely too much. Look, the pacing in this book is a nightmare. And the fact that we've had all this happen and we're only on page 165, I think that really signifies just how lopsided everything is. We're not even at the halfway point. Now, think about how much world building, how many attempts at world building we've seen, and how little character work we've actually gotten. Not to mention the plot. This book is in desperate need of every type of editing that you can find. Okay, chapter 15. So at this point, we are well into the second act of this book, and the second act can very often be the most difficult of a 3-act structure to write. Because the first act, you could have this great idea for how it introduce the characters and the world, introduce the conflict. And the third act, you've got this great idea for a fight scene at the climax and how to wrap everything up all nice and neat, but how do you connect the two? What's the bridge gonna look like? And a lot of writers do struggle with that because you've got to carry the story while keeping it interesting and maintaining a logical through line to the conclusion of everything. I like to think of the second act as where you're exploring the problem. So you've got a character who wants to be the best street racer in the state, but the conflict comes about because there's this other street racer who's like incredibly talented. And so the second act can be about learning how to improve the protagonist's car, how to improve his reaction time, how to navigate the course, so that when you finally do get to the third act, you've got all of this buildup as he's been exploring the problem and trying to work his way through it, and then you get a climactic show-off between him and this other driver. Now, the problem that we get with Age of Scorpius is that the second act doesn't really explore the problem. In fact, it really just repeats what the problem is over and over and over without really going into that much depth about it. And the fact that we're this far in, and I can't even tell you like the purpose behind the Scorpio Code or how it grants the Scorpio Stellarium power, is a really big problem and a missed opportunity, because we could have gone into the history of, maybe they found a secret document detailing the truth about the War of Rebalancing or something, and they could have spent some time discussing, the known history as well as the revelations of, this old document said that it was a fight over donuts. No, instead, I would argue that the second act of the Age of Scorpius begins when the party arrives in Lyra, they meet Kaya, they run into Verana, and then they have to escape. And the third act starts when they get to Reika, because that's really the beginning of the conclusion of everything. The problem comes down to, what do you do to fill in that second act? Well, unfortunately, not a lot in this book. See, what Milo ended up doing is it's largely a travel vlog mixed in with some dreamscaping. It's not as interesting as it sounds. You see, the second act, as we will go through it, is they go down a river, and then they go through a cave, and then they're at Reika, and that's the third act. And there are attempts at character moments, but they're not too revealing, and I don't think they're very interesting. So chapter 15 is the start of this slog down the river, and I'll do what I can to make this interesting, but if you're reading this, it's dull as hell. So, chapter 15, they're on a boat. Motherfucker! I was on a sailboat. Kaya had one glowing hand focused on the river before us as we sailed along the river, guided gently by the wind. So this is confusing because it seems to be saying that Kaya is using magic to guide the ship, but the wind is guiding the ship. So then what's Kaya doing? Look, I could buy that she's using her magic to propel the boat along. That's not a problem, but the sentence is fighting itself. So after the bout against Nara, everyone starts speculating about what her powers are and what really happened during the fight. You think she's a Zodiac Turner? Avia asked. It looked more like weather magic to me. That electricity was way too powerful to just be weather magic. It was more like there was a direct energetic attachment between them. Okay, so weather magic is a thing, but no one's heard about lightning powers before. So what does weather magic normally look like? You just blow wind and summon rain clouds or something? Like, summoning lightning in that way doesn't feel like that much of a stretch. And one of the others, I think this is supposed to be Chase. It's not really clear. But somebody, Chase, says that it looks like Nara touched Reika's arm and they both froze, like they were having some sort of a psychic battle or something. I think we were in some sort of void or dimension. All I could see was the two of us and a lot of darkness. I looked up at Avia and Chase, attempting to make sense of anything that was happening to me. All I knew was the feeling of uneasiness and slight panic. What if I accidentally changed one of your signs? I had no control over what I did to her. Okay, so is that what Zodiac turning is? You literally turn somebody's Zodiac to something else? Again, the biggest problem this book has is that it either overcomplicates things or it underexplains elements. Going in, I thought Zodiac turning screwed with your magic or something, so that now you like, yeah, you were a dream seeker and now you're a water caster or whatever. Good luck figuring out your new control scheme. And like, I think that could still be it. I don't actually know, because again, this is stupidly overcomplicated. If you're changing people's zodiac signs and their signs are, as it's been confirmed, dictated by when you are born, and we get more reinforcement for that shortly, then does that mean that by changing someone's zodiac sign, you change their birthday? Haha, screw you, Sagittarius, now your birthday's in April! God, just imagine a zodiac turner trying to rob a bank or something. Nobody move or I'll change your birthday to February 29th. No more birthday presents for you! And then we get a line that, as a son of a sailor, I have to point this out. He rolled his eyes at me, then decided to distract himself by inching closer to the front of the boat. Kaya was steering it between a wheel that I assumed was attached to the sails and the control of her water magic to guide us along. So, the wheel is not attached to the sails. I don't even know mechanically how you would reliably do that, especially not on a boat this small. But the other problem with that is the wind is not a constant. It can stop for a little while. And if you're relying purely on sails for propulsion, you're occasionally going to be SOL. The water is a constant, especially on a river with a current. And the other problem is Kaya's stamina. We get so many examples of characters hitting their limits in this story that it's almost impossible to really gauge what a normal amount of like magic power is supposed to look like. Because Reika changed 2 glyphs and was out of breath in like 5 minutes. I don't know if she's constantly holding that or whatever, but doesn't matter. Chase has a scene coming up where he like overdoes his healing, but he hasn't been healing that much and it causes his hands to bleed. More on that later. Kaya, in the span of 1 day, has already latched onto everyone in the party's legs to pull them over a cliff, guide them into a lake, and now she's using her powers, I guess, consistently in order to propel a boat down a river, or guide a boat down the river. One way or the other, she's supposedly using magic. Now, I can understand having different stamina between all these characters, that's fine, but the difference is so inconsistent, it just sends a weird idea of like, what's supposed to be a normal baseline for just using magic? It is another element that just makes it so hard to understand where the baseline is. Oh, and the not knowing that the wheel is supposed to be connected to the rudder. I think that that's supposed to be displaying Reika's ignorance over how boats work, as opposed to necessarily Milo making a mistake. But it still feels weird because like, Reika's never been on the water? Because the continent's not that big. You can cross the entire thing in a matter of weeks. Now, the party starts talking, and we get, I guess, some attempts at characterization. Nothing really pressing happens, but there is a touch of conflict that happens between specifically Avia and really everybody. And this is not really a mistake. Conflict between your party members can actually be really, really good. It can help differentiate people. It shows where certain opinions lie. It can show strengths and weaknesses between not just individual characters, but also their bonds with other party members. I do think that this conflict that they have is actually theoretically good. The problem is the only thing that really gets established is that Avia's kind of a bitch. Leave her be, Avia, Chase said, his attention diligently fixed forward as he listened. Forcing her into talking about things she's not ready to talk about won't help anything. Yeah, and what you just said doesn't help either, I snapped at him. God forbid I try to figure out the intentions of an assassin who hates me for unknown reasons. Right, Avia snorted. And who gave you permission to tell me what to do, Chase? So up until this point, the characters are very slowly molding themselves into very, very basic archetypes. Reika is the standard protagonist. She doesn't really have too much really going on to define her. Chase is the broad support. You know, he's really just there to say, yeah, Reika, that sounds good. Avia is the antagonistic one who's going along to help, but you don't know why. And then Kaya's just the background character who's also something of a support character. Yeah, Rika, what Chase said. Good job. And a good example of two characters butting heads while still giving a lot of characterization is what we got with the two vampire brothers from Hellsing Abridged.
And so halfway through blowing me, the fucking hooker ODs on heroin.
I really don't like discussing my ex-girlfriend with you.
I mean, I still finished, but what kind of shit is that?
For God's sakes, Jan, think of Mother.
I ain't jerking off right now.
So chapter 16 opens and Rika sees conviction woods all around her. Yes, she's in another memory dream. This is like the only other thing that happens during this 8-chapter slog down the river and through the caves. And yes, there is an explanation for why she's getting all these memories back now. It's not good. So Rika is in the woods and she sees a member of the Scorpio Stellarium with a very unique type of magic. His 2 spirit hounds circled him, pitch black dogs with claws and hungry chops, their massive shadowy shoulders as tall as their hips. Their Stellarium handler had summoned and commanded them to hunt us down when we tried to shove him into an alleyway. We couldn't have predicted his rare form of animal magic, one that allowed him to summon the spirits of deceased animals. Even with the magical commands controlling them, the hounds wouldn't dare to stray into the woods. The beasts would outmatch them in seconds. We were safe. So you've got a type of magic that allows you to summon ghosts, and those ghosts feel fear.
Oh, I smell bitch in here.
Also, can we just appreciate the incredible range of magic types that we've got in this world, and yet we have no understanding of how any of it's supposed to actually blend? Because Scorpios are able to use shape-shifting and now this, and as the preface indicated, they were the ones who were assigned to zodiac turning. So I think by this point we can abandon the notion that zodiac signs are a very clear indicator as to what kind of magic you're supposed to be able to use. Although here's the direct problem that Milo has been setting himself up. If the zodiac sign is not an immediate indicator of what sort of magic you're supposed to be able to have, if there is any sort of an overlap, then that means that you've got to test everybody for arch powers. Anyone can have an arch power. And yet they didn't do that at the balancing ceremony because Avia didn't do anything, stated her name and occupation, and then was just given a cloak, which gives such a muddled idea of how magic in this world is supposed to work. And I wouldn't be so confused by that, the degree of randomness that magic has depending upon your sign, if it weren't for lines like this on the following page. We see Rika in the Conviction Woods when she was younger, and she's running along with Nara. And the two are fleeing into the woods because they just assaulted a guy. Nara grinned at me, flexing her arms before she lifted them above her head to stretch. The fabric of her shirt lifted to briefly expose her toned core, her pants resting low on the curve of her hips. She glanced down at me, and I looked away quickly when she caught me staring, again. She laughed at me. Nice try. Shut up. I rolled my eyes. Her teasing would have been a lot worse if my face wasn't already flushed from running through the hub. Do you have any Pisces in you at all? Nara shrugged. Fuck if I know. Okay, so Pisces, like we know from earlier that Nara is a Pisces-Aries cusp. I guess this is supposed to be an indication of behavior. So zodiac signs normally have a degree of impact on your behavior and your personality, but magic is seemingly random. Or is the idea that you could have a number of particular types of magic depending upon what your sign is? Like, you're a Scorpio, so you could have one of these 3 or 4 different types of magic. Well, that would be great if not for the fact that dream seeking is interchangeable. We have seen people from different signs with that. How am I supposed to read this? But the Scorpio guy with the ghost dogs is not really leaving the area. Turns out that he's actually found an abandoned cabin not too far away from, I guess, just outside of the magical barrier of the woods. The dogs pick up a scent and they approach the cabin, and the official pulls a knife, or a long blade, and approaches the cabin, because the cabin is not uninhabited. A teenager in Scorpio colors crashed out of the front door, followed by a snapping spirit hound. The official lurched for him while another boy ran out, his shirt donning the Gemini glyph. And if you're wondering, yes, this is the same Scorpio-Gemini couple from, God, chapter 5, I think? And we get another terrible fight scene as Nora, jumps into action and Reika follows suit. Sentences are all over the place. It is a very jarring experience because it's the same problem with the other fight scenes. Just one sentence not really leading into another one. It's just rapid jump cuts in the fight scene. And then the fight takes a shift. Reika climbs a tree inside the Conviction Woods barrier to try to keep the ghost dogs distracted. They lose focus, or they lose interest in her, and they chase after the Scorpio and the Gemini couple. So Nara has to use her ultimate technique, and it turns out that she is also a Zodiac turner. She blasts the Scorpio official into the woods using a wheel of light. He gets grabbed by a smoke tendril or tentacle or whatever, gets dragged away into the woods, and his ghost dogs disappear, implying that he's dead. And then we get this strange detail about Zodiac turners that just compounds an already confusing idea. Grasping her wrists, my magic immediately began flowing from my arms into hers. She gasped in a breath seconds later, jerking back awake as I gave her the excess energy from the sheer amount of adrenaline pumping through my bloodstream. Nara stabilized, the rise and fall of her chest evening out as we balanced the energy shared between two Zodiac turners. So, if you have two Zodiac turners, they're able to recharge each other's batteries? Look, I'm sure this is supposed to be some sort of a, Zen thing where they both mellow out and recover a little bit, but we barely understand what Zodiac turning even does to a guy. Adding these additional elements is it just gets confusing. We have too much info here. And again, it's fine if Milo has all these ideas, but the way that you present them to the reader is so very important, because if it's not clear, like what we get here, then everything gets obfuscated and we have no idea how we're supposed to be able to actually read any of this. It makes engaging with the material a chore. But Nara gets upset with herself because she just killed someone. And Reika assures her that it's okay because if Nara hadn't intervened when and how she did, the ghost dogs would have probably hurt the Scorpio and Gemini guys. The hounds would have killed them, and if the spirits were attracted to them after being attracted to us, I know for a fact that they did nothing wrong. Okay, this sentence is terrible because it kind of sounds like she's saying the hounds did nothing wrong, and it's also kind of a weird implication because we know Reika and Nara are in a romantic relationship, and the Scorpio and Gemini guys are in a romantic relationship. So if the ghost dogs are attracted to both couples, are these ghost dogs that work off of gaydar? Like, I'm sure that that's not what's going on, because you gotta be able to have these things actually do more than that. Although, if someone is trying to build a case that the World of Guardians government has a problem with gay relationships, then this could be used as part of an argument. You've got gay-sniffing ghost dogs. This is so fucking stupid. But then because it has to happen, because we know it happens, the Scorpio and Gemini couple approach. So finally, we've got a name for this character, and it only took 10 chapters after his death. Which is made even worse when you consider that Kaya is his sister and never mentioned his name. But some of you may be wondering, what were they doing in the first place? Why did they shove that one official in an alleyway? Is there a story there? Well, sort of. You see, what Reika and Nara have been doing for some time by this point is they wear wolf masks and they go and they use their powers on Scorpio Stellarium officials. The masks, they help us to get away with our method of taking the Stellarium down one official at a time. I had an incurable hunger to tear the Scorpio Stellarium apart one by one. Nara and we'd stalk them through the hub, luring them to the hidden alleyways, illuminating the shadows between the looming buildings with the light of our magic to change the fate of every Stellarium member we could, to allow them to escape from the government that used them to hurt us. Okay, so they use their powers, they lure people into various traps down dark alleyways, which implications, and then they use Zodiac turning on the officials to change their fates. Look, I get it that I'm approaching this from someone who doesn't buy into anything regarding astrology, but how does changing anybody's zodiac sign alter their goals in life? If these guys, let's say you've got someone who's been working for the Stellarium for 20 years. All of a sudden, he's not a Scorpio, he's a Taurus. Why are his life goals different now? Now, if they have sworn any sort of an oath or fealty to the Scorpio Stellarium, changing their zodiac sign doesn't seem like it should have that much of an impact. Like, even if they have to lose their position, if this is something they believe in, or if this is a career choice that they really want to pursue because they've been working towards, an upper management position or whatever for 20, 30, whatever years, then changing your, date of birth doesn't sound like it should really matter. We at the Scorpio Stellarium allow all sorts of members into our organization, but only if you're a Halloween baby. And what does changing one's sign do anything regarding their actual personality? Because we have not seen this impact on anyone in the book. And in fact, we're going to get some evidence shortly here that it doesn't really have any impact. What does this do to someone's goals and life choices, all the background, the trauma that someone has experienced? Why does suddenly altering a sign, what does that do? Does that automatically kick them out of the Scorpio Stellario? I'm sorry, Brad, you're not allowed to work in the FBI anymore. You got mugged last week. Part of Winter's issue is that he claims that he spent a lot of time developing Guardian, and maybe he did, but because he spent so little time learning how to develop his writing, he doesn't know how to bring Guardian to life. A good way to go about it is just ignore the needs of the plot sometimes. Allow characters to meander through town. Maybe there's a harvest festival they can take part in, or maybe they're taking a detour to a city that has the best ice cream in the galaxy. Big, grandiose moments sound like the obvious answer to build a place up, which is why we get a lot about societal's love for art. But it's the small human moments that make things memorable. Show people celebrating a town's oddball zoo, trying their luck at a famous casino, or sitting down for tea with a local witch of the woods. Don't worry about it being huge and unique. Worry about it being human and relatable. And that's the entirety of Chapter 16. It was all just a flashback. Chapter 17 opens with Reika waking up in the boat. Apparently she's inside the cabin area. And she touched her neck to make sure her necklace was still there. You know, the necklace that she turns into a sword, and the sword that she threw on the ground in front of a guard in Lyra and then ran away. Look, go back and double check my work if you can get your hands on a copy of this. She leaves her sword behind, and now she has her necklace. This is, in fact, a continuity error. But apparently the boat has hit some rough waters, and now it's buckling around in the stream. In fact, the water is described as foaming and thrashing. Now, it's possible that they're just hitting rapids, or it could be magically churned. I honestly don't know what the case is here. But Reika's not too worried, because she's no stranger to balancing herself through slippery mud in the woods. Now, again, son of a sailor, slippery mud is not the same thing as trying to balance yourself on a shaking boat, because the foundation is different. Slippery mud, you just don't have any traction with the ground. Shaking boat, the foundation is shifting a lot. But things become a little dire as the river is actually headed towards a waterfall. This feels a little out of place, considering that a waterfall should be a known thing along a river like this, or at least there should be some degree of warning, either from the townsfolk, hey, don't go too far upriver or downriver or whatever, or else you'll hit the falls. Or maybe there could be some sort of a safety thing, like a gatehouse. But whatever. The boat kind of goes out of control and plummets over the falls. Kaya is able to grab herself and Reika and guide the both of them safely into a lake. It's very cold, but they're able to swim to shore, no problem. Chase is able to rescue Avia, but Avia is not doing well. Chase wrapped his hands around her wrists, focusing his attention on her face. Her body illuminated with the healing as it spread rapidly from his veins to her limbs. Golden magic enveloped both of them as it restored her purple-tinted skin and snapped bones back into place. Her heat returned, her eyes flaring open a minute later as she gulped in a breath of air. She coughed up water as Chase's healing continued to pulse through her, a heartbeat pumping through both of them. sourcing from the center of his chest where the light shone the brightest. So she had broken bones. Did she land on a rock? Because we get the illustration of the falls beforehand. It doesn't look that bad. Look, maybe 20 feet, and you could get hurt from that sort of a distance, but it's like she got run over by a tank. And again, why is Libran healing banned?
Banned!
There is another reason for it, but it's stupid. We'll get there shortly. And this is how Avia discovers that Chase is actually a Libran healer. In fact, she gives a very begrudging thank you with, yeah, thanks. And there's some minor conversation, and that's the whole of chapter 17. It is surprisingly empty. Now, if Milo wants to keep writing, that's fine, but you gotta write your chapters around things that are more formative instead of spending 3 pages describing a boat crash. So everyone pulls up to the riverbank and they start trying to recover from falling over the cliffs. Seriously, I think there'd be some sort of safety precaution or whatever. You know, even in primitive technology, they could establish like some sort of a dam just to stop boats from going over like this. Especially because this is one of the only rivers on the entire continent. Everyone's soaked to the bone, and this leads to a conversation regarding the state of Chase's shirt. Is that not bothering you? The wet shirt? I asked. Oh, it definitely is. Maybe just take it off? I suggested, holding back a laugh. If you're worried about coverage, I hate to break it to you, but a wet white shirt is not any better than no shirt. Thank God somebody said it. I was worried I'd make someone uncomfortable. He immediately pulled it off. I didn't want to be weird. I shook my head with a laugh. Trust me on this, it does not affect me. It definitely affects me, Avia said, and I wrinkled my nose at her. Kaya massaged her forehead. You hide a lot under that cloak. So, oh boy, Avia has a new personality trait. Now she's bitchy and horny.
Horny bitch.
So Avia makes a comment that she's never felt healing like what Chase did before, just in addition to the differences between regular magical healing and Libran magical healing, and we get more of a distinction between the two types. Chase, Kaya started, catching my attention. Are you hurt? His hands dripped with blood, yet there were no cuts or abrasions on his palms. It seeped through the skin as he wrapped his hands with a cloth from his bag. His pattern of bandaging himself was in a specific ritual, in strokes of 3, carefully attuned to the curvature of his palms. He looked up when he noticed we were watching him. Why are your hands bleeding out? Avia asked. When I use too much magic, it does this. He tied the gauze off and set his hands in his lap. My magic sources from my blood. Normal healers use water.
Yeah, well, I sweat blood.
And Chase also explains that his healing is activated emotionally or instinctively. So if someone is hurt, his body reacts. It just knows what to do. And he also explains that because of the instinctiveness of this magic, it can be difficult to control, which is why he struggled at the balancing ceremony. You were struggling at the balancing ceremony when they tried to test you for Libran healing, I recalled. I remember you looked so incredibly focused. Your hands were shaking. Yeah, that's why I was 2 years delayed. I had to practice fighting my instinct. Dad made stuff up about my job making me too busy to attend. Okay, the mandatory do this to prove you don't have the forbidden magic thing granted them time to let him practice hiding the magic thing. Why would anyone allow this? It defies so much logic. Oh, and also Avia wasn't breathing when Chase found her in the lake earlier, and she was unconscious, and her ribs, hips, and legs were broken. And he claims that the magic was banished for being too powerful, and that's, as far as cover stories go, that's really stupid. Hey, we've got a drug that acts as a total panacea. It fixes everything you could possibly have with no side effects. We better not use it, it's too powerful. Okay, one side effect. If you use too much, your hands bleed a little bit. Oh no, it's not like you could have a whole bunch of people like that on staff and just swap them out now and then. So everyone's found a cavern and they all go to sleep, and shortly after she falls unconscious, Reika gets pulled into someone else's dreamscape. And strangely enough, it's Nara's, who demands, "Why are you here? Get out of my head." And Reika begs to ask, "Who are you angry at?" And Nara says, "You." So, okay, what did Reika do in their past to get Nara so angry at her? Place your bets now on what you think it is, and I'll give you a hint. It has nothing to do with Reika wanting to break up. Now, this does raise the question, is this like... It feels like proper dream syncing where two consciousnesses are interacting in a dream, which, fine, that's how the magic works. But did Nara somehow pull Reika into her dream, or did a third party connect the two of them like...
You talking about Inception? That's right, Morty. This is gonna be a lot like that, except, you know, it's gonna make sense.
Now, they leave the cave and they start to walk down the valley, and with the rising sun, they get a little bit more light, and they actually come across something that will defy explanation and help them immensely. Hey, Reika, come look at this. Chase was pacing along the rocky wall when he stopped next to what looked to be another arch. I hurried over. Avia stared curiously at the cavern opening outlined by stones, holding a piece of rock in her hand. The arch was made of slabs inscribed in ancient Driscoll and Rurian. Again. I looked over at Chase, who stepped forward to inspect the runic. Same thing as the arch on the East Trail, he said. Restore and revive. Okay, so this is the same thing as the impossible arch from the East Trail. This one's at least a little more hidden, so I can buy it a little better. There doesn't seem to be like any town nearby, and the closest one that we've got is some small, I don't know if they're a trading port or what, just outside of Lyra, and that's at least a day away. It does really make you wonder about the population density and where people are actually spread out, because this isn't that far from civilization. I mean, it's better than the 7 miles from the fucking capital city, and this one at least seems to be kind of pressed up inconspicuously against a cliff face, but this just feels really convenient. So you remember in the first remake of the Star Trek movies with Chris Pine as Kirk, and how he gets exiled to that one ice planet, and then he has to hide for cover inside of a cave. And out of all the planets in the galaxy and all the caves on that planet, he happens to stumble into the one that's also holding old Spock. You see, the problem is their coordinates did not lead them to this spot. The coordinates are telling them how to get to Reika, but the pathway there is not clear. And there's the other problem with this whole fetch quest that they're currently on. If this is where the coordinates had led them, then my complaint goes out the window, because they are following a logical path from A to B to C to whatever. But instead, what we get is another in a long list of incredible contrivances where they just happened to come across the one spot that they need to in order to safely cross through the mountains and wind up in this mysterious hidden village that is only 2 weeks away by foot from the capital city. Just the scale of how small this continent still bothers me. But everyone decides that this is probably the right way to go, so they walk through the archway, and that leads them into a very lengthy cavern system. All right, chapter 19. So this is the first of 4 chapters in which the party is just walking through a cave. And yeah, they talk, and Reika has another flashback, but for the most part, the plot screeches to a halt as everyone is just going from point A to point B. Now, the other thing that happens is Reika notices a slight physiological change now that her powers have woken up. Again. My veins burned again. I held my finger against my skin at the piercing sensation. My palms were itchy and dry too, and it was almost as if I wanted to release all the built-up magic. There was no reason for me to, and I wasn't sure how to repress zodiac turning without blasting someone into the wall, or why I'd never struggled with the pain before. So this is an interesting conundrum. The idea that magic can be pent up and requires personal release.
Damn it, I can't think of any good dick jokes.
I'm confused because she's always had the powers. She's always been a zodiac turner for the last, 4 or 5 years by this point. We're not actually sure exactly, but her powers have been unlocked. Her powers were just repressed, or she didn't know the controls or something. But the powers never actually went away, especially considering that they unlocked without any sort of external device or whatever. So if that's the case, why wasn't she feeling the pent-up magic before? Also, if she's really got to express some of the magic, just shoot a blank wall or something. Also, it turns out they're not wandering through some random cave. The particular route that they're on is special. These routes are special. My brain was itching with the history of the tunnels. During the War of the Rebalancing, the Autorians carved escape routes for Zodiac Turners and Libran healers in the mountains from pre-existing cave entries. Ascidians discovered them and executed those traveling. Now, remember, they're in Ascidian territory, so that means that the Autorians, for some reason, took the time to carve into a mountain in order to create an escape route. I'm pretty sure that there are multiple faster, better ways to do that. Like, they're along a river, so you could have them build, like, quick ramshackle boats and go down the river. And there's no indication of any sort of a city at the other end, well, two ends of the river here. So that's an option. Now, Kaya asks Reika how she knows this, and Reika explains that she was a historian in training, which prompts Kaya to ask more about it. Didn't cancer play a role in that myth? It's been a while since I last heard someone talk about it. Kaya, no! You just asked the wrong person the wrong thing, Avia said with a deep sigh. Please, no.
When all the bitch stars had aligned, you were born and made everybody's life around you a living hell because you are such a bitch!
At this point, I don't even know why Avia's here. She clearly doesn't want to be here. She clearly doesn't like anyone she's with. She's so abrasive that she doesn't really add anything to the group dynamic. Like, really, the only contribution that she makes up to this point is she's a human torch. They need light when traveling through the caves, and they need someone to light the campfire to cook food. That's all that she is. Avia is a walking sterno. And we get additional information surrounding the myth or the story of Matthias, the guy who was chosen by the sun god to seal the immortality magic into the sword. But it's not that we get more information or more depth about Matthias and that entire situation. We get more information about the tangentially connected stuff around him. It's good to have that sort of a history, that much detail about the elements in your story, but it just becomes so compounded that it becomes difficult to follow. Case in point. This takes a little bit of setup. I'm sorry that this is going to take a few paragraphs, but it leads to a really hilarious contradiction. Yeah, Matthias was the guy who went on a mission from the god of the sun to take immortality from Guardian and transfer it to the Calexis, I interrupted her. His wife was a Cancer. I thought Matthias was supposed to be a Libran healer, Chase asked. Union law? He was. That's why they say he became an immortal as punishment for breaking balance by marrying his wife. So he became immortal, alongside the Calexis being created, and he later transferred his immortality to his son, Silas. So he was forced to become immortal as a punishment for breaking the Union law, and then he transferred his immortality to his son.
Weren't you banished to Food Cordia? Shouldn't you be frying something?
Oh, I quit when I found out about this.
You quit being banished?
Now, if that wasn't bad enough, there's another contradiction 2 paragraphs below that! Silas is an immortal, and he wasn't just a myth, so he's still out there somewhere. Do we know his magic? Nope. There's not much known about him in myth. He became immortal when he touched the Calexis and was punished with its immortality. So, was it transferred to him? Or did he poke the sword? You gotta understand, this is not a matter of, oh, Milo just lost things in translation while remaking a draft. Transferred, touch the sword. That's the difference. Take a shot every time the book contradicts itself on the same page!
Doesn't anyone notice this? I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
But why is immortality such a big deal anyway? So some people can't die. Whatever. Why would the gods care? Well, what's the whole deal with immortality? Imbalance, I continued. Guardian turned into a mess when society revolved around the unchecked power behind immortality. Matthias was said to be instructed by the god of the sun himself to rebalance Guardian by removing immortality with the Calexis. He performed some sort of holy ritual to transfer immortality from Guardian's magic system to the Calexis instead. Okay, fine. There was a holy ritual. I will assume that people were somehow walking around immortal, and Matthias was able to siphon that away. So that explains, possibly, why there aren't a whole bunch of immortals just wandering around. But then, if that's the case, then how was he able to perform the ritual the one way, but not perform it in such a way that he was able to siphon it away from his son? And if it's really that bad, if it's really a sort of imbalance, why would he transfer his immortality to his son? You know, depending upon which paragraph you want to pay attention to. Also, Chase has an offhand comment and says that he never believed in the three deities until recently. So, okay, there are gods, 3 of them, and I guess they're doing jack shit with everything that's going on now. They're wandering through the cave for a little while, but Chase suggests that they actually pause for the day and set up camp. They need a rest. And he says this because he made some observations about Avia. Your hands are trembling. I can barely read with your flame bouncing all over the place. Your non-flame hand is slick with sweat, considerable for someone who runs at a much higher temperature than all of us. You're also breathing heavily. You are most definitely tired, Avia. Okay, doctor, she said and kept walking. You're a healer, not a doctor. Let me remind you, doctors diagnose the problems and you fix the diagnosed problem. That was just an awful paragraph. So she calls him a doctor, immediately takes it back, and then says that doctors diagnose the problem. I'm not sure that I would go with that as a definition. But also, Chase did diagnose the problem. He made a series of acute observations regarding her physical state and came to a conclusion, thus diagnosing the situation. Or as Kaya puts it, she was read like a book. Hopefully a better one than this. Now, the other thing that Chapter 19 does is it tries to give Kaya some much-needed definition. Now, most authors would try to put her in a situation where she has to make a particular choice or deal with a conflict or has some degree of reaction to something. After all, the saying is, actions speak louder than words. Instead, everyone's going to sit around the campfire and just talk. Now, this can still work. Dialogue is still a good way to get characterization across, and depending upon the skill level behind the writing, you might still learn a lot about her. Not just the stuff that she says, but also the subtext of what she's talking about or how she says it. Instead, for the most part, the information that Kaya gives is not about her. We're not going to get more depth about her. We're going to get an understanding about her family situation. Now, it turns out that she's got a sizable family. So, remember, her mom was the Libran leader. She has multiple siblings, including the one Scorpio brother, Quinn, the dead one, and 2 older brothers who are both Sagittarian fire mages. And this is apparently confusing enough to elicit the response, hold on, and your mom is the Libra leader? With 2 Sagittarians, a Cancer, and a Scorpio? Yeah, it's almost like it doesn't matter what your sign is because your kids can be born at any time during the year. And Reka asks about Kaya's father, who is apparently a Capricorn. Oh, but the 2 Sagittarians are only half siblings. Their dad was a Cancer who died before Kaya was born. Would this be a violation of the union law that's been touted and repeated in this chapter? Well, I'm sorry, but how does the Libra leader mess up that badly? She literally monitors the law. How did she get away with Capricorn and Cancer? The union law makes it illegal to marry, not to fuck, and she's a Libra. They like to bang anyone who gives them the opportunity to do so. You know, while I do think that there is room for some character growth that you could do by relying on the Zodiac for personalities, the constant need to stereotype people and characters just feels lazy. You know, I haven't done too much research on anything regarding astrology because this is a thick-ass book and there's way too much that I could read. But even this book says, because of their energy and stamina, Libras are often highly prized as mates and co-workers. So it feels like there's just this layer that exists within the book that is only accessible if you're already very familiar with a lot of stereotypes about astrology and, you know, the signs within them. And I'm not sure how I'm supposed to take the idea of stereotypes within this world, because Kaya makes a joke at Chase's expense, since he's also a Libra, and says, "I know Libra, I'm just speaking the truth." Chase responds with, "Way to stereotype me," and Reika laughs it off with, "Yeah, okay." Reika, you were stereotyping your own sister earlier. Look, the fact of the matter is, this world is built on stereotypes. It's a driving force with everything. The government is built on the concept of stereotypes based on zodiac signs. This book relies on stereotypes on par with The Simpsons.
Ay, caramba!
Idly hope. Excellent.
Now, for some reason, it's very confusing why Kaya's mother would have so many kids that were not Librans. I don't understand why this is confusing. In fact, it's referred to as cryptic. Cryptic is written in such a way that it feels like it's not referring to something mysterious. It sounds like it's just, I don't know, like even from context, I'm struggling to understand why this is cryptic. And then they try to build a conspiracy from it. Quinn was supposed to be a Libra. She's the Libra leader, and she has money. So I know damn well she had access to the right healers to induce an early birth with him. Or she could have straight up aborted any of the three of them. They weren't cryptic. But she didn't. Quinn was always trying to figure out the story behind that. It doesn't make sense. That's so strange. I bit the inside of my cheek. I didn't want to accidentally insult her or hurt her feelings. Quinn was onto something. That sounds intentional, does it not? Why would she willingly have a Scorpio and 2 Sagittarians? Because why the fuck not? Look, the zodiac is politically important in this world, so understand that it's not the same as, oh, who cares when your kid was born as long as they're healthy. The problem is, we've not been given the foundation to understand why this is key. I mean, hell, how many of you even remember anything about Sagittarians that were introduced in this book? I'm going through this book for the second time, and the only thing I can remember is they live on the sea, so I made a joke about pirates. I mean, having a Scorpio when she could have induced early and had a Libra and have a kid with a normal, more normal, and probably happier life, you know, where he doesn't get executed by the state just because he has a boyfriend. I mean, maybe there could be something there, but again, there's no foundation, so how are we supposed to really grapple with this? And then Kaya just sums the whole thing up by saying, all I know is that all 4 of us were preventable, but for some reason that fact was ignored. I mean, yeah, she could have had her partners wear condoms. Actually, there's a question. Do condoms exist in this world? Inquiring minds have to know. Milo, are condoms a thing in your world? We ask the important questions on this channel. Oh, and also Avia gives a line that says, love is encouraged among Aries. We don't fear heartbreak. We don't fear others. I don't know, because I don't have a foundation to understand astrology, because Milo does a terrible job translating any of that for any reader who's unfamiliar with astrology, I just feel the need to point out, like, the stereotypes every once in a while. But chapter 20, I guess, is the next day, and they're still going through the caverns. And they're going from caverns to more caverns. After a long day of traveling through dark caverns with an ease of tension in the group, we stepped into a large cavern. Look, I would say get a copy editor to go over this stuff, but you shouldn't need a copy editor for mistakes like this. Now, they're getting ready to set up camp for the night when they come across a stream, and this looks like a good camp spot. So Avia runs over to the stream to try to get some fish. And then, because they've got magic, so why wouldn't they do this, Kaya uses her magic to pull a fish out of the water, you know, like a little bubble of water, and then Avia grabs it and roasts it alive, which is like kind of psychotic. Chase cringed and shielded his eyes. God, do you have to burn it to death? She looked up with a cheeky smile, holding it out to him. It's cooked now. You want it? You know, the worst part about that passage is I actually kind of like it as a character trait.
You know, maybe I kind of do like you.
Like, I could see this working in Avia's favor if she had to, like, do this as a matter of survival, if she was, like, stoic the whole time, but instead she offers a cheeky smile, and it's like, you're kind of messed up, lady. But everyone eats, then they go to bed, and that means Reika's asleep, so it's nightmare time. This time, the memory dream takes place certainly within the last year. She is in school, and two Scorpio officials storm into the room. They actually run towards Nara, grab her, and force her hands behind her back. And while I'm reading this, keep in mind, this is taking place in a classroom. So the officials grab Nara and Reika. There's a scuffle as she absolutely goes nuts, actually fights them. There's a formatting error on page 216. Now, while I'm reading this, keep in mind, this is taking place in a classroom during class, because she says, the voice of the monotonous Scorpio teacher, I hated the sound of some other kid in the back of the near silent classroom. There are witnesses to this, to what she does here. I jumped off the desk, and in a frenzy, charged the official holding Nora back. I instinctually rolled my fingers into a fist and aimed for the man's chest. A burst of light escaped from my fist in the form of a zodiac wheel, slamming into the man's chest and throwing him into the wall. Even though Reika has the upper hand here, Nara, for some reason, she's got a look of desperation and panic in her eyes, and they both give up and get dragged to the disciplinary office where Reika was first tortured in front of her and they met.
That's for wearing a purple suit in public! Bored now.
She just used a forbidden arch power in front of who knows how many students. Now, there doesn't seem to be any sort of real restraints that they're under. There doesn't seem to be anything actually stopping Reika or Nara from fighting the officials, running out of the room, and like fleeing towards the Conviction Woods where they can both survive and the officials can't chase them. They have I don't even know how many thousands of square miles of territory where they could be free from a very oppressive guard. I don't know why they came back to school at all, but whatever. For some reason, because the plot requires them to, they give up, and they sort of give up. There's a bit of a feigned resistance here, but it ultimately leads to nothing. Actually, no, there's this one line that Reika tries to give off, and it's supposed to be dramatic and empowering and epic, and it just... I retaliated, shoving my knee in between his legs. He buckled at the knees with a gasp at the unexpected backlash, and I grabbed the collar of his shirt, dragging him down to my level with a screech. I met his eyes, my magic roaring within my body. In that same moment, the Stellarium had brewed the perfect storm within me. I won't be your echo. I won't be a mother to children you breed from us. I won't fall underneath the Stellarium's control, and nothing you can do will ever take that from me, I snarled. I won't be your bitch. Nobody clip that. So this is a moment of, that sounded a lot cooler in your head, didn't it? And look, I get the message that she's giving. The message is fine, but the delivery is so cringy. Now, during all of this, Nara does not lift a finger to help Reika, even though they are both in a secret relationship by this point. She's actually kind of standing off to the side, quivering with terror. And I think the reason for that is because we've got the officials who came in initially. They're joined by a supervisor. I believe I know who the supervisor is. He's never named, but there is an implication at play here. We'll try to remember to get to that later. But even if my assumption about the supervisor's identity is correct, it still doesn't work for this reason. He smiled. It was the first time I'd seen someone from the Scorpio Stellarium express emotions. Perhaps. He glanced over at Nara, who tried to struggle again when he met her gaze. But why would I do that when I could watch you conform instead? A Pisces Aries Turner could be of great use to us. I thank you for giving her to us. Keep that in mind for later. I'll go over my theory, God, who knows and how long. once you get a bigger idea of how all this is supposed to work, you'll notice that this particular moment doesn't actually add up. Now, do you remember way the hell back in Chapter 2 how Reika had that unexplained scar on her neck? The one that should have raised a lot of questions and didn't? I don't blame you if you have forgotten. I forgot by the time I got to this point in the book. Well, we get something of an answer here when the supervisor takes out a blade and presses it against Reika's neck. He then insists that Nara summon her magic. The blade slowly pierced into my skin. I felt the warmth of blood slide down my neck. Nara screeched, immediately spinning the wheel to Gemini Cancer. Now, my earlier assumption is that someone had switched Nara around to become a Pisces Aries turner from a Scorpio, because, Scorpio was the big special one who got zodiac turning for some reason. But no, she was born Pisces Aries, and anyone can be a turner. I'm pretty sure Milo forgot multiple things that he was writing as he was writing this scene, but the supervisor commands Nara to use her magic on herself, Gemini Cancer. I don't know why he wants her to be a cusp, or a different kind of cusp, but okay. And I don't think that Nara actually uses it on herself. And the supervisor says that he will shove his blade into Reika's throat if Nara does not summon the secondary magic. Now, in context, there's no reason for him to call what she's about to do the secondary magic, but if Milo described what it actually was, that would ruin a twist for later on. So, tossing out logic for the sake of the plot, great idea, always works. Nara summons an unfamiliar blue magic as it covers her skin in a wave of light. Nara says she loves Reika, and then is forced to use it on Reika. It's described as setting her organs on fire, and she coughs wildly. And the description that we get of Reika reacting to the spell that just got cast on her, the dialogue, the conversation that she's having with herself morphs between these two paragraphs, and it just, I'm not going to read the whole thing. I'm putting them up here on the side so you can read it for yourself, but there is a context that is so brazenly missing here. What ultimately ends up happening is this is how Reika lost her memory. So we have an explanation for that. What we don't have is logic behind that erasure. Mechanically, how does this work? Because all of a sudden, she's known Nara from the ages of about 13 to a little more than 17 now. So for Reika to completely forget Nara and all the interactions that she must have had that are not depicted in this book, she is missing significant chunks of her memory from at least a span of 4 years. So what, does she just forget all of that? Does she have false memories implanted so she doesn't suspect anything? Does anyone in her family come to the realization of, hey, you're acting different, what's going on? Because remember, 13 to 17 are very formative years. Teenagers are discovering who they are during these times. You cannot erase so much of someone's memory and not have an effect on their personality. Now, later on, we get a line about how nobody knew that Reika had a secret girlfriend. I don't know why she didn't tell her family, because they already know she's violating the code. Who would care if she had a girlfriend? I mean, given the very limited amount that we know about her mom and her adopted father, I don't think they would care if she was a lesbian. Really, this is, again, throwing out logic and throwing out character agency for the sake of the plot. This is the same convoluted series of mistakes that Alex Astor makes with Lightlark all the goddamn time. And that is why I would argue that this is a plot-driven book and not a character-driven book. The plot is vastly more important than the characters in this. At the same time, you have to wonder, what about all the kids in the classroom who saw Reika use zodiac turning? Were they all given some sort of a quick propaganda lesson? Oh, yeah, your classmate has some hidden power, but she's fine now? Or did Nara have to go back and erase all of their memories as well, which may have to include the teacher? And what kind of wide-scale result would that have? And of course, there's the biggest problem. Zodiac turners are deemed extremely dangerous. So why did they, we can assume that they kept Nara around because the Stellarium is hypocritical and corrupt, and they want to have Nara around as a personal weapon. Fine. Why did they let Reika live? Now, there's a possible reason that we can get later on. I think I've got an answer for that we'll have to reveal for a twist later, but let's be honest. The real answer is, if they did the logical thing and killed Reika, we wouldn't have a book. So she can't die. Gotta love plot armor. Especially when you compound everything else in this scene. She's violated the code who knows how many times. She's assaulted multiple officials. She has an arch power which is supposed to not exist anymore. And she gets off with what's effectively a slap on the wrist. I mean, it's not a slap on the wrist for her, but when you consider that she's supposed to be facing multiple death penalties, it's a slap on the wrist. And as her memories are unlocked, Reika's subconscious stirs inside of her, and she feels this deep anger within her at the injustice she's been forced to endure. Rage, that was it. An anger so spiteful, ever-consuming, and furious, stronger than any magic could ever touch me. I would bite the hand that chained me. I would snap the links until my hands were raw, until my fangs were stained with their blood. I would be the voice with my zodiac turning, and as some sort of blessing, I had the power and strength to fight. To ignore the call would be to hush the howl escaping from my lips. The hunger for justice that inherently existed within me through the balance of my magic craved. With balance came the chaos, and I would be its conduit.
Oh my goodness!
You know, it keeps happening at this point. I'm getting really annoyed with the way that the memories are being revealed through these dreams, because it feels like such a wasted opportunity considering the vast possibilities of a dreamscape. Winter's use of dreams to showcase what happens to Reika's past just feels lazy. There are all sorts of ways to showcase or reveal a hidden backstory, but Winter's use of it feels like outlining it to the reader directly. He doesn't even try to be clever with the dreams or how they're implemented, and the information is pretty cut and dry. In Buffy Season 5, and don't worry, I'm keeping this spoiler free, she had dreams where she was visited by the original Slayer and was just repeatedly told, "Death is your gift." That felt pretty clear. Buffy was talented at killing, but the truth of what the phrase meant was shown later on in a very satisfying twist at the end of the season. However, Winter just goes on to show the dreams as regular scenes, no reinterpretations or anything. They're just the same as directly telling us what happened before. So that's chapter 20. 21 opens up. Reika wakes up from her dream and immediately fucks up. I snapped out of the memory and back into the cavern. Without even punching my fist out or sitting up, my arm released a burst of light into a zodiac wheel above my body. My hand slipped when I tried to send it to the ground beside me. In the process, I lost complete control as it spun, settling from Libra to Scorpio. The force of its energy slammed into me, leaving me struggling to take in my next few breaths. I shielded my face as electrical particles exploded around me. With each contact of light to skin, it felt like a tiny needle stung me. A yell echoed through the cavern. Chase, who had jumped up at my aggressive actions, was immediately knocked to the floor by the energy released from my body. The glow of my turning surrounded his body, sinking into him. I changed his sign. So, I want to bring it back to the balancing ceremony again, because they said you have to perform a specific motion in order to activate the magic, except this time, no you don't. This is why you don't publish first drafts. Also, more important is Chase is no longer a Libra. Now, I'm so curious as to how this is supposed to work, because the way that it's been shown before, she takes aim at somebody, it initially selects that person's sign and then swaps it to something else. But this time, she's got a wheel above her, not aimed at anybody, and it feels like it's kind of this, like a nova going off. So what if it had gone from Leo to Taurus? Would anyone have actually been affected, or would everyone be affected, or like what would happen there? But because the magic just happened to land on Libra, Chase's sign got swapped, and now he's a Scorpio. Now, here's the question. We finally get to see what happens to somebody when they're actually impacted by this. You want to know what happens to Chase? Even though his personality has been swapped to Scorpio, and he's supposed to have gone from pretty balanced and level-headed to very emotional, Chase instead tries to reassure Reika, saying, I'm okay, it really isn't your fault, and rationalizes by saying that Scorpio taught her to repress emotions, and Zodiac Turners are very emotional people. So it's a control scheme that she's not familiar with. There's a degree of logic there. And he continues like this. Like, there's no change in his word choice or his mannerisms. He's the same chill, level-headed, supportive dude that he is everywhere else in the book. If the fundamental purpose of zodiac turning is to alter a person's sign, and altering a person's sign has no evident cause or effect on their personality, then what the hell were Reika and Nara doing to all of those Scorpio Stellarium officials? This question will never be answered. Reacting to the situation, Reika actually runs deeper into the cave and tries to isolate herself from everyone else. Understandable, she's overwhelmed by all this. I actually kind of like that reaction. What I don't like is that she curls into a ball, goes to sleep, and has another memory dream. We just had one of these. Find a better way to reveal backstory. Now, in this one, it's Reika and Nara in the middle of the Conviction Woods somewhere. They've got a meadow or something somewhere. And the two of them are talking. Now, because context to the situation would ruin a twist later on, we are deprived of context again. So we pick up in mid-conversation and we don't have a full understanding of what they're talking about. Are you sure he left for a couple of days? I asked Nara, my voice riddled with concern. I don't want him to hurt you. Yes, Kira, for the last time. That is why the bastard put a week-long curse on me to keep me in the damn woods. I genuinely thought I was dying when I stepped out of the boundaries earlier to test it. I couldn't see or hear a damn thing outside the woods. I huffed, shaking my head at her. He's an asshole. At least he left me with food. I wasn't expecting that. So, there is somewhere a third house, somewhere in the Conviction Woods, and Reika, somehow, despite her numerous expeditions throughout the woods, has never come across it. Also, now curses are a thing, and they come with time limits, and they can keep people locked in certain locales. The magic in this world makes no fucking sense. By this point, these two are well into a relationship and are both Zodiac Turners. And with that comes new rules attached to it. Like, by this point, I barely understand anything about a Zodiac Turner, and the last thing I need is more shit to try to remember about them. But I read something new the other day about magic in the woods during the full moon, she said, her voice vibrating against my back. Figured this would be a good time to try it. Sure. I sat up when her grip loosened. What about it? Vascular connection allows for an attachment between two arch-powered individuals and opens a psychological connection. Arch-powers are forbidden. Why are there instruction manuals on how to use them? You're not allowed to own a nuke. Now, in the event that you come across a nuke, here's a detailed list of instructions on how to turn it on.
Run!
I also don't like the word choice that this has. Vascular connection forms an attachment between two arch-powered individuals. Ignoring the fact I don't know what it means by it opens a psychological connection. Psychic connection I could buy. Psychological connection is something different. You're gonna have like Two assholes with PhDs arguing about what should go into the DSM-6. But vascular, very interesting word choice here, because vascular means blood vessels.
What are you gonna do, bleed on me?
What actually ends up happening is they sit on their knees and they start to glow, and they set their palms on each other, and there's an immediate magic connection between the two of them. It's furious at first, or aggressive at first, and then it just kind of balances out, and there's a harmonious hum that emanates from their hands. And it's supposed to be like, it's described in a very calming way, so I think this is supposed to be like mellowing out, finding balance between each other. You know, some sort of a kumbaya thing. And then we get this line that is, I think it's supposed to sound profound, but it just sounds stupid. If they catch us, I realized, they can't take our magic. It'll remember our emotions. And that, Kira, is why they are so scared of it. Okay, maybe they can't take your magic because Reika was able to recover hers, but they can bash your heads in with hammers.
Bang, bang.
I felt the equilibrium settle within myself, as if the woods craved the balance of magic between us, as if the woods needed our magic. The fuck does that mean? And no, we don't get an explanation for any of that later on. Chapter 22, Reika wakes up again. Both Kaya and Chase have found Reika and are trying to reassure her that Chase is fine. Turning his sign didn't hurt. Avi's been told to stay behind because she's a bitch and she'll make things worse. And I mean that seriously, because Reika herself seems to understand that Avia being around them just makes everything worse. Meeting Kaya's eyes in the dim light, I wasn't sure how to express the appreciation I had for the two of them, their understanding and patience far beyond anything I'd ever experienced before. Without the pressure of my sister laughing at me for being uncomfortable with my own emotions, I felt a surge of trust with the two of them, and within me I found the courage to speak my weakness, because perhaps, just maybe, it meant that I was getting stronger. Now, we get a little insight to what the effects of being hit by a zodiac turning ray does to a person, because Chase explains he's been turned to a Scorpio, and then says, I can't be a Libran healer if I'm not a Libra, can I? I don't know if that means that he doesn't have access to magic, or if he's just trying to tell a joke, hey, I'm not a Libra anymore. Brief pause whilst the baby freaks out. She's fine, it's just nap time. Now, Chase does say, as a Scorpio, everything feels so much more intense. So, I guess there's something about the personality that changes, but we see that he's still the same chill, supportive guy, so his personality isn't deeply impacted. And like he says, everything feels more intense, but we never actually see any of that displayed. Whatever Reika and Nora have been doing to the Scorpio officials they've apparently attacked and used a Zodiac Turner Ray on, it hasn't had a significant impact. It might get them kicked out of the cool kids club because they're not Scorpios anymore, but goddamn, if that's actually the case, that is the lamest way to defeat your enemy. Actually taking down an organization like this is the same thing as slowly depriving the popular kids of their friends at the lunch table. Now, Reika is still a bit concerned about losing control of her powers like that, but Kaya and Chase keep reassuring her, and Chase even adds, I might be able to help you make it less painful. He held out his arms, closing his eyes. The white light amplified in his body, first emanating from his chest, then slithering through his arms in one fluid motion. The magic smelled strongly of conviction pine and smoke, not as metallic as his typical healing, and instead carrying aromatics closer to what filled the air after I used my magic. I haven't tested it yet by punching out my fist, and I don't have any intention to, but I'm fairly certain this might be Zodiac turning. Chase pressed his palms together. I was in awe at his control over the magic that burned through my body. I am a Scorpio right now, and if I carry the genetics for Libran healing, I'm assuming there could have been a Zodiac Turner somewhere in my family. Quite honestly, I'm really starting to doubt everything my dad ever told me about my mother. So this ancient, forbidden, mystical art is so mysterious and so strange that no one, not even the author, can explain how it works. And yet, you can accident yourself into them? And displaying the use of control like this, the white light amplifying like in his body, shows a degree of control. He has been a turner for like 6 minutes, and he already has this much control over his powers. Sure, maybe he has a degree of control over magic because he's a Libran healer and he had to have a lot of stamina and focus in order to, fool everyone at the incredibly useless balancing ceremony. But, like, the controls, the mechanisms between the two magics are so similar that it takes a few minutes to learn. Oh, and it gets worse because Chase holds his hand out, Reika sets his palm on top of his, and they feel the magic starting to flow between each other. I'd seen it happen in the memory. The ability for Zodiac turners to balance each other out, reaching for an equilibrium of magical exchange between two bodies. How does he know to do this? How does he know this is a thing? Zodiac turners, their techniques, can't be taught, like, in the general society. It would make no sense for anyone to say, well, Zodiac turners aren't really a thing anymore, but if they were, this is how they'd be able to do these things. Chase shouldn't know that this equilibrium balancing thing is a thing in the first place, much less how to do it. Look, the only reason the audience knows anything about it is because of the last chapter when it got revealed in that dumbass flashback. So Rika explains that her memory was erased. She's not sure when or how, but they had apparently caught her breaking the code. Plus, being a Zodiac turner, that was a pretty significant thing about it. And Kaya asks if she had had a flashback because apparently she gets those episodes too, where they can't wake up Reika because she's busy reliving a memory. The magically sealed memories are so intense that when unlocked, you can't be roused from sleep. I am done trying. Fuck it. And they just go on and on, reassuring her that she's not at fault and she's okay. And Chase even adds in that, it figured Avia might not have been super helpful in the situation, so they had to force her to stay back. Look, I like the implication that Avia cared about her sister, but the fact that her personality is so abrasive, she was told to stay back so that she didn't make things worse.
Stop helping.
Now, after some more reassuring Reika that she's not in trouble, Reika agrees to try to change Chase back to a Libra, so she uses her powers on him, swaps him to Libra. She loses her balance or something. Chase reaches out to try to grab her to help out. Kaya grabs the both of them in order to try to stabilize everybody. In terms of choreography, it's a mess. And then, of course, this causes a magical cascade. A ripple of sapphire magic raced through her veins, spreading across the surface of her arm as a transparent aura of a night sky coated her skin. Light clouded her vision before she blinked it away. Stars flickered on a blue gradient second skin, concentrated most where she grasped onto Chase's forearm. Their magic remained in an equilibrium at their physical contact. His healing brightened as it reversed back through his veins and up his arm, shrouding his own skin with a new pale golden glow. No one really knows what's going on at the moment. They ask Kaya if she knows what's going on. She's a water mage, she's clueless. And Reika even confirms that Kaya has literally got these stars on your skin. By the stars, I'm assuming that Kaya has all of the zodiac constellations on her arms now. I have to speculate on this, of course, because the book never details it. And it is decidedly not water magic. Kaya is, in fact, something else. And while the book doesn't give us an answer for a little while, it's spirit walking. It is the third in the arch powers that were revealed at the preface. Anyone who was paying attention to that, who noticed that spirit walking was assigned to Cancer, Kaya's a Cancer, so of course, it just happened to have the 3 arch powers in this group, which actually makes Avia look more vestigial than she was before. As far as party contributions, she's got the functionality of a Bic lighter. That's the only thing they have used her for, and that is the only thing that she has done in the story, aside from aggravate everybody else, including the readers. But they all say that, hey, whatever's going on with Kai, we'll figure it out together because we're all friends. And then the Care Bears walked on screen and exploded, and My Little Pony entered the scene and barfed up rainbows. A part of me was faltering. A facet of the Scorpio Code slipped away before my eyes into the darkness behind me, illuminating hope again in the light ahead, in the particles still shimmering on the floor, in Chase's remaining healing. I vowed to never again follow the second law of the Scorpio Code. You were already violating it! You're on a mission to stop the code entirely! It sounds so dumb when you phrase it like this. Like, you're never gonna follow the second law of the Scorpio Code. Don't have friends. You broke that several times in this book already! And that's the end of chapter 22, and after this, they finally escape the cavern, and they make their way to Reka. But the last chunk of 8 chapters that I've read, just think about how, despite how much I talked, think about how little actually happened. Just doing some really quick math, that's about 80 pages since they got on the boat. A sign of a healthy and well-written scene is that it accomplishes multiple things collectively. A scene can advance the plot, showcase characterization, world build, create tension, set up a punchline, etc. Winter seems to struggle to do one of these things per scene, and oftentimes it takes him a while to get to the point. A good scene accomplishes a lot, but he will spend an entire chapter detailing a single idea. Some scenes will need to focus on one thing more than another. That can work. But he struggles to make a singular point occur with each scene, so the writing feels really flat and uninvolved. It's also some of the reason why his world building is so flat, because he never combines world building with plot or character building. Now, with all of that in mind, we've got about 150 pages left to go. We're on page 244 at the start of chapter 23 here, and despite how much of a lull the last 8 chapters were, we're about to get into some major exposition dumps. And I mean major. I haven't had to rely on the whiteboard too much for a while. Oh my god, am I going to be relying on it for this part. This would be a good time to pause the video and get a snack. So chapter 23 starts and our party steps out of the caves and they get to see sunlight for the first time in days. And in a valley in front of them is the town of Reka. It is a small village with buildings made out of white reed and other colored woods. And it has blue cloth banners flapping around with Altarian symbols on them, whatever those look like. And this is unusual because they are in fact in Ascidian territory. So seeing autarkic symbols like this is weird. And they start down the path towards the village and are immediately jumped. It's actually kind of funny because in the second paragraph, everyone gets bags thrown over their heads, and in the third paragraph, they're all torn away, making the entire thing feel weirdly rushed. Now, the party was jumped by 2 captors, and they each get their own paragraph describing all these little intricacies about them. The first one is a woman, and she has a couple of red Aiksil, Altarian's out-of-use language, runic tattoos spread across her arms. She has a Leo Virgo glyph and an Assiduous Union emblem on the face of her fabric, and she has 1 brown eye and 1 hazel eye. And with the exception of the heterochromic eyes, I have no idea what any of those are supposed to look like. I'm also really not crazy that this out-of-use language, Aiksil, is said to be out of use, and in the same sentence it's introduced, is being used. Look, you can have an out-of-use language, and then you can have a dead language. Dead languages are ones where they don't actually have countries that speak them natively anymore. Latin, for example, is a pretty famous dead language, and yet it's still used all the time. On the other hand, you have an unused language, something like a pre-Sumerian language that was never actually written down. So, we can add this description to the pile of contradictions. Oh boy! The other guy doesn't wear a cloak, but he does have a navy blue clothing covering him, outlining his muscular figure, and he has a Capricorn glyph across his entire torso, as well as an intricate tattoo of a dragon swirled up his arm, which is unusual when you consider that a Capricorn's symbol is not a dragon, it's a goat. It's actually worse than that. It's like this weird goat-fish combo thing. It's like a mermaid goat. The two captors start walking around Reka and the rest of the party, speaking in various languages, going back and forth, starting with Kalen and then switching to Rurian. You know, really just keeping it confusing for some reason.
Mittenbollen splitte keine. Basta.
Jawohl. Entonces creo que es simplemente muy bueno.
And the entire time, no one in the party actually raises any sort of a concern or demands answers. They're just sitting there patiently. And at first it might be like, why are you just sitting back and allowing the plot to happen around you? Why aren't you taking action? Well, it's because they're under a spell. Somehow. So the woman says, release them from the spell, and the Capricorn guy does a thing, and all of a sudden everyone can move again. And Reka sums it up with saying, I'd never seen or heard of a magic that could paralyze its receiver. So, okay, now we've got another weird magic that's never been heard of before. Again, we don't have a foundation to understand what the magic is supposed to be like, so this doesn't come off as a revelation to us. Every type of magic in this book is new to the reader. If it's new to the characters, it needs to be presented as such with an earlier foundation so that the reader can discover this stuff alongside them. So the woman is introduced as Sora when the Capricorn guy inadvertently just blurts her name out, and Sora sort of welcomes the party to the town. You are in the village of Reka, Sora responded. Chase flinched at her response, and I wasn't entirely sure why. For a moment, he looked baffled, but then shook his head at himself. We have strict magical borders set up at the waterfall and all around the valley to protect our town from outsiders. How did you venture past them? Now, these magical barriers must be very impressive, of course. After all, we didn't get a single hint that they existed. I'm also a little confused by the claim that there is a border set up at the waterfall. Like, adjacent to the waterfall, I think that could still work, but if the barrier is supposed to be like at the waterfall itself, then is that supposed to stop people at the waterfall? Like you're about to go over and all of a sudden you hit a wall? Pretty sure that'd be pretty telling that there's something going on. Now, we do get a quote-unquote explanation for why our party was able to go through the magical barrier like this. It's not a complete answer, but it's something. We'll get to that in a little bit. And Sora, in fluent Drixal, says, you will be shocked at the truths lying dormant in these mountains.
I'm shocked to find that gambling is going on in here.
You're winning, sir.
Oh, thank you very much.
Now, remember the italics, because I think that's going to be an explanation for something in a following chapter. But Avi is able to respond in Drixal as well, and the fact that we're getting everything from Reka's perspective suggests to me that Reka speaks Drixal too. So both sisters are at least bilingual. Because I think Kalen is like the main language or something. Frankly, there are so many of these, and they're used, like, they're name dropped. They're not used. It's so haphazard that it's difficult to keep track of. There's another language here, Tyak. I'm not sure that I've even mentioned that in this video yet. Like, these are all over the place, but we get so little substance regarding them that they're so forgettable. Like, just a fundamental element of so much of the world building in this place. Like, you can't just say, oh, this language is commonplace. You've got to give us some substance in order to make it memorable. So Chase speaks up. He tries to say, we mean you no harm. We're just here for the Calexis. And he gets countered with, you may be no harm, the Capricorn warned. But the Stellarium will follow a Scorpio who has broken the code. I thought you had magical barriers. Why are you worried? That doesn't matter because Reka and the Capricorn guy, who I don't think actually gets a name, I'm not sure, they understand what Reka and her party's mission is, and Sora tries to explain where the Calexis is. Sora moved closer to the man as a cold breeze seeped into the hut. It lies beneath Reka in a tunnel system. Since it was returned to its cavern, the caves beneath us have killed anyone who has attempted to locate it. Okay then, so you've got some pretty good defenses surrounding this thing, whatever they are. Sounds like it'd be quite the challenge to find the Calexis and then leave with it.
Actually, it's gonna be super easy. Barely an inconvenience.
You believe in its existence? Chase asked hopefully. Of course I do, Sora said. Our village has been here since the Calexis was returned to the caves to protect the artifact and uphold the true history of the war. We have since placed magical barriers to protect outsiders from entering Reka. So I'm a little confused by the history of this whole place, especially regarding how little we understand about the Stellarium as well as their information gathering tactics. Like, if this town existed previously during the War of the Rebalancing, then that means there's got to be some degree of records regarding it, and that means that the Stellarium would know about this place. So if there were any sort of magical barriers surrounding it, it's a good guess that there's some sort of secret they're trying to keep out, or keep in and contained, and the Stellarium would likely be putting efforts into finding out what that is. They seem to be very motivated as far as uncovering secrets and finding knowledge. It's one of the only things we actually know about them. And what's the extent of the barriers? Can it stop, for example, a dream walker, or dream seeker rather? Because we've seen dream seekers capable of penetrating other people's dreams. So if anyone in this village goes to sleep, and they've got a, we don't know what the population size is, but there are multiple people living here. So all you need is enough knowledge of how dream seeking, like how to do dream seeking, and presumably you could find someone in this village, penetrate their dreams, and maybe extract some information with it. It seems like pretty effective spycraft. Avia butts in and asks one of many obvious questions, and wants to know why they are in an Autorian town. Sora sighed at her insistence. We were a sanctuary for Autorians during the war. We are home to both Autorians and Ascidians here, an allied town remaining in secrecy. And yes, that secrecy has holes in it, like how Atlas knew about this place. There's an explanation for that. Apparently he is a friend of Sora's. Now, this seems to be a contradiction, at least in your first reading of the whole thing, because, as Reka explained on page 203, the Autorians carved escape routes for Zodiac Turners and Libran Healers during the War of Rebalancing. And, thanks to the preface that never should have been written, we understand that Libran Healers, or Libras, and Zodiac Turners are Scorpios, both of whom fall under conviction, not autarkic. And if they were able to make it to Reka, presumably, there would be a degree of safety, as the town of Reka has not been razed in more than 300 years. And yet there is not a healthy population of either Libran Healers or Zodiac Turners. What happened there? Did they all just miraculously die off? I thought this was run by genetics. You would think that a degree of magic would find its way down various bloodlines. I suppose it's possible that they founded the town of Reka after the war, except it's claimed to house the Calexis since the end of the War of Rebalancing 300 years ago. So unless they did a very impressive job of just filling in all the spots they needed to and then somehow maintaining a complete hidden agricultural and societal upkeep in this place, this very small, isolated valley. I don't know, the entire thing, it doesn't seem to work no matter how you try to defend it. Yes, this is Reka, a town of contradictions and plot holes. Oh, and do you like exposition dumps? Oh, it gets so rough very shortly. So Sora's on board with abolishing the Scorpio Code and aiding Reka and her friends with finding the Calexis. The Capricorn guy seems to have a little bit of issue with this, and Kaya jumps in and introduces herself as Kaya, daughter of the Libra leader, but then pauses before she continues talking in fluent Aixil. You know, that unused language that for some reason she knows. Now, just like Chase understanding ancient Drixal, Kaya is able to speak ancient Aixil or modern Aixil. I honestly don't know which it is. Good tea. I really got a question, like, when the gods were designing the magic, why did they tie language to the magic? I mean, it's helpful, it's just confusing. I'm just like, you're going along one day, you uncover some sort of an ancient tomb somewhere, you gain the ability to fly. Also, because of that, you can speak ancient Phoenician. Like, I'm sure that's neat, but practically speaking, what does that do for you? And Sora explains that all of this is because Kaya is, as we've all guessed by this point, a spirit walker. Spirit walking, the third arch power, Sora informed her. Documentation of spirit walking was forcefully removed in the past 3 centuries. Libran healers were killed in the war because spirit walkers cannot access their magic unless they come in contact with a Libran healer. Spirit walkers were our connection to the astral realm, and when you are a Stellarium enforcing a fabricated law meant to be from the gods, you do not want individuals communing with those same divinities. I can't do this anymore, Chase said with a groan. So we weren't just murdered because our magic was too close to immortality? The strength of Libran healing was part of the reasoning, but the highest motivation was to remove spirit walkers. And then Reika follows up by asking, there's a third arch power, and Sora's like, you're the third arch power. Libran healing and spirit walking are the first 2. No, you opened your explanation by saying spirit walking, the third arch power. Make up your mind, lady! Okay, so spirit walking itself is just such a confusing mess. I don't know how any of this is supposed to work, but hey, what else is new? So, this was actually something, a little bit of background information I was able to nab from the World of Guardian Patreon page, because they gave out a quick blurb about how spirit walking and Libran healing were supposed to work. And I've done my best to try to understand what this graph says, but I've got it up on screen right now. You can check it out. Basically, you've got 2 sides of the whole thing. You've got blood on one side and water on the other, and then they kind of meet in the middle. Now, healers use blood as an energy source, while walkers use water as an energy source. At the same time, regular healers also seem to use water as an energy source, but whatever for now. When either of these groups use their magic, they actually cast a particular light inside their bodies, and that seems to be consistent throughout the text. And it says before healers really access their light, they're able to grant vascular access for walkers to receive limited ability. So I guess that means that a healer can unlock a walker's powers with a high 5. Conversely, it seems to be the same thing in the opposite, where walkers can unlock healer abilities or grant a degree of vascular access for healers to receive limited ability. So I don't know if that means that they can unlock their power because you're basically saying the same thing on both sides, or if this is supposed to be like a power amplifier. Anyway, either one of these sides can use their energy source, access the light magic in their body, and like through the combination of the 2, you get either Libran healing or spirit walking. And then the 2 meet in the middle. This is the part I'm confused on. The 2 meet in the middle at the body, and this is a shared magic access point in the body. I don't know what that means. So I guess this is supposed to be something that happens in a later book, where we get to see what happens when a spirit walker and a Libran healer combine forces to shoot a Kamehameha wave or something. I don't know. The other problem that we get with this scene is that it's treated as if it's this massive revelation. And again, like so many other times, it's ruined because of prior context, namely the preface and the beginning of the book. Look, we knew that spirit walking has been a thing since before chapter 1. And yet, it's being treated as so secretive that it was removed from the history books, and even our resident historian Reika doesn't know about them. Functionally, this could have worked just fine as a twist here. Oh my god, there's a third arch power? If it weren't for the preface spoiling this more than 250 pages ago. Also, going back to the theistic worldview about, the powers being granted by the stars or the gods, whatever. It was God's design to add this limiter, even though it's called a connection to the astral realm. So this seems like a really bad idea, since now it takes 2 people to make this connection a thing. So the gods created an entire magic system whose sole purpose was communicating with them, and then they made it harder to be communicated with. It's like getting their names pulled from Guardian's contact list or something. And then it gets even more confusing, because even though we were told that the powers came from the gods, we get this explanation. In the vascular system, Libran healing is a blood-based magic that converts to magical energy. Spirit walking is a water-based magic that converts to magical energy. They are highly interconnected magic systems in the human body and co-evolved as the earliest forms of magic. Okay, so now we're back to the atheistic viewpoint. How did these powers come about? So, to start, the vascular system in humans refers to blood vessels. And this may suggest that spirit walkers have water in their vascular system, and that's how they get their magic, generated. The problem is, if you've got water in your vascular system, then the nurse fucked up your IV. Now, plants have water in their vascular systems, but I don't think we're talking about plants. And also, they co-evolved as the earliest forms of magic. Now, this can mean a couple of things. Evolution does not necessarily negate the existence of a god. You could just have like a god present who created evolution as the mechanics for how species diversified. Not to get theological in the middle of this dumbass book, but I don't know if this is supposed to be suggesting that humanity was able to evolve magic on their own somehow, or if the gods blessed humanity with the mechanisms that we needed internally in order to produce magic, and that led to healing and walking. Either way, it doesn't really make sense. You can have magic that just somehow naturally sprouts out and humanity develops it, or you can have the gods go, and there it is. But goddamn it, you need to be consistent in your imaging, because otherwise you're going to confuse the fuck out of your reader. I don't know what the origin of the magic is because we keep getting differing images. So Sora leads them into town, and they actually have guest houses. Why do you have spare houses lying around when you're protected from outsiders? Chase asked. We have two, and we typically find them useful to house injured or ill members of our village. We thankfully haven't had an injury or illness in a few months now. Okay, I actually have less of a problem of this village having spare houses than I do of Chase or Reika's houses having guest rooms. Chase and Reika's houses should not have guest rooms because they're in no position to expect guests. They live behind a magical barrier that kills most people who cross it. Meanwhile, Reika is an isolated village which is probably subject to all sorts of population flux. You could have some generations where maybe there's disease, maybe there's food shortages, maybe there's something that goes wrong, some sort of a horrible disaster, and you just don't have that many people, and that leads to spare housing. Or maybe you just thought, it would be a good idea to have some extra houses in this part of town, and so you build some extra houses just in case you need to have some. Maybe the next generation will have a whole bunch of kids, and you don't feel like building houses later. Or maybe you could convert it from something else. Hey, this building used to be our arboretum, but the Smiths just had their third set of triplets, so we gotta move all the plants out and bring the family in. So chapter 24 opens with Reika waking up during a dream-seeking situation. I swear to God, the protagonist of this book spends a fifth of it unconscious. And she's standing by a creek, the same one that she was standing next to the last time that she saw Nara in a dream-seeking situation. And Nara is standing right behind her, so Reika turns around and they start chatting. I opened my mouth to search for words. I had no idea where I'd even start. The anger that emanated from her was smoldering. She was so clearly wanted to avoid hurting me the last time we'd known each other. There was nothing I'd done toward her to make her so furious. I panicked instead. How are you dream-seeking me? Her expression didn't change. I have access in Aries Pisces. So I guess Aquaries and Pisces are really good at dream-seeking, which just further confounds how we're supposed to understand the regimentation of magic and their associations with the zodiacs. But here's the other thing that's really confusing. She has access in Aquaries Pisces. Now, as little as that sentence actually makes sense on its own, what I think she's trying to say is that she's able to change her zodiac sign. She is a turner after all, so I guess she can just turn the shotgun on herself and go all Kurt Cobain, fuck that got dark. The other thing that's really confusing is she has access in Aquaries Pisces, but she was God, I don't even remember what she was before. She was something else. Now, this is confusing for a number of reasons. First off, we were told that Zodiac Turner's magic is activated by a particular motion, and that motion has always been shown as an outward punch. So, how does she do that and activate the magic on herself? Does she turn her hand around and hit herself? Self-inflicted uppercut or something? Would this work? Second, she switched herself from the one type to another type. Now, maybe this is just zodiac turners are universal and it doesn't matter what your sign is, and that's the only thing that really would make sense. But when Chase got turned earlier, he gained access to zodiac turner magic, and I don't know if he actually lost access to Libran healing, but he claimed, I can't be a Libran healer if I'm not a Libra. But the fact that I don't know for sure just tells you how stupid the magic in this world is. And the two of them start to have a conversation with such lines as, "Of course I fucking remember you," she snapped. "I will kill you for what you did to me." Interesting line, considering that we get confirmation later on that that thing that Reika did was nothing. There is an explanation for the anger, but it's... wow, like everything else, it's stupid. And then Nora gives a plot seed that's supposed to sound really dramatic, but by this point, if you've actually gotten this far into the book, you're probably more drained than anything else than enthused with what's going on. "You'll understand soon," she said hoarsely, her voice splitting, "why I am doing this, and it'll break you more than anything ever has. Ask yourself who you are." Now, there is an attempt at a setup here, and I'm not going to give the answer yet because it's funnier if I don't. Nora is right. There is a secret she knows that Reika doesn't that would, with the right setup, break Reika, but it has nothing to do with why Nora is doing anything. Or it mostly has nothing to do with why Nora is doing anything. This book is a mess, as I'm sure you're all well aware of by now. So Reika wakes up, and she was so freaked out in her dream that Kaya woke up because I felt your fear and it woke me up. So I guess spirit walkers double as like super empaths. These guys are so sensitive, they can sense your emotions even when you're unconscious, which actually sounds like a real pain in the ass. I mean, you try to take a nap in an apartment building and anyone in the vicinity has any sort of a nightmare and, hey, no sleep for you. Oh, I forgot to mention, during the dream-seeking scene, Nora dug her nails into Reika's shoulders. And apparently, this has a physical effect on Reika. Kaya's fingers traced over the protruding bump on my shoulder. Her cool hands, slippery with water, provided a soothing ease to my angry red skin. So, okay, dream-seeking allows you to cause actual physical damage to a person in their dream. I'm not saying that that's not cool. In fact, given the right setup, I think that that would be really awesome. But it also creates an imbalance in the magic system, so much so that dream seekers should be the most terrifying assassins in the world. You're trying to rest before a major battle, and all of a sudden, some asshole sneaks into your dream, stabs you in the head with a sword, and you die. Brutal. So they go and they get Chase to perform some quick healing, and it turns out he has a notebook full of everyone's vitals. Kaya, 100 beats per minute, 46 breaths per minute, accelerated heart, and respiratory rates. No one gives you enough credit. Kaya shook her head while scribbling on his notebook. Have you been recording these things the whole time? Yeah, I memorize the vitals and write them down later. Helps for future reference if it continues to be a problem.
What? Yo, friend, that is creepy, man.
Okay, ignoring for now that we have never seen him do anything like this, I'm not sure we've ever seen him with a notebook, and we've certainly never seen him taking anyone's vitals. It's really weird that he would write all this stuff down. I get the purpose and everything, so I'm not going to ask why, but it just feels kind of intrusive that Chase is collecting private medical data on his friends without their knowledge. Ready for this? Chase looked over at Kaya to make sure she was alert. She confidently nodded. Pupils dilated, pale, clammy skin, shivering, disoriented, confused. Chief complaint is shoulder pain with a suspected posterior dislocation and fractured clavicle. Low to moderate trauma-induced shock or potentially a post-traumatic response from unknown origin.
You said he was all right.
Yes, he's lost his left hand, so he's going to be all right.
You son of a bitch!
So somehow, Nara was able to, I guess, dislocate Reika's shoulder from a dream, despite the fact that, as Kaya observes, how did she hurt you? To my understanding, dream seekers can't inflict pain during sleep. Okay, dream seekers can't cause physical injuries during sleep. psychological trauma they could probably do pretty easily, but whatever. Or maybe Nora is just some bizarre super assassin with magically gifted everything. But considering how often members of the party have been saying, I've never heard of that sort of magic before, you'd think that this could just be another classification of a different type of magic. And because we've seen the magic contradicted so often, who knows what the actual answer is?
And jazz hands!
Now, as Chase is examining Reika, Kaya's arms are aglow with constellations. And she explains that, she can sense emotions now on a psychic level or something, I don't know. And this comes with another ability. Her emotions woke me up. I can feel them. It's a little bit overwhelming. I understand, he said. It's uncontrollable when someone's in distress. Your body wants to fix it. Exactly. This is going to sound crazy, but it's like I can see the emotions around her. Same thing happened earlier with Sora. That's not crazy at all, Chase smiled at her. What do emotions look like? Like a faint aura, she said. Reika has a bright red around her. I can tell that's panic or anxiety. Gray might be dissociation or confusion. Those are what's standing out. There's a lot I can't recognize. Dreamwalking comes doubled with super empathy that visualizes with synesthesia. Look, there's so many layers to the way that this is supposed to work, none of which really add something. So this falls in line with Sanderson's depth not width argument. You want more depth to your magic systems instead of width. This is width all the way. Each bit of magic that the little that we can understand is about a mile wide, but a droplet deep. Because none of what any of this does actually compounds or deepens an understanding of the magic or any sort of a connection to the history of the Guardian continent or the gods or the Zodiac. You have at best a cosmetic link with spirit walkers having constellations on their arms. But what does that tell you about the deeper meaning of the magic? I mean, effectively nothing. You've got an interesting tattoo, but how is it supposed to work? What's it like when you talk with a god? Why do they sense emotions like this if they're supposed to be human telephones? Why the synesthesia? Everything is like this in this book. It's all a matter of, look at this neat tangent I came up with, instead of here's how complicated my magic system is and all of the intricacies within. And then the rest of the chapter comes down to both Chase and Kaya just reassuring Reika that she's good and they're there to support her, effectively reflecting the same lines and being the same character. And the chapter ends with Reika giving a confusing line saying, "Thanks for dream-seeking my shoulder." Look, maybe this is a joke or something, and she's trying to refer to the fact that Chase's initial claim to magic was dream-seeking when in fact he's a healer. Maybe there's a gag there, but the joke doesn't work. Okay, chapter 25. This is one of the worst chapters in the book. See, this is where we get the true history of the War of Rebalancing and what really caused everything, which, man, that could really work if it was done well. It would also help if we actually understood what the War of Rebalancing was supposed to be initially. If we had, again, a foundation of the history of anything. We don't have that basic understanding of what, at this point, would be a cover story of the War of Rebalancing. We don't know what the common people in this world see the war as, how it's interpreted through a normal person's eyes. And because we don't have that, all the revelations that we're about to get come off as the foundation, when in reality, there's supposed to be this major twist, major revelation, the history of the world is wrong. Again, if we had started the book with the line, "Our historians are liars," this might have actually had a good impact. But I'm getting ahead of myself. So chapter 25 opens with Reika waking up at 3 in the afternoon, and then she and the rest of the party go to meet Sora at a temple, and the temple has all these murals lining the walls. Lanterns lined the walls, flickering flames making shadows dance amongst the scenes of a story told in art. A tale of bloodshed and healing, of community and war, of love and hate. You know, it's interesting, the few times that Milo decides to actually describe anything, it comes with various shades of purple. Like, for example, this section I just read, we're being told what these murals mean, not being shown what they are through artistic imagery, which is a terribly fitting metaphor for this book. No, even that metaphor doesn't work. We still don't understand what most of this book is supposed to mean. So Chase glances at Avia and compliments her outfit and says, "You look good in that," and he tries to reassure her when she degrades herself and says, "It's something different, I like that a lot." I admired Chase's social ability to know exactly what someone needed to hear at that moment. Part of me wondered if it was his nature as a healer not only of the physical, but the emotional. Another part of me figured his intuition to feelings was his conditioning to recognize a dispute between two and an urge for him to solve it. So he's an empath too, which would be fine, but they already have Kaya. These two are already too similar. We need some distinction between the both of them. Look, a group this small, there's only 4 of them. We do not need repeating power sets or skill sets at this point. Especially when the skill sets are mostly used to benefit the protagonist and really nobody else. Okay, and then Sora dives into her history lesson, and it's to start, all of her dialogue, like, God, I don't know how to start this. Sora dives into her history lesson, and the book takes on a very interesting new approach to how the prose is delivered. You see, Sora's dialogue, she starts explaining everything, but her dialogue is all italicized, which I suspect means that she's speaking in a different language, probably Drixal, which would be a problem because we don't know if Kaya speaks Drixal. So that means she is necessarily being left out of the information. Also, why is she delivering this? Like, why would she be delivering this in a foreign language when they all speak whatever the common tongue is? Kalen, I think. So what ends up happening is Sora will give a paragraph, and then we'll get multiple paragraphs breaking down what happens, because it turns out that these murals are all animated. And we'll see some degree of motion, and this is actually so convoluted and such a mess historically that the only way that I can actually break this down is... I'm going full Pepe Sylvia on your asses.
You gotta be kidding me! I got boxes full of Pepe!
Only instead of boxes of Pepe, we got boxes of inconsistencies. What, did any of you actually think this was going to answer anything satisfactorily? Oh, I'll just apologize, I'm kind of half-assing my Charlie cosplay here. I don't actually have a dress shirt with short sleeves and I hate ties, but I didn't shave for a couple of days, so I look a little disheveled, so that's something. Probably. Like so many other parts of the book, there are elements within this stupid mural backstory that are inconsistent within itself. And it's only 7 pages long. It shouldn't be that hard for internal consistency. I'm not asking for a lot. Okay, but I'm gonna step aside here for a second so you can see, but everything here is an element depicted within the 7 pages of the backstory. This whole bloody thing, like all of these symbols, represents an individual element that is depicted either in Sora's telling of the story or in the following paragraphs that detail how the murals were animated to show what's going on. Oh, before we get into it, you'll notice I've got these cards up here, 1 through 5. That's because we get 5 different sections. What I'm classifying as 5 different sections within this story. Sora will give a blurb, and then we'll get some paragraphs following up on that blurb. And it kind of goes up and over and around here. Hopefully you can see the gray outline that I've got separating all these sections. My marker was running out of ink by the end, probably in no part thanks to this little frowny face here. Had to make his eyebrows extra thick. Yeah! But okay, the true history of the War of Rebalancing as well as the Colexis. What is the truth? Let's find out. So Sora has everyone sit down at the temple and gets ready to reveal all of everything. And she starts out with, "This story begins 300 years ago, when immortality began to disrupt the flow of life and death within Guardian, dictating who was in power. Matthias went in search of our sacred Calexis to take immortality from Guardian." Okay, so magical imbalance might not have been an actual element here. It seems like there's some sort of a political grab for power. Okay, that adds further questions, but we're ignoring that for now because we got plenty of others. For starters, how long has immortality been an element here? And this is actually important because we still don't really have a good understanding of when everything takes place in the backstory of everything, or the development of magic. Like, did it evolve? Did the gods sprinkle it on people and then immediately regret it? Like, how long has immortality been a thing in this world? Has it been around for hundreds of years? Has it been around for thousands? Has it been around for 5 minutes? Frankly, there's an argument to be made for any one of those. Ultimately, we don't know, and that is a problem because it hurts the immersion. And that's not going to be the only thing hurting the immersion, but I'm getting ahead of myself. So we get some details about how the mural is animated, and the book says, "Together, a hand from each deity of the sun and moon rested on the ornate handle of the Calexis, sending an aura of red over the weapon's surface, marking its immortality." And we can see we've got that right here with the sun and the moon reaching out. Not actually grabbing the handle, my aim was off. But we've got this red aura around the sword marking immortality, an element that we will see throughout other parts of the mural. And thanks to how badly everything is constructed, I don't know if this means that immortality was sunk into the Calexis as like a complementary element, or if it absorbed a little bit and just needed to keep sucking. I mean, it certainly does suck. But then there is a flash, and all of a sudden, there is a man standing there, his hands glowing gold with Libran healing. This is, in fact, Matthias Merrick, the man, the myth, the dumbass. If you weren't disappointed with him before, you'll be disappointed with him by the end of this story. So the sun god comes down and talks to Matthias directly, and basically puts an image of the Calexis in his head, signaling the idea of, we need you to do a thing with this. So they fist bumped and a deal was struck. Matthias went to do the thing. But he did not go alone, dear viewer, for he was joined with his wife, Mary Merrick, a Cancer. And that's who this is. It may look like she's got horns. Those are pigtails on her dunce cap. And that is because I couldn't think of another way of how to depict her. Now, Mary is an interesting element in the backstory in that she is superfluous. Like, she doesn't go away after this. She is physically present, but that's really the best you can say about her. Now, unfortunately, rather than do anything to really help, there's kind of a troubling element in that, just like Reika's mother before her, her only presence is to have babies, which narratively is in conflict with that rant that Reika gave, I think it was Verena earlier, about not being used as breeding stock. Which, like, okay, good lesson to have. But when you have two otherwise noteworthy characters in your book who the narrative treats as nothing more than breeding stock, kind of a conflicted image. Also, Mary being a Cancer is depicted here, and that's kind of important for a scene we're going to get in a couple of chapters. It's not important in and of itself. It's just listed for an attempt at wrapping things up in a nice, neat little bow. You'll see more later. But anyway, they go to the cave together where they discover the Calexis stuck in the ground. Now, naturally, you're not going to go find a legendary sword just kind of sitting there without any sort of consequence. They have to go and defeat, well, it's not described as a dragon, but I kind of drew it as this weird quasi-dragon thing with stubby little legs. So the dragon thing itself is described as a hellbent beast, a slender, scaly creature contorting in the mist. Its features not completely clear in the magical illustration. So I just went with dragon because no one can stop me. But there is, I guess, a quick battle as Matthias is able to wrench the Calexis free from the stone, and he is able to run the beast through with the Calexis through its chest. And yeah, he's standing on the dragon's corpse, celebrating his win, except when you remember many other times when the Calexis was described, people who inflict themselves with the Calexis, so stab themselves or cut themselves, they're imbued with immortality. So what do you think running a dragon through with a sword does? There's a reason I drew the dragon red. But we're ignoring that for now because don't think about it. The red aura representing immortality was sucked from the land, instead sinking into Matthias and the Calexis. So I guess that's how Matthias was granted immortality. Okay, fine. I guess it's not a punishment from the gods. Nice consistency there, Milo. I guess he was able to rob the world of immortality from this cave. That's remarkably easy. You'd think that you'd want to contain that now. Maybe leave the sword hidden or buried in such a way that it can't be found again. Maybe throw it down a very deep crevasse. No, of course not, because as we see when we get to note card 2 here, dumbass takes it out of the cave. And as Sora continues, after the Calexis' return to the caves, immortality could only be gained by an infliction from the Calexis. The Merrics would go down in history as heroes. Matthias and Mary sought to pass their legacy to the next generation. Now, the section says that the Calexis was returned to the caves, but that can't be true because of something that we get later on. I'm jumping ahead a few chapters, but, that dragon that got run through, it's not dead. So if the sword was returned to the caves, I mean, how do you return something to a cave when it was never removed from a cave? But if it was returned to the cave, then how does anyone get access to it after this point, as we will see later on? Getting ahead of myself. So anyway, dumbass takes the sword out of the cave, and the sun god is like, but why though? And Matthias went on to do what many heroes do, go and have a family. And so he and his wife Mary go and have 2 little boys, Silas and Don't Worry About It. So, problem with the second son. He is never named in the backstory, but that's for a very particular reason. You see, his identity is revealed to us in a few more chapters, and it's not revealed here because if it was, we wouldn't get that twist reveal later. Now, in terms of character, there is no reason for Sora to withhold this information. So, once more, we are withholding character agency for the sake of a dumbass twist. 'Tis one of the most frustrating elements of the book. There is no reason to do this. The twist isn't even that good. And to make things even worse, we're granted a clue as to his identity, which most of you will be able to figure out because the 2 children are described. One is described as having a Scorpio glyph over his head, so Silas, and the other is described as having an Aries glyph. How many Aries do we know? So, we have the Merrics with their 2 kids in a backwards baseball cap, and I was trying to go for a cowboy hat. It didn't work. I'm not good at this. It's more like a, I don't know hats very well. It's like one of those mafioso hats. I don't know. Editor me will figure this out and actually list it. And I decided to depict the Calexis there hanging on their living room wall because why the hell not? I had to draw it blade side up so that no one would mistake it for a crucifix. Also, both Silas and his nameless brother are Zodiac Turners, so that's a thing. So, with his exploits granting him a degree of fame, Matthias has earned a degree of political power. And that means he gets to go hobnobbing with other political leaders. Which is what we get here with this slide, because we've got all the kids hanging out together. We've got Silas, we've got Don't Worry About It, and we've got that asshole Blaine. Blaine, it turns out, was the son of the Scorpio leader. This is his mother right here, in what was supposed to be a crown, but actually looks more like a cowboy hat. Why didn't I just swap these? Because I didn't think about it at the time. I'm not good at this. But you'll notice there is a 4th one here at the end of the slide. No, that's not Shovel Knight. That is a young woman with an Aries symbol on her face and a ponytail. And Blaine has the hots for her, as the description we get says, the stone canvas reset to depict a throbbing red heart. And so I guess these two were an item for some period of time, but it's kind of funny because as soon as their relationship is introduced, Blaine is replaced by Silas. As the Aries woman and Silas were making out in the shadow of a conviction woods pine, they laid together in the warm sun, their lips pressing together, which is why I've got their faces smushed together like grapes. But of course, this makes Blaine very upset. You see, he's a wee bit of an angy boy right up there, you know, with his deep running eyebrows. But it's not just a matter of being replaced by his crush. Blaine is also really jealous of Guardian's admiration for the Merricks. And so you see, this led to plotting. Okay, card number 3, all the way up there at the top. Sora continues. During Conviction's political tensions between the Merricks and Blaine, a group of Scorpio Zodiac Turners, a troop commanded by Silas, and Gemini border guards were found dead in the hub. Now, I'm assuming that this is Blaine playing with the political machinations and twisting people's emotions to get them fighting, which is why we've got the hub up here, which is supposed to be a building, and I was trying to draw like the hub cap of a wheel or something. I guess it's more like a wagon wheel or something. And then we've got all of these corpses out here. They are not, as my wife cruelly described them, a bunch of dead sperm. Although I may have overdone it, because I'm not sure if this is supposed to be a connected event or not, because the book kind of contradicts itself again when it says, in the streets of the hub, 2 Gemini men donning Stellarium glyphs killed 2 prestigious Scorpio Turners. Now, that doesn't list any dead Gemini, despite Sora's previous thing describing dead Gemini border guards. So this could be a separate event. I don't know. Now, in reaction to the prestigious dead Scorpio Turners, Scorpio's leader, Blaine's mother, gets a wee bit miffed. And she sent a blast of light with her own Zodiac turning to curse the Gemini leader. So right up there, she's using her powers and sending her flying. Or sending him flying. The Gemini leader's a guy. Now, almost every other time we've seen Zodiac turning used, it's been really just a knockback attack and seemingly nothing else. I mean, yeah, you change their signs, but so what? Well, this time it killed a man. Somehow, the blast from the Scorpio leader killed the Gemini leader. And we don't get any detail on that. It's just she used the Zodiac turning, and then the next sentence, a painting emerged of the Gemini leader's funeral who was killed by the Scorpio leader herself. Now, this pissed off a lot of people, and they even felt anger towards the Conviction Stellarium at the loss of the Gemini leader. And we see even more rising tensions, which really begs the question of what caused the rising tensions in the first place, unless the Zodiac system was always just this uneasy truce between everybody. And we've got Blaine over here just soaking it all in as Gemini and Scorpio are busy yelling and just being pissy in general. Each yell sunk into Blaine's body, his society's fury against his own Scorpio leader mother seeping and pouring into him. His face contorted in emotion, quickening his temper, hardening tired eyes from a world that betrayed him and his family. What are you talking about?
Everybody betrayed me. I fed up with this world.
No, Blaine's really just got, I hate to use Reddit terms on this, but golden child energy. He didn't get the girl, he didn't get the attention, and now he's just butthurt over everyone screaming at each other. And Sora goes on as we reach card number 4. Blaine's resentment towards Silas only grew when Silas married the Aries woman. In his blinding anger, Blaine tried to murder her to stop her from becoming an Aries heir. Silas set a curse to force Blaine away from the Aries woman, killing Blaine's mother. I forgot to mention this just because of everything else going on. But yeah, the Aries woman, we know who she is. There's more of a reason not to reveal her identity here or her name, but still, not giving her a name just makes this that much harder to follow. If she doesn't get a name, she doesn't get an identity, and she's treated as being central to all of this. She is, to be fair. But we have a harder time keeping everything straight because we're already boggled with so much other information up to this point. Like, if she's that important, why doesn't she have a name? Like so many other things, it's for a twist later on. All right, so Aries woman and Silas, they get married as the Aries woman Shovel Knight thing is in this probably hideous dress. And that makes Blaine very angry. Ooh, look at how much he's frowning. And so he does what every that guy does when he can't have the girl and tries to murder her. Yeah, that's reasonable. Now, we never actually get what his method of attempting to kill her is. It could have been magic, it could have been a knife. I don't know. I don't think anybody knows. So I just drew a bow and arrow. But fortunately, her brand new husband was there to save the day, and I'm really confused by the way that this was depicted because Silas set a curse to force Blaine away from an Ares woman, killing Blaine's mother. How do you screw up that badly? Look, to put this into perspective, like this isn't a one-to-one comparison because magic is involved and there are all sorts of variables at play there, but this is like serving someone with a restraining order and then somehow inadvertently murdering their mother. Like, How do you screw up that badly? So Blaine's mother is now dead, and this makes him very, very angry. So much so that I had to give him Mishima eyes. Now, because Silas used Zodiac turning to somehow kill the Scorpio leader, Blaine is able to use that to his advantage and starts a hate campaign against Turners in general. But the problem with that is Blaine himself is a Zodiac Turner. So what does he do in order to hide that fact? He changes his sign and somehow that does it. Now, keep in mind, Zodiac Turners are not exclusive to Scorpios. They're just more commonly Scorpios. You could be any sign and still be a Zodiac Turner. That is what is depicted in other parts of this book. So changing his sign should not have done a goddamn thing. But doesn't matter, he changed himself to Leo anyway. So continuing his machinations, Blaine went and did one of the most evil things he could think of to do. He became a politician. And because he's a that guy and I don't like him very much, there's a very specific reason why I put him in a purple suit.
Daddy, someone hit me!
Were you wearing the purple suit? Yeah. And you deserved it.
And as part of his evil plan, Blaine started advocating for the erasure, it says erasure, of all Zodiac Turners to protect the safety of Guardian's people. And so he campaigned to the Council of 12 and said, hey, you know all those guys?
Yes, them all to death.
Now, they're not talking about any sort of regulation or oversight or banishment or anything. They're talking about a full-on culling. So this is, in fact, a genocide. And it's a genocide that Assiduant and Societalists could not get behind sooner, which is why I depicted them as a sock and a giant butt.
A giant butt?
Huh? Yeah, actually, I think I got the curve on that pretty good. I might have a future as an NSFW artist. The section even ends by saying Assiduant and Societalist armies set out to ensure the eradication of all Zodiac Turners in all unions. The large majority were Scorpio Zodiac Turners. So, okay, if that's the case, why did Blaine change his face to Leo? Like, the majority were Scorpios, not all of them. And also, if changing your sign is enough to evade the armies, then wouldn't the Zodiac Turners be able to just change their own signs and hide in plain sight that way? Not a single element of this was thought through, I swear to God. And then we move on to card 5 as Sora gives the last little bit of information. Blaine advocated for eradicating Libran healers and spirit walkers. He claimed that Libran healing, like immortality, would be used to gain power in the government. Yes, because that's so much worse than the blatant nepotism that we had on full display beforehand. So Blaine's down here just saying, hey, you know those guys that can magically heal all of us at minimal cost? Let's get rid of them. Also, those assholes who can directly talk to the gods? Let's kill them too. Why would we do this? What's another 2 genocides worth anyway? Not that big a deal, apparently.
We've had one, yes. What about second?
Genocide.
And then the book, like, I don't understand why it's phrased like this, but we get a quick follow-up with Matthias and his kids, and it says, Matthias's figure became contorted with red and black smoke, a shameful Libran healer with 2 Zodiac Turner sons who caused thousands of deaths in a gruesome war. Bullshit! Look, Matthias is spectacularly bad at his job. We'll see several examples in this section, actually, but responsible for thousands of deaths in a war? Like, did we not forget that there was this weird, unexplained attack between the Gemini border guards and a bunch of Scorpio Turners Like, what caused that in the first place? The best guess we've got is that Blaine was antagonizing people behind the scenes, and if that's the case, Matthias isn't at fault. Matthias clearly can't be at fault. And yet the narrative of the murals is written in such a way that sounds like, yeah, this is all his doing. It's clearly not. So sometime after that, a group of Gemini attack Silas, and they don't quite kill him. Somehow, they just leave him on the verge of death, where Matthias is able to find him. Now, Matthias, at this point, is able to transfer his immortality into Silas, and that's how he saves his life. Which would be fine, because rules of magic, I guess you can just transfer that, because we've seen nepotism elsewhere. Why not with magic? Except for one problem. Matthias is a Libran healer. Why didn't he just heal his kid? Look, wanting to go above and beyond to protect your kid, good parental instinct. I totally get it. I'm a father myself. I would do the same if I had the option. Here's the problem, though. I'm not using a type of magic that the gods set me out to destroy because it causes magical imbalance. And so he just continues the problem, I guess. Wouldn't he have been obligated to put his immortality in the Calexis? So whatever, Matthias heals Silas so good that Silas can't be killed now. And this is the last we hear about Matthias ever. I don't know if this event killed him, if he overexerted himself and by transferring his immortality died, or maybe he just fucked off to some corner of the world never to be seen again, or maybe at some point when it's narratively convenient. And then everyone starts getting competitive over the Calexis, and this is why I believe that it cannot be in the cave. Now, you remember Silas's brother? Good old don't worry about it? Well, the other Merrick brother pressed his hand to the blade of the Calexis, his body shimmering with a red hue as he took immortality to remain at his brother's side. Dad says it's my turn for immortality. And then Blaine shows up out of nowhere, and then it just says he steals immortality from the Calexis. He's, I guess, not in possession of it or something. That's all we get. I don't know. And so everyone is just sharing immortality at this point, which could not have been done if this thing was still in the cave, because this dragon comes back to life, and my God, is he hard to kill. Could Blaine have stunned it and run up and punched the sword or something? Maybe, but if he could do that, Blaine's clearly a power-hungry motherfucker. There's no way he would leave a sword like that behind. It also doesn't make any sense for Don't Worry About It Merrick to run in, punch the sword, run out while avoiding the dragon, then for Blaine to come in and do the exact same thing. The Calexis has to be outside of the cave. That's the only way this works. The next scene that we get described is Blaine working on a canvas in a black room. This is the Scorpio archive, and this is how he creates the Scorpio code. So he comes up with the rules that Scorpios aren't allowed to show emotion, have friends, or fall in love. A law that is clearly written out of spite and yet is passed off as holy law. More on that later. Blaine lied of a holy law he's said to have discovered in the Scorpio archive, hidden by his Scorpio leader, Mother. And this is why Blaine changing his sign to a Leo does not make any sense. Because if he's using his mother's name and title to grant access to the Scorpio archives, and is using that in order to grant validity to this new law he just made up, then he needs that attachment to his mother. And if he has that attachment to his mother, people must know who he was before. People are not going to listen to you if you walk up and say, "Hi, I'm the Queen's son. You've never heard of me, but it's cool. By the way, I've got a new law that the gods say need to be passed." No one would listen to you. It's stupid. So why change your sign to Leo? It doesn't do anything. The guy's a public figure. And here's the part that really confuses me. Scorpio enthusiastically cheered for the introduction of the fabricated holy law, marking the end of the War of Rebalancing. All these idiots cheered on this new law that is blatantly oppressive. Cheering the end of the war, I totally get. Okay, no problem there. Cheering the introduction of a law that says you're not allowed to be a person. Who would celebrate that? And then Sora finishes up the tale with Silas returned to Reka 300 years ago. He placed the Calexis back to its original location. Reka devoted to protecting the Calexis and upholding the truth of Guardian's history. So it was out of the cave. So then why did that previous section say it wasn't? History and the rest of Guardian teaches Zodiac Turners to be exactly what Blaine painted them as. Cruel, vicious people who only called for death. The truth? The conflict was a deeply complex fight between love, hate, and legacy. Zodiac turning needed regulation, not eradication. The damage remains. We have accepted that this cannot be reversed by the village, but set right by someone meant to break the curse. It's not a curse, it's a lie. That's different. So, that is the history of the War of Rebalancing, the Colexis, and that asshole Blaine. Blaine! And now that we have all of this summarized for us, can somebody out there please explain how does the Scorpio Code actually grant Scorpio power? Look, even with the backstory in place, it does nothing to evidently grant any sort of political power to Scorpio, the Stellarium, or anyone. It is just nakedly oppressive. And that's it. It is a law that was written out of spite, and it has no apparent political application outside of that. And that's not even bad enough. So it actually gets a little bit worse when you think about how it's implemented in the story. So we're told that this is holy law. Everyone is told this is holy law. This is the will of the gods. If you don't do this, they're going to fuck you up. A code of which the sun and moon gave to Scorpio, one to prevent a war from ever happening again, a promise to protect Guardian's delicate balance. So, okay, if people are supposed to believe that this is in fact a real code brought on by real gods, then how come we've seen multiple examples of Scorpios breaking this? Look, even in minor ways, no one seems to follow the idea that this is written by the gods. We've seen Reika breaking the code countless times by this point. Quinn with the Gemini boyfriend, Chase's father, the Scorpio teacher from the flashbacks showed anger, and the Scorpio supervisor in one of the flashbacks showed some sort of a sadistic glee. Look, these are all emotions that we have seen depicted from Scorpios. The Scorpios are not following this code. Like, at this point, the only one that we've seen actually following the code at all times is Reika's nameless mother. But she doesn't have enough characterization for that to really feel substantial. Now, if people are following the code because if they don't, the government's going to kill them, then fine. That's rule enough, I guess. But that means that the law itself has no foundation, like so many other elements in this book. The people of this world are told that the reason they got to follow this is that it's the will of the gods, and yet no one follows it. Therefore, it feels like no one in this world should actually believe that this is a thing. We've got to a point where Chase, for a long stretch, didn't even believe in the three gods. Like, how prevalent of a worldview is that? It's really flimsy world building. It does not feel complete or properly connected. It is a mess. Ugh. So yeah, that's Sora's big mural backstory. Kind of a mess. Doesn't have just inconsistencies with multiple other parts of the book, but inconsistencies within itself. God, I love the history elements when you're able to compose a good backstory for even a small facet of your world. It's a lot of fun, but this is a fucking mess. Okay, that was an expositional nightmare. It was as enthralling as reading a textbook on the history of textile making, which is unfortunate because I don't think the murals is a bad idea. I think with the right approach, it could have actually worked. The problem is, Milo didn't know what he was doing with this. Well, frankly, with anything surrounding this. There are plenty of examples of something like this being used effectively. The best example I can think of right now is the Legacy of Kain Defiance. You see, by this point, this was really the fourth game in the timeline. So we have a long storied history between the Vampire Kain and the Wraith Raziel. And there is a very detailed, intricately laid out timeline of all of this, of the characters' motivations and everything. To fully understand... Okay, I gotta go on a nerd rant. I love the Legacy of Kain. To fully appreciate how much effort Amy Hennig and her team put into that storyline, you have to understand 4 corresponding timelines simultaneously. It is such a richly designed thing. I explained the story of the Legacy of Kain at one point in a lengthy rant to my wife, and I was rambling, detailing everything from the story of Blood Omen, Soul Reaver 1 and 2, and Defiance. I was talking for a good 45 minutes. I love this story. So much so the fact that we never got a conclusion is one of gaming's greatest travesties. But anyway, so the reason why Legacy of Kain Defiance works so effectively with the use of murals is because we have a long storied history of the vampires as well as the prophecy of the vampiric hero. At the same time, Raziel, the playable character from the last 2 games and one of the characters from Defiance, or one of the playable characters from Defiance, you also get to control Kain, goes around and is referred to as Redeemer and Destroyer. And he has a complicated relationship with a mystic sword called the Soul Reaver. Frankly, there's too much for me to get into for now. I really recommend you look up the games yourself. They just remastered Soul Calibur 1 and 2. It's great. Go try it. As we have this foundation for the history and everything, in Defiance, Raziel starts going to all these temples for plot reasons that I'm not going to get into right now, and he sees these murals that detail the history of the vampires as well as a secret history that they had against a group called the Hilden. And it also detailed the creation of the Soul Reaver as well as Raziel's possible forthcoming and prophecy that's behind him. It's a... God, I am not doing the story justice. It really works. Like I said, it's very complicated. There is too much for me to go over right now. Check it out for yourself if you can. It's absolutely worth the dive. But the reason why the murals worked is because we had that foundation from the 3 previous games. So now, when we had some sort of a counter to, I thought I understood this thing, it turns out, oh, here's the actual secret history that ties back to these different elements that you knew before. What the murals in this scene tell us are so flaky and so loosely connected to a handful of names that we barely comprehend that their connections don't really mean anything. Made worse by the fact that it includes things like Silas's nameless brother, who does have a name that we get later on, but if we were told his name previously, it would have ruined a reveal for later, which is the worst way to approach this thing. Again, this is putting the plot ahead of the characters. If it doesn't make sense for your characters to talk a certain way, or if it muddies the image for the reader, find a better way to approach the problem. And I am only on chapter 26 out of 39. I should not be able to talk this long about the problems in a book. So, after Sora's massive mural masquerade, I have a weakness for alliteration. She allows everyone a moment to collect their thoughts. Thank you for such a striking presentation. I bowed my head respectfully. Your artistry is so admirable. Welcome to Reika, she said. Thank you for allowing me to show you my project. Where could you have possibly learned all this from? Kaya asked, scooching closer to us, her face bright with fascination. You're an excellent storyteller, too. Reika keeps a well-preserved archive of unaltered documents, Sora explained. It's just a story that feels personally significant to me. If Reika keeps a well-preserved archive of unaltered documents and they're able to substantiate and prove that, why do they need the Calexis? The Calexis at that point would be an exclamation mark to the proclamation the Scorpio Code is bullshit. And don't tell me they can't get past the Stellarium on any sort of a technical level. They already have the Ares Stellarium backing them up, and he can probably sway a couple of others. Besides, at that point, if the Scorpio Code is as unpopular as it seems to be, considering that no one seems to be in support of it, then all you really got to do is get a grassroots movement going, and you can probably churn up enough support for it that it could shake the foundations of power that the Scorpio Code somehow grants the Scorpio Stellarium. This is all a lot of information to take in. So much so that Reika and Chase feel like clearing their minds by taking a walk in the forest. Now, Sora assures them that the woods around the village are safe, but the gash marks that they find in the trees suggest otherwise. "It's not safe," he said quietly, as if his life depended on the noise level of every word he spoke. "Why would the village lie to us? Would they know if it's something that just got here?" His fingers pressed deeper into the trunk, and when he withdrew them, his fingers were sticky with fresh sap. I inched closer to them. The tree's open cambium was still moist from the claw marks. I usually like it when I'm reading a book and I come across a word I don't know and I can add something to my vocabulary. Cambium is a word I did not know. And yet I don't like this setup for a couple of reasons. First off, this is clumsy. No one talks like this. Technically, Reika's assessment is correct. This would be, the claw marks probably do reach the cambium level, which is a tissue layer that the tree uses for purposes. She should have used the word bark, because then you get the same idea across without confounding the image. But here's the other problem. How does Reika know this? Despite growing up in the woods, that doesn't necessarily give you any sort of immediate insight to how things work. For example, even though she knew about the healing tree sap in the Conviction Woods, Reika didn't know how to activate the magic. And Reika has never really expressed any sort of expertise regarding trees or plants in general, or nature at all, really. She's a historian, which is fine, but having this much knowledge of, how trees work, or, what their layering would be called, is a degree of expertise that she's never even hinted an interest in before this point. Now, the flip side of this, Reika might not be that much of a naturalist, but Milo is. Naturalist is a title that Milo has given himself on a couple of videos, and was a predominant thought and position detailed in the High Disturbance essay. So this is the author's interests overtaking the protagonist's agency. And when you get into situations like that, I think accusations of self-inserts become fair. And again, Milo Winter, Reika Spring. But anyway, the damage to the tree, the big claw marks in the trunk, are apparently fresh. A blur of white movement flared in the corner of my eye. Chase and I spun around at the same time. In the near distance, a pair of pale, icy blue eyes stared at us from behind a tree. I held my sword in front of me while Chase inched closer to me with the knife he'd pulled off of his belt. We'd been through the same situation before. Chase didn't have offensive magic. It's okay, though. All he needs to do is bear hug this thing and drag it to the Conviction Woods. That'll totally work. The shape began to transform and split as it lumbered from behind a tree. One still white paw first, and then the next. Spirals of black smoke spat from each step as its shape materialized from a mirrored monochromatic shadow. I gotta pause there because the phrase mirrored monochromatic shadow bothers me so very much. Now, the immediate image that brings to mind is a shadow that is both monochromatic and reflective. Like, what the hell is that supposed to look like? Because if it's reflective, it would be showing everything around it, and therefore wouldn't be monochromatic. No, what I think Milo was going for here is not mirrored as in reflective, but mirrored as in symmetrical. That is the only thing I can think of to make sense. But again, at that point, this is why you've got to hire editors and then listen to them, because their input can find things like this and they can point out, this doesn't make sense. Stop it. Now, we get a full description of what this thing is supposed to look like, and I think Milo was really playing around with a whole bunch of weird, classically demonic or dark looking ideas, and it's said to transform like a beast of Conviction Woods, so that leads all sorts of questions as far as how this thing's biology is supposed to work, as well as any possible connections to anything from Conviction Woods, as well as if the beasts in Conviction Woods didn't attack Reika, why is this thing attacking Reika? But whatever. A pink forked tongue exposed itself as the creature opened its half canine, half draconic mouth. Its fur popped and sizzled as its shape couldn't decide on scales or fur. One of its back legs was a talon, horns curling out of its head, its tail a terrible concoction of patches and fur and slithering, scaling length. As it approached, its claws grew into razor-sharp talons, cutting through the accumulating snow. I couldn't bring myself to call the beast a dragon. I had heard rumors of them prowling through forests in Assidian territory, but this was more of a demented, rotting body of a wolf transforming into a pearly white dragon to blend in with its surroundings, too big to be a dog, but too small to be a full dragon. The hungry glint in its eye accented its vicious, curling snarl and furrowed muzzle. It reeked of rotting flesh and organs left in the sun on a summer day. So it's a half canine, half draconic thing, which, on a basic level, I kind of like. Tie that in with a rotting body, and I think there's something you can do with that, but Milo was so concerned with getting a very exact image in mind that he overplayed his hand. See, a description for something like this should try to tantalize the reader. You don't want to be so very exact that you, detail every individual facet of this thing's fur. Like, it had 3 hairs here, and then a scale, then another 2 hairs here, and then more scales. Like, on one hand, I kind of like the description, like the idea behind the description here. Half canine, half dragon thing with rotting flesh. That's kind of cool, actually. On the other hand, the description is just so clumsy that, there are portions that feel unnecessary. There's repetition here, the rotting body of a wolf transforming into a pearly white dragon, too big to be a dog, too small to be a full dragon. At a point, you've got to stop detailing this thing and allow the reader's imagination to carry through. It is a very difficult to describe balancing act where, after a while, you're putting too much detail into this thing, and you're taking away the imagination from the reader. Give us enough to help shape the imagination, but not so much that you're beating us over the head with it. It's one of those unfortunate balancing games when it comes to writing where you don't know exactly where the line of too much is, but you got to try to find it for yourself. And you do that by writing and writing and writing. Also reading, reading, and reading. The more you read, the more you study, the more you write, the better an idea you have of how much is too much. Also, what's the connection to this thing and anything from the Conviction Woods? Because it transforms like a beast of the Conviction Woods, so you think that there would be something there, and maybe there is, and maybe it's supposed to be revealed in a following book. Who knows if we'll ever get the answer then? Also, good job, Guardian. Way to go, Guardian Continent. Way to help guard all those people and give humanity a second chance, while also providing freakish nightmare hybrid things. What the fuck is this thing? Where did it come from? And why is it this close to the village? We get a surprisingly short fight scene, given that we had 2 paragraphs of a description for this thing. It's dead in less than 2 pages, which kind of makes it funny. So this thing attacks in earnest. We get another extremely lackluster fight scene, capped off with Reka being too paralyzed with fear to fight this thing, made even worse when it starts talking to her. I couldn't fight it anymore, sinking into its hypnotic words. My grip fell loose on my sword as my fingers brushed against its handle. My breath caught in my throat as it blinked with another laugh. You fool! How dare you try to save your people when the cause of their peril exists in your own blood? Ha-ha! I refuse to take this seriously. Okay, so the cause of everyone's peril exists in Reka's blood. Bullshit. Look, I'm not going to explain what that means right now because most of you probably already know what that means. The twist is it's not great because it's pretty obvious. It's also clumsily worded because it's not that Reka's blood literally has anything in it, but that's kind of how this is phrased. It's a very clumsy attempt at foreshadowing, and it doesn't work, and it's already been foreshadowed with a previous dream sequence with Nara. Now, this is Milo not having enough confidence in a moment to allow the reader to actually ruminate on it. So we've got to get a reminder. Hey, you remember that thing? Remember that important thing? How it's like it's doom and stuff? Have some confidence in the reader, for fuck's sake. But the Mickey Mouse Dragon sinks its claws into Reika and actually causes some pretty significant damage, clawing open her chest. Like, if this thing had been allowed to go on for a few more seconds, she legit could have died. Fortunately, somebody else intervenes, and all of a sudden, there is a single dagger pierced into the monster's neck. But then we get a big surprise moment when the newcomer steps in, and he yelled out again as a hand touched his arm, and just like the dragon, Chase's body folded as his eyes rolled backward. A foot rested on his arm as he tried to struggle. Nara stood above him. And this should bother everyone because, wait, wasn't there a magical barrier? How the hell did she get through that? And yeah, there's an answer for that. It's stupid. Chapter 27 opens with Reika regaining consciousness. She and Chase have been dragged to a cave by Nara, and she has bound them both with rope.
Kinky.
Whilst they're struggling, Chase demands to know how Nara was able to bypass the town's magical protections, and she responds, Reika's magical shields have used the same enchantments since they were cast 300 years ago. They're designed to allow certain bloodlines into the village, and all three of us, she paused with a smile, happen to be part of those. Okay, so if Nara knows about this gap, then that means that the Stellarium knows about this gap, and if that's true, then there must be some way for them to exploit this. Also, what are the limits of the bloodlines that we get? Because it's implied that it's really just like a small handful of people, but does that mean that everyone else in the village is forced to stay in place? Because you've got to have multiple families in Reika, otherwise the entire thing is just going to be this weird inbred nightmare. But if they're not permitted to leave, and there's no easy way to lower the barrier, then doesn't that mean that the citizens of Reika are being held against their will, or at least some of them? Also, the magical shields have the same enchantment since they were cast 300 years ago. Why has that not been updated? Because we'll see in a little bit, there's reason to update it. Also, if this is a known flaw, then when Reika and the party entered the town in chapter 23, shouldn't that have been an assumption by the Capricorn guy when he's like, how the hell did you get past the barriers? Also, this might be an explanation for Reika, Chase, and Nara, but it is not an explanation for Kaya. Avia gets an explanation later on. Kaya never gets an answer for why she's able to cross this barrier. I don't know if there's something else that was supposed to be developed in another book. That's possible. It could still work. But with all the context we have now, and with everything that I can remember from reading this book, Kaya should not be able to cross the barrier and enter this village. Well, Chase doesn't like how vague Nara is being and demands more information. Nara doesn't feel like talking, so she tasers him in the forehead.
In the face!
Reika asks how Nara was able to do that, and Nara says, cusp zodiac turning mimics a storm, and then confirms that she does have an electrical current.
That looks fun. Let me try.
So this is another in the pile of reasons why our lack of understanding of the magic system is such a problem. Look, a fun magic system is one where you've got some basic rules, but the author is really clever in playing with those rules. Bring it back to Brandon Sanderson's Alcatraz Symmetry, for example. The protagonist, like his entire family line has got this weird thing where they're given powers that feel like curses, and he's got, I believe it's an uncle who has the power to get lost. And I mean, this guy is exceptionally talented at getting lost. How could that possibly be a good thing? Well, at one point, I think it's in the second book, they're flying on a plane and they get attacked. Well, the plane's going down, and all of a sudden the uncle tells everyone to gather inside of a closet. He shuts the door, they wait a second, he opens the door, and they're somewhere entirely different. Like, that's so creative. I love that magic system. It's hilarious because we're given a baseline, but it's so wacky. Or take Luffy from One Piece. Oda did the clever thing and thought more beyond he's really stretchy. You thought about the internals of what that would do to Luffy's body, and that's what got us Gear Second. In Gear Second, Luffy is able to take the rubber internals of his body and move more nutrients and oxygen through his veins in order to increase his physical prowess. It's a logical step along the idea of this kid's entire body is made out of rubber. It makes sense. We've got a baseline understanding with a creative application beyond that. But so far, we understand so little about Zodiac turning that being able to use lightning because Nara's a cusp? Like, where's the logic? How are we supposed to draw from A to B? How are we supposed to say, oh yeah, that makes sense? It's just another in a long list of reasons of why this book is so frustrating. Well, afterwards, Reika gets bored with talking about Zodiac turning and all of that. So she asks, what were you talking about? The bloodlines? And Nara admits that Chase is her brother. And things just start cascading after this. It becomes so messy. The dialogue just keeps going along this predetermined path. Milo really needed everyone to go from point A to point B regardless of whether or not it sounds organic. It really doesn't. Topics are dropped like so quickly. It's like they're raised purely for obligation purposes on behalf of the reader. It's not that these characters would really care about these questions in the moment, it's that the reader needs these things explained to them. And at that point, you are again putting plot and world building ahead of character. A little bit of realism dies every time you do that. Eventually, this juddering conversation leads to Reika dropping Atlas's name, and Nara goes off on a ramble. Fulbright is helping you. Of course he led you to the scroll his brother wrote. Her tone of voice suddenly sharpened, the anger on her face intensifying. Chase and I, our father is Silas Merrick.
I am your father. That's not true! That's impossible!
This does not work for a lot of reasons. Silas Merrick has been around for at least 300 years, and he just now fathered children? Or has he fathered children before and they've either gone off to be nobodies with their own families or they've all died? Also, I am a little confused on how Atlas could be an immortal. Not because it doesn't fit into the backstory, rather, he's the head of the Ares Stellarium. What is his cover story? Look, he is a direct threat to Blaine and his shadow government, or whatever the hell is going on. How can he be out in public in such a way that there's no way Blaine could miss him and still be able to function properly? How's this guy not dodging assassins on a daily basis? And also, how does he explain the whole not aging thing? How long has he had this office? What does he do in order to maintain power? How did he get to this office in the first place? Like, considering that we know the Stellarium is corrupt, I suppose there can be some degree of wheeling and dealing going on behind the scenes. Or maybe Atlas could routinely replace himself with a puppet or something. Or is he only just now becoming the Ares leader, or the Arctura, for all of this? Like, this is all part of some final gambit in order to finally get rid of the Scorpio Code. Although, you would think that he would be in a position to actually properly argue against it and support it with documentation from Reika and the existence of the Calexis, because he knows where it fucking is. But no, he can't do that. It risks war with Scorpio. Who the fuck cares? Do you think Scorpio is going to have any sort of troops or army to fight if there's going to be an opportunity for the army to get rid of the Scorpio Code? Again, not detailing how the Scorpio Code possibly gives Scorpio any degree of power is such a mistake. It is such a stupid idea. I have no idea how any of this is supposed to work, and because of that, the plot constantly collapses internally. Oh, and that's not the end of it, because it's not just Silas and Atlas who are around, but Sora Merrick.
And Princess Leia is your sister.
That's not true! That's
Improbable!
Sora is actually Chase and Nara's mother.
And as a child, I built C-3PO.
Huh? And all three, Silas, Atlas, and Sora, are all Zodiac Turners.
Look, if you're not going to take this seriously, I'm out.
This was such a fumble, such an amazing fuck up. The reason why Sora never named Atlas during the presentation is that it would ruin this twist. This twist, which doesn't work because the foundation for it doesn't exist. Also, right after the presentation, Kaya asked, where could you have possibly learned all this from? And Sora gives the cover story about, having unaltered documents. She was there! Also, this means that with Blaine out there are at least 4 immortals wandering around somewhere. Matthias was so bad at his job.
Bing bong, hey, what's up? You're doing a bad job.
I know I'm doing a bad job.
And they're not even... There's at least one more immortal that we'll get to in a little bit. It's just... the idea of putting immortality in a fucking sword. Now, I wish that this twist worked because Silas has been against the code since the very beginning, and the Stellarium is using his daughter in order to help prop it up as well as act as an assassin. There's something really tragic about that. But because everything was set up so poorly and these characters are so poorly defined, we don't feel that connection, that gut punch that Milo was going for. And Nora and Reika just start arguing their positions on whether or not they should actually, whether or not they're doing the right thing, and we get, you will start another war. Let Scorpio keep their power, and Guardian stays at peace. Your father's scroll warns of the opposite, that the Scorpio code will upset the gods and cause an imbalance in Guardian's magic system. I just want to know if gods are involved in this world or not. Are the gods real? Are they just part of a fable? Did they make the magic system? Do they give the slightest fuck about this world? Oh, but we get another tragic portion to this backstory. Because, you see, after immediately dropping the subject of, whether or not these two should actually fight, Nara explains that she wasn't raised by Silas and she was barely raised by Sora. She was raised by somebody else. You see, Blaine found out that these two had kids and put a curse on them so that if Silas and Sora are near each other, Chase and Nara feel the consequences. What does that mean? I don't know. And Nara explains her tragic backstory and how she was separated from her brother. Chase and I were raised together until he was 5. I was 3. He's 2 years older than me. Neither of us remembers that part of our childhood. How would she possibly know that? Also, 5 is old enough to start forming memories. Blaine found our parents in a town on the conviction autarkic border and put the curse on them when he learned they had children. Silas believed Chase shouldn't know about our family's history and raised him in Conviction Woods. Sora wanted me to know. I was raised by her in Fulbright for 13 years before Blaine finally got a hold of me. And Nara also explains that Blaine kidnapped her when she was 13 and cursed her family away from her. Silas did not want Chase to know about the family's history. Why? There's room for an explanation in a following book, that's fine, but logically, the only thing that I can see is that Silas didn't want Chase to know, because if he did, then the reader would know that Nara was his sister the whole time. And heaven forbid character agency get in the way of a twist. Now, we do have mentioned in an earlier memory dream where Nara resented the man that she lived with, and that fits in the timeline and everything. It doesn't really fit from a storytelling perspective just because everything is so clunkily assembled purely for the sake of all these twists. I know, this is a headache. Try reading it. And also, I suspect, if you can remember, that scene where Nara was forced to erase Reika's memory, we had the one Scorpio supervisor guy who stepped in. This is never confirmed. My suspicion is that that was Blaine, because Nara was afraid of him, and considering how many times she's attacked people beforehand, someone in Blaine's position would be the only one who could actually instill that degree of fear in her. It's the only thing that made sense, as well as force her to erase Reika's memories. Now, it's stupid, it's clunky, it doesn't really work, but that's my guess for the moment. Oh, but we are not done with the dumbass twists. Now, I hope you're ready for this, because a number of you have probably seen this coming already. Remember how genetics are supposed to work in this world, and how apparently you need to have a genetic ancestor in order to have certain powers, even though that doesn't make any sense? Well, Merrick's made up 4 of the 6 Zodiac Turners: Nara, Atlas, Silas, and Sora. There were only 2 Turners left on the list. One was me, and the other was an immortal man who manipulated history. Nara smiled. Your father, Blaine, created the Scorpio Code. You know, you really gotta wonder how Zodiac determines fate in a world in which genetics are such an important aspect to the story and the backgrounds. Yes, so Blaine is Reika's father, and there are problems with this. A lot of which center around Reika's mother, but I'm going to hold off on that because there is a reveal that we get later that makes everything so much worse, especially considering how unnecessary it is. Also, you really gotta wonder, why did Blaine have a kid at the same time that Silas and Sora had kids? I mean, he's doing some weird stalking thing where he's just trying to mimic everything? Like, at this point, I'm just so exhausted. It's difficult to put into words how little I care about any of this. Like, we've got all of this setup, all this potential, all these backgrounds constantly fighting each other. Like, if the characters had been characters, maybe I would give half of a shit about any of it. And this is even worse of Blaine, considering that Reika's existence is one of the only things politically that could actually stand against him and ruin the Scorpio Code. Somehow, according to Atlas. No, I don't get it. There's no logic behind it, but that's what was stated in the book. Also, I think Blaine being the supervisor is the reason they didn't kill Reika in that scene, even though they've killed Scorpios for violating the code in lesser ways, and Reika by this point has violated all 3 tenets and has been assaulting Scorpio officials. Like, if Blaine was aware that she was biologically his daughter, then maybe he's got some plan for later on. Because if that's not what's going on here, then the only explanation for why she survived that scene at all is because of an insurmountable degree of plot armor, which is bullshit and lazy. And that exhausting mess was chapter 27. And chapter 28 tries to open with this really dramatic recollection where she recalls the words of the weird dragon dog monster. And it's like, okay, but that line was from like a chapter ago, and that's not... It's not really this big dramatic reveal of, oh my god, that thing from chapter 5 finally came to fruition. You planted that plot seed like 10 pages ago. And Reika stops to think about this for a moment, as she should, and I'm uncomfortable with this. I wanted to tear open my own skin and let my blood pour. The man who had caused each and every problem I was to fix was my own father, my own blood. It all made sense. Why I was a Zodiac Turner, why my mother refused to speak of him, why she despised the existence of her own daughter. I don't like what this book does with Reika's mother. The fact that she has so little presence. She is speaking purely on a technical level. She is not essential for the story. Milo could have gone full Disney and Reika's mom could have been dead from the start, and really nothing changes. The fact that she doesn't even have a name already indicates her lack of importance in the plot. I mean, her lack of a name is still a problem when you consider the implied context of Reika's conception. But this is another moment that just feels like her entire character is an afterthought. Things could have been smoothed out so much better if something had gone wrong previously. Like her mother... God, there's something you could have done with that. Like if the mother had a traumatic response as a Scorpio, and that could have done so much to help cement and visualize the evils of the Scorpio code. It's like, it's not her fault that she had a reaction, and yet the dumbass laws of this place, instituted as vigorously as they are, means that doesn't matter. It's monstrous. Absolutely. But how well would that showcase the evils of the government? Now, at this point, take full stock of what's going on. Chase is unconscious, Nara has full control over everyone in this cave, and Reika is still very badly injured from the dragon thing attack. Chase was able to do a little bit of healing, so she's not, like, immediately critical, but at the same time, it's like, you gotta go to the hospital. A year ago, the Stellarium held a knife to my throat and forced you to take my memories of you. I stood up in a flash, ignoring the tearing open of my own skin. Like, she can't be that badly injured if she can stand up so dramatically. And if she is that injured, then she's very stupid for doing this. Your white mage is unconscious. Knock it off. This also confirms that it's been a year since the Stellarium took her memories. So that is a year that the Stellarium had in order to twist Nara into becoming this horrid assassin who could betray the one that she loved and is now on a personal mission to kill her for some reason. I mean, she talks a big game as far as killing Reika, and then has all these opportunities to do something about it and never does anything about it at all. She doesn't even do that much to like psychologically scar Reika, even though as a dream seeker she would have ample opportunity to do so. Now, it turns out that the Stellarium did, in fact, do something to Nara in order to condition her, and it's stupid. She hissed with agony as the red glow on her chest burned brighter and the air thickened with the stench of burning skin. Nara yanked the blade away from my skin, hurling it toward the wall with her full force. It clattered against stone. She screamed out in pain, her palms slamming against her chest. She leaned down to cough up blood, and with agonized tears streaming down her face, she sparked a light between her fingers to press to my forehead. In the face! No! So what I think is going on here is Nara is fighting against her conditioning and doesn't actually want to kill Reika, but the conditioning is forcing her to, like, it turns out that there's a curse. I'll get to that in a little bit. And that's what's driving a lot of Nara here. But it's set up in such a way that it's causing actual physical damage. On top of the burning skin, and considering that there's a stench, I think she's actually getting, like, burns. She's also coughing up blood. So whatever this thing is doing is causing actual tangible damage to Nara's body, which will, of course, make her less effective in the moment. How is the Stellarium still in charge when it's run by the dumbest people? So Nara uses her taser powers on Reika's face. Taser face! And this throws her into another memory dream where they're in the Conviction Woods, and it's just Nara and Reika sitting down in a nice meadowy field, and they share a kiss, and it's this cutesy little moment. And given the intensity of the scene, I think that this is supposed to be their first kiss, but that's an assumption. And Reika confesses, well, they both confess that they love each other. Chapter 29, Reika wakes up from unconsciousness again! So Reika wakes up from her memory dream, Chase is conscious now, and this time he asks Nara if he can heal her. Like, you could let me heal her if you don't want her to die. So Chase goes over and whispers to Reika that he talked to Avia, dream sought her, and she knows that they're alive. Presumably she would have all sorts of information, which really does add a problem with the concept of dream seekers. If you know an opponent is a dream seeker, you should really just kill them. Like, knocking them out clearly isn't enough. And keep in mind, he wasn't like punched in the head or anything. He was magically tasered into unconsciousness. So unless there is a particular magic out there for rendering someone completely inert, and God only knows if there actually is, when you're dealing with a dream seeker, your best option is to just put a knife in their head.
couldn't just knock him out?
Was knocking out a deterrent? Everyone wants to be knocked out. Nobody wants to be dead.
This world is dumb. Reika tries to explain that she remembered the time where they were in the field together and they shared their presumed first kiss, when all of a sudden Nara bends over in pain and starts gripping her thighs in agony. And that's when Reika notices that Nara is wearing a pendant, a very bright pendant, on her chest. I wasn't sure what I was about to do or how I was going to do it. The fear in Nara's eyes was overwhelming enough to spark an adrenaline so intense that my veins exploded with light. Electricity ran hot through me, and I gasped to alleviate the pain and shoved my palm into the burning pendant on her chest, allowing my light to fall out of my hands and surround the object. The red-hot metal was welded onto her skin, and at the touch of my light, it frosted over, so intensely cold that it seared my hand. I dug my fingers into the burn, and as fast as I could manage, I ripped it from her chest and snapped the chain on her neck. And gouging out the pendant was just enough to knock the crazy out of Nara, because she lays back and tries to apologize for everything that had happened up to this point. I'm so sorry. Her voice split as she leaned her head back, staring at the ceiling. I could only feel anger. The pendant, it was an artifact from the war, cursed to weaponize one soldier to kill the other. How did I release you from that? I stumbled over my words.
Your love has broken the curse and freed my soul. I'll never have to kill again. Really?
You wanted to save my life. Zodiac turners can reverse curses if they use their magic with the opposite intention. You know, it's weird. I would almost prefer if love actually was the answer, because then at least it would be saccharine as fuck. But at least I would understand it. Also, I don't really think that it should count as a curse if we're talking about a physical object that has an effect on you, like a necklace. Because, like, curse implies that you've got this, like, magical thing imbued into your body or your spirit or your whatever. It's not that she was cursed, she was wearing a cursed object. And a stupid one at that. Also, this doesn't make sense. If she was cursed to hate Reika, then why did she let Reika go so many times? Like, tactically, her approach that first time on the East Trail, dumb as hell. Like, she could have easily knocked Chase away, shocked Avia into compliance, and then could have taken her time stabbing Reika to death. Or there was the time at the dock where Nara apparently had Reika dead to rights and they were standing right next to each other. Again, knife. And if she can physically injure Reika while dream seeking, even if she's got some weird bullshit super special one powers, knife. Now, maybe this is supposed to be Nara's been fighting the anger with her love for Reika the whole time, and that's why she was never able to fully submit and actually do everything, but that just makes it look like a tactical blunder from the Scorpio Stellarium's side, because they sent the worst assassin they could have. If they had just sent anybody else, there is a good chance Reika would be dead. Hell, just send one asshole who's a decent shot with a crossbow. Done. Story's over. And then the way that she's built up, this almost sounds like Nara is supposed to be like the special child of destiny, because she has another big reveal. Nara, my memory. My body shook at the release of magic. The lingering sensation of her hand on my waist distracted me. Her face contorted with grief and guilt. What happened? We knew each other for 5 years, she answered hoarsely. I am a spirit walker in Gemini Cancer. Spirit walkers can manipulate with memory with fear. They forced my hands on you when I was terrified, and it cleared your memory of me. Okay, she's a Gemini Cancer, but she was a Pisces Aries before. So unless Blaine is changing her sign, she's got to be changing herself, which, I mean, could answer something, because Reika did use turning powers on Nara at the docks. And this would explain how Nara isn't completely incapacitated for whatever reason. But at the same time, I don't like the way that this is phrased, because spirit walkers can manipulate memory with fear. They forced my hands on you when I was terrified. So she has to be afraid for her to affect other people's memories? That can't be right. That's That's too stupid. Also, yes, this means that she is simultaneously a Zodiac Turner and a Spirit Walker. Nara also explains that Verena knows that Nara is the only one who could have crossed into Reka and kill Reka, the person, not the city. And they also want Nara to retrieve the Calexis. And, okay, why? Look, sending Nara because she's the only one who can enter Reka, the village, not the person. Wow, that's inappropriate. Look, I get that, but why get the Calexis when its existence really only apparently comes at a risk of the Scorpio Stellarium? On top of that, if it gets loose again, as it apparently has done several times through history, then it only becomes a problem for the Scorpio Stellarium because now they've got to be vying for other assholes who are immortal now. How is the Stellarium this incompetent? They are... The only thing that they are capable of doing is assembling tactical blunders. Now, even though she has struggled with her own emotions for the run of the book, and her difficulty in comprehending emotions has been something that's been documented on multiple occasions, and was the reason why her Zodiac turning power is activated in the first place, Reka seems to be able to feel the anger that Nara does pretty easily. Although, the line that we get for it is pretty stupid. I knew the truth in the matter when I caught her solemn and regretful emotions seemingly blending into my own. The infectious anger was only but a scar on the outside of her chest. Okay, so her anger was only skin deep? Reka starts to talk about leaving the cave as well, and we get a very confusing line. Nara, I need to let you leave. Hope soared through me. Do you know how to get out of this cave? Yes. There's no exit? She literally just said yes. How the hell did you arrive at this conclusion? So they wake Chase up, and Nara leads everyone back towards the village, but she doesn't approach it herself because, as she stated previously, Blaine cursed Sora and Atlas away from her. And with Sora in the village, Nara can't get close, I guess because it'll hurt her or Chase or Sora. That part of the curse wasn't actually explained. I don't know what'll happen. Sora and Silas can't come close to each other because then it'll hurt their kids. I don't know what Blaine did with part 2 here. But that does raise a question because the cave that the Calexis is hidden under is underneath Reka. So how is Nara supposed to approach this? Because she will make an attempt at the Calexis. What changes? The Calexis is underneath the village. And despite everything that's gone on, despite all of the twists and turns, we still have 10 more chapters, almost 100 full pages left to go. This book is a pacing nightmare. Hey, how y'all enjoying this review so far? I've been filming for 3 days and my voice is shot. Alright, chapter 30, we're on the home stretch. Chase and Reka return to Reka after their near-death experience, both at the hands at the thing that they call a dragon later on, and Nara. And our usual host of characters gravitates towards Chase and Reka. Abia shows the first bit of kindness in dozens of chapters and says that she's glad Reka's alive. And Kaya makes mention that they've all been invited to a dinner with Sora. And that gets Reka to think about the history lesson that Sora gave her, and I don't think she remembers it correctly. I glanced up quickly and looked over at Chase, Sora, his mother, an immortal Zodiac Turner, the wife of Silas Merrick, who had a war blamed on who she fell in love with. So, okay, Silas was blamed for the war initially, which is interesting because when we were in the Scorpio archive way back in chapter 6, Reka dropped that line about how Silas was supposed to be a myth. To quote page 74, I'd been taught that the Merricks were a man-made myth. So the War of Rebalancing was a real event. It happened. And the guy responsible for it doesn't exist? He was a myth? Well, myths don't matter. What does matter is getting ready for dinner. And to do that properly, you gotta get your clothes repaired by a material shapeshifter somewhere in the village. Kaya had taken my clothing to a material shapeshifter somewhere in the village for repair while I showered and rested. Assumably to a material shapeshifter somewhere in the village. Come on! Oh my god. Okay, I'm declaring it. This book is the new Eye of Argon. You gotta try to read it without laughing. While at dinner, Reika takes note of Sora's appearances a little closer now that she knows that Nara is her daughter. And it's at this point she realizes that Sora has heterochromia and has one green eye and one brown eye, which apparently matched whatever magic she possessed in Leo Virgo. I have no idea what that's supposed to mean. Please don't tell me that we gotta start matching eye color to magic type. That we have enough stupid rules in place as is. And I just double checked, the Leo and Virgo colors are neither brown nor green, so I don't know how Sora's eye colors are matched to Leo or Virgo. And while I don't think that this is important, it's an interesting coincidence that her jacket is also dark brown and green. And believe it or not, the heterochromia is simultaneously very important and extremely unimportant. More on that in a little bit. So everyone starts talking, and Sora reflects on the events that Reika and Chase had to endure. As Avia kindly informed me, Sora said. Chase's face flooded with relief at his unquestioned lie. And for the record, his lie is not informing Sora about Nara. We have not seen a dragon in those woods for ages. Capricorn typically keeps them much farther north. Okay, so Sagittarians are pirates and Capricorns are dragon hunters. I think we see a clear favorite of which is the best sign here. Oh, and also we finally figure out the name of the Capricorn who guarded the entrance of the village alongside Sora at the beginning of chapter 23. His name is Dion. First, I think his name was Quinn, and now Dion. Why are we getting names for tertiary characters several chapters after they were introduced? This is a weird writing style. And also, Guardian has a fear towards Capricorns? Why? Guard yourself against the goat fish people. Then again, maybe because they hunt dragons, they're seen as scary or something.
We can do this easy. Or we can do it real easy.
But as the conversation goes on, Sora reveals that in the village of Reika, zodiac turners are seen as a symbol of balance. Now, balance is an interesting concept and one that's been repeated several times in this book. The War of Rebalancing, the balancing ceremony, etc. And it sounds like it'd be a major thematic through line for the book, but I gotta be honest, I have no idea what Milo was trying to say with this. I mean, the concept of balance is good. Okay, fine, I agree with you. Elaborate, please. Like, what is balance in this context? Because it can't be, well, we've got this many Scorpios and this many Leos and this many Tauruses and they're all in balance. That wouldn't make sense, and frankly, it would occasionally require murder. I mean, could it be magical balance? I think that's the direction that he's trying to go, but what does that look like? How are you balancing anything? How are you measuring it? And we get some text later on about, why balance is important and what goes wrong when magic is out of balance. But we're never shown what any of that looks like. Look, Star Wars, for example, played with the concept of balance because before we got all of the extra Jedi who survived Order 66, back when it was just Yoda and Obi-Wan as the only survivors. We saw what the galaxy was like when things were out of balance. You had a very oppressive empire. You had stormtroopers all over the place. Yes, they were ensuring a degree of peace, as some people will try to argue in the comments, but it came at a very high cost. Case in point, Andor.
You look like you're sweating.
Well, it's hot.
Or you've been running.
Why would I be running?
Because you're a part of it.
It feels like it would be a high concept to really write a story about. Something that I think could be done very well and might be fascinating to explore. All sorts of things you can do, like what is destiny? What is self? What is identity? Like, these are very interesting concepts that you get to explore in a book, which, when done properly, will reflect well on the reader. There is room for this sort of a thing. But this book is so amateurish, I'm not even sure of the argument it's trying to make. I don't think it knows the argument it's trying to make. And yet, that persists as one of the loudest talking points Age of Scorpius has to offer. And I just thought of this. If you want an example of high concept artwork done well, or profound discussions as ideas are depicted in media, check out Max Derrat. Like, the deep dives he does on particular topics is fascinating. His discussion on Metal Gear Solid 2 alone, absolutely worth a subscription. I'll have a link to his channel in the description as well. Stay yellow. So the conversation keeps going, and it gets to the Archpowers. At this point, Sora understands that Kaya is a Spirit Walker, Chase is a Libran Healer, and Reika is a Zodiac Turner. Yes, Spirit Walkers begin with limited skill because of the magic's easy onset. Kaya has many years of practice in her future, Sora added. Chase, you're Libran Healing. How did it show up for you? He tilted his head. It was agonizing. I was 10, I think. It burned through me, like the sun itself existed in my body, and I didn't ease up until I healed a wounded animal in the woods. I didn't know what I was doing. Right. Though you began with powerful and painful magic, you needed to accrue medical knowledge to refine your skills. A Spirit Walker's magic begins with low strength, with emotional sensing, but advances into more branches of magic. Sora turned to me. Reika, the onset of your Zodiac turning? I wasn't sure how to answer, because I didn't know. I discovered it before my memory was taken, so I answered her question about what happened in Lyra. I was so angry that it woke up. Correct. Zodiac turning is entirely dependent on emotional control. While Libran healing centers itself in the body and blood, spirit walking is the realm of mind and water. Zodiac turning draws its power from emotion, converting feelings into usable energy. So this is just more talking without really breaking down what anything means. Again, this is the author's assumption. And Zodiac turning, like, if that stems from emotions and Scorpios are Zodiac turners, then it would make sense to clamp down on Scorpios, forcing them to become emotionless dolls just wandering through life. Here's the problem. Zodiac turners are not exclusively Scorpios. There's kind of a gaping hole in your plan here, bub. Especially because, as we've seen earlier on, like, emotional regulation is an important skill to learn that Scorpios are not being allowed to learn if they're not allowed to be emotional at all in public. If one slips through the cracks, it is inevitable that they would explode and unlock their powers. The bad guys in this universe are incredibly stupid. And the conversation comes right back to the importance of balance, and specifically the balance that Zodiac turners provide. Reika, Sora turned to me again. Zodiac turning, magic, emotion. You are a living representation of the balance in magic systems in all 12 signs. Since the lack of Zodiac turners, Guardian has experienced a decrease in functionality in all powers, and a heightened tendency for political and emotional imbalances in society. Again, we don't have a foundation to appreciate this. Like, we barely see what society looks like. We, at this point, still don't understand what Zodiac turning really even is. It can't be as simple as you throw a punch, you change someone's sign. What does that entail? And how come a lack of turners somehow decreases functionality in powers and creates emotional instability in society at large? Like, are Zodiac turners just supposed to be sponges for excess stress and trauma? Like, how do they do that? Do they do that by simply existing, or do they have to go and sing Kumbaya with everyone at a campfire? And how well known was this idea? What, like, is this one of those things where people didn't appreciate the importance of Zodiac turners until they were all gone and they realized, oh shit, I can't shoot fireballs as well as I could? Like, it's gotta be that. It's gotta be where people just didn't appreciate what they all were, as little sense as that makes. But if that's not the case, if everyone actually did understand the importance of Zodiac turners, then how the hell did Blaine turn society against them? And yes, we had that mural explanation, but that doesn't give us enough detail to appreciate why you would just wipe an entire type of magic out of existence. Or, no, correction, 3 types of magic. Or if this contribution to society was secretive, then where's the proof for it? Yes, we're told that you know, there is a heightened tendency for political and emotional imbalances in society now. But what did it look like before? Because so far, everything that we've seen in, like, group settings, like in the Hub or in Lyra, God, those are really the only examples. Whatever. They seemed pretty much normal. And Sora claims the archpowers were established for a reason, and their removal has resulted in hundreds of thousands of deaths since the War of Rebalancing. And that's through a combination of illness and decreased magical performance.
And that affects everything that makes you feel like a man.
Again, hundreds of thousands of deaths. That's presumably in addition to the hundreds of thousands of deaths that the Scorpio Stellarium has instituted. How big is this continent and how many people are alive now? Because, again, we've only seen the 3, with Reika included, different places that actually have any degree of population, and even then the Hub was really devoid of like this sense of crowding. And Reika is almost entirely devoid of that as well. It's just Sora, and that's about it. Chapter 31 opens with the sun hadn't even begun to rise, and this is something that's bothered me for a while. So you'll notice I'm doing something a little different with this video. I normally don't list out all of the chapters when I'm reviewing a book, but this time I am, in part because, you know, I think that this is a good way to show the pacing of the book and how full of nonsense it is. But at the same time, it's also a good indicator of the crutch that Milo is using. There are a lot of ways to start a chapter, and having a character wake up is perfectly fine. Hell, I do it in my own book. The problem comes down to when that is the most common way you're opening your chapters. Now, if you're roused from a deep sleep because bandits are attacking your camp or something and you gotta get up, okay, that's great, because all of a sudden you've got this confusion about you. You were just having a dream and now you're fighting for your life. Or if you're in a brand new location, slumber party, maybe you're away at camp or traveling or something, and you wake up and you got to reorient yourself, that's a good way to cement the idea of I'm in somewhere new. But you can only play those cards so many times before it gets stale. Doing the same thing over and over, opening up a chapter with a different way of saying I woke up in the morning just gets tiring. And by my count, up to this point, there have been 9 chapters that opened with Reika just waking up, or the chapter starts shortly after she just woke up. Like, if you're going to do that, an easy solution is to skip the initial wake up part and just jump straight down to a relevant conversation. Don't show the character rising with the sun. Show that character on their way to the bank for the day or whatever they're doing.
Kane? Are we robbing a fucking bank?
Nonsense! We're adventuring a bank, Pomni! Keep up!
So Reika wakes up, goes down and runs into Chase, and the two have a shockingly listless conversation between the two of them that goes on for like 2 pages. A lot of this stuff is either repeated or it's just so shallow and bland and uninteresting that there's nothing to really grasp. Now, a good way around this would be if they have a conversation that seems like one thing on the surface, but is actually a conversation about something else subtextually. You know, in this instance, a good example would be Chase asking how Reika is doing, and it might feel like a reflection on the conversation they had at dinner the previous night, or how are you doing since, you know, you got your stomach gored open by that weird half-wolf dragon thing. But with the right word choice, it can actually be a conversation about how are you feeling about the fact that we have to go up against your ex-girlfriend. Now, with everything going on with the Collexes and the Stellarium and Nara and the Archpowers, Reika's feeling a bit overwhelmed. Not without reason, mind you. So Reika goes for a walk and runs into Sora, who admits that she could sense that her daughter was nearby. And Reika reveals that she feels guilty because they turned Nara into a weapon against her because of her. And Sora tries to relate to Reika's struggles by recreating the history of the War of Rebalancing. May I remind you, for hundreds of years, a war between two men was blamed on me. Instead of recognizing the vicious pattern of abuse and manipulation from Blaine, I was considered the cause of thousands of deaths. And history doesn't even know your name. I feel like this is a significant shift from the last explanation we got regarding the War of Rebalancing. You know, the one from last chapter which said, the wife of Silas Merrick, who had a war blamed on who she fell in love with. So the war was blamed on Silas, the myth, supposedly, as opposed to Sora, who's so insignificant as a character in this history that the idea that a woman was even involved in the inception of the War of Rebalancing was never even considered until she herself revealed it during the mural scene. And all this is made even worse with Reika adding in, and history doesn't even know your name. So for at least a brief period of time, history just blamed some nameless woman for a culture-defining war who's so insignificant that the general populace didn't even hear about her until the woman in question outed herself. Silas himself was considered a myth. Why would anyone blame Silas's wife? Look, this is the problem with overcomplicating your past with the idea of just putting twist after twist after twist into it. It's the same issue that Aster has with all of her writing. The idea that the twists in the plot are more important than anything else just drags so much down, because now everything is so complicated, I don't know how I'm supposed to understand this. Look, we've got the supposed history of the War of Rebalancing, the one that's taught, I guess, in schools. We've got the actual history of the War of Rebalancing, and then we've got multiple perspectives from the War of Rebalancing based on people who are at least tangentially involved. And there's a lot that you can do with that, but the constant back and forth and the unreliable foundation of everything makes it so difficult to follow what's supposed to be going on. Twists can be a great way to spice things up in your story, but when you don't have the foundation for any of it, when the reader is forced to pick up context clues in a desperate bid to try to marginally understand what's going on, or at least marginally understand the backstory that gets referenced constantly, not helped by the fact that half of the information is provided to us in a very particular way to keep certain information away from us without any logic behind that decision, just for the sake of maintaining twists for later on. Like, god damn it, this history's a mess. Thank God this chapter is short, because that's the whole thing. Two conversations, one entirely listless and the other one just kind of a retcon. So because Zodiac turning is so new to Reika, relatively, and because she has so much trouble regulating her emotions, Sora sits her down for a lesson on how to properly master Zodiac turning, or at least the initial steps for it. And to start, Reika has to try to focus on a singular emotion, and she's struggling because she feels so many emotions at once. And believe it or not, I like this. Like, this is actually a genuinely good thing for Reika's character. I mean, when you consider her past, the fact that as a Scorpio, she's had her emotions literally beaten out of her, it makes a lot of sense that she would have trouble with an emotionally driven magic system. And what's even more impressive is that this arc that Reika is going through, trying to regulate her emotions like this to master magic, isn't necessarily tied to the plot. I mean, yes, there's obvious connections there with the Calexis and the Stellariums and all of that stuff going on, don't get me wrong. But this arc doesn't feel reliant on that plot. She'd be able to go through this without ever touching the Calexis or involving herself with the Stellarium or anything like that. And that's good. You can actually have character arcs that are more self-contained and don't really have to be a reflection of the story at large. It can really be just a piece of the story that fits in nicely alongside everything else going on. I just wish that we had gotten more of this going through the book. But of course, the book has to keep going and we get more nonsense. For example, apparently it is a rule that when you're turning someone's sign, you never pull backwards. You always want to go forward. And the example that Sora gives is, don't pull backward from Scorpio to Libra instead of Scorpio to Sagittarius. And in chronological order, it goes Libra, Scorpio, Sagittarius. So, okay, that's a rule. But why is that a rule? And how easy is it to control that? Like, if the mechanism is in place for her to be able to pull backwards, then that must mean that there's some sort of an effect. So, does she reverse time or something? And keep in mind, this is even more confusing if you understand the way that an astrological age is supposed to work, because that goes backwards. Because apparently at some point we were in Pisces, or the age of Pisces, and now currently we're in the age of Aquarius, so it's going backwards. And this is the age of Scorpius, so I think the concept probably holds. It's just fortunate that Reika didn't accidentally pull backwards when she turned Chase, or Nara on the dock that one time, or that guy in Lyra, or any of the other Scorpio officials that they were attacking during her teenage years. Or her younger teenage years, rather. And all this is pretty overwhelming. They go over drills for a couple of hours, and Reika asks how long it'll take for her to master zodiac turning. Sora stood above me with a smile. It will become easier over time. You mean 300 years worth of time? Not necessarily, she considered me. Mastering zodiac turning is not a matter of length of years. It is understanding who you are and how you emotionally respond to the stimuli around you. Look, I like this point. I think it's a good lesson, and it kind of sets a good Jedi-style vibe for the book. The problem is, in my experience, most people aren't introspective enough for this to actually work on them. Do not use this as an example. She punched out her fist without warning or preparation, immediately activating her magic to form a wheel of light. She pushed it back to her chest, quickly switching herself to Pisces Aries before dismissing the wheel with ease. For someone married to a man for 3 centuries, it's easy to gain a vast amount of emotional control and patience. That seems a little harsh. Husbands can't be that bad.
What?
Honey, do I try your patience?
No.
Alright, cool. Sora leads Reika out to a small cave along the mountains, and she explains that she was born Pisces Aries. She prefers Leo Virgo, but in this space they embrace what they were given at birth. It's going to let that particular phrase sit for itself. And my question to all of this is, what's the difference between a Pisces Aries and a Leo Virgo? Because I don't even know what those are supposed to be by themselves, much less what a cusp of these 4 things are supposed to be. And why is everyone a cusp all of a sudden? It just, for the first good chunk of the book, everyone was a single sign, and now everyone's talking about being some weird combo cusp thing. It feels more like Milo just changed his mind halfway through writing the book and was like, hey, you know what would be more interesting if I do this concept that the general public doesn't know about? You gotta explain this shit, man. Of course, trying to explain things still doesn't really illuminate the situation. One of the things that they're doing here is there's this little flower ritual that Sora invites Reika to join. You go into this little oasis garden thing inside the mountain and you pick a flower, and that's supposed to have some sort of meaning. Okay, cool. I kind of like that. Problem comes down to the execution. So to start, Reika sees a whole bunch of flowers at the bottom of a pool in groups of shimmering color. Magic, whatever, we can ignore that they would drown, but that is the least of this scene's problems. And she picks a red lily blossoming under the reflection of her one red eye. And as Reika is examining her new flower, Sora goes on to explain previous decisions that other Zodiac Turners have made. Each Zodiac Turner to step into this divine space has picked a flower, Sora said. Hundreds of years ago, Silas picked a black dahlia, representing betrayal, and I found Elysium, worth beyond beauty. You will understand your flower's meaning with time and knowledge. Now, personally, I love things like this. Flowers used to be a good way to send coded messages, so each flower has a particular meaning and is a great way to convey subtext in a story.
Tell me, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?
Hell, this is even something that I think Aster did well in, I think it was Nightbane with the Wisteria crown, which was supposed to represent, like, memory of someone fallen beforehand, and it was a representation of God, I'm blanking on her name now. Protag character's ancestor or whatever. It doesn't matter for now. But while the individual meanings of the flowers can be fascinating and can convey a lot of information, the information that we get here is confusing. So, according to a bit of research that I've done. A red lily, the one that Reika picked, means love, courage, and passion. According to one source, the striking red color of this flower depicts the intensity and strength of emotions. And okay, I can see what Milo is going for here, trying to tie in emotions back with Reika's growth. And there's something to be done there. There's room for a message, but it's kind of flat. It feels like it's missing something, like there's supposed to be a complementary flower to help bolster the message or give a more specific message. Because right now, she got a flower that means like strength of emotions or passion, which, okay, cool, but that doesn't really say something as specifically as like what Silas got, which, like, his flower meant betrayal. And then, that still raises a question. He gets to willingly pick these things. Why did he pick a flower for betrayal? Like, did he not know what it meant? Or, by picking the flower, did he in fact doom himself to being betrayed by Blaine and having the whole war of rebalancing happen? Although it's interesting that I went with a dahlia at all, because dahlias typically seem to represent a meaning between two different people, like an interpersonal meaning between two different people, depending upon what color you picked. So it could be like sadness or romance, or in this case, betrayal. Also, something fun I found, Elysum, not sure how to pronounce that there. Apparently that's Greek for without madness. Maybe these flowers will mean something in time. Maybe this will be a plot point that Milo forgets in the next book, assuming that ever happens. But then again, maybe the vagary of Reika's flower choice is a good substitute for the vagary of horoscopes. If you ever want to play a fun game with horoscopes, even if you don't believe in them, read a horoscope that's not supposed to apply to you. Let's say you're a Leo and you check out the Pisces horoscope. See how much that seems to apply to you. They're very broadly written. It can actually be kind of fun to see how well it does apply to you, if, like, at the end of the day. So Reika, with this new flower, sits down in the cave opposite Sora and asks, "Why don't you hate me? I'm the daughter of the man who caused hundreds of years of pain." And Sora assures her, you're not your father. We've all suffered at the hands of Blaine's abuse, which, okay, good. And adds in that Reika reminds her of Rowan. Now, in case you don't remember Rowan is her adopted father. Yes, this is going where you think it's going. I set my eyes on the pool of flowers and relax at the soothing sound of trickling water. Both you and Atlas know Rowan's name. Yes, and for good reason. Sora gazed at me with compassion. Rowan is a long-standing friend in our family. He and I, we grew up together as Autorians in a town on the southernmost point of the Conviction autarkic border with Silas, Fulbright, and Blaine. Rowan's an immortal? Correct. He obtained immortality through sacrifice for a good deed, but I will allow him to tell you his own story. I'm convinced at this point, Milo doesn't really have a real story or the details fleshed out for Rowan's backstory. Not that it matters, because it already contradicts so much of what we've been told. Okay, so let's count out the immortals in this world. We got Blaine, we got Silas, we got Atlas, we've got Sora, and now we've got Rowan added into that mix. And I say that without knowing if Matthias or his wife are alive. Given the way that he supposedly transferred his immortality to Silas, I think he's supposed to be dead, but I don't know that for a fact. So, yeah, as far as stopping immortality spreading, Matthias was very bad at his job. Also, he obtained immortality through sacrifice for a good deed. How? I thought immortality was sealed inside the Calexis. Like, was this something that he had beforehand, and he was just allowed to keep immortality, even though it threatened magical balance? Or did he somehow obtain it through other means outside of the Calexis, defying the point of the Calexis and Matthias' mission from the beginning? I'm starting to think the gods don't give a shit about immortality. And speaking of Rowan, do you remember that compass that he supposedly gave her through Atlas right before Reika and Chase went to go confirm everything at the Arch? No, of course you don't, because that was like 230 pages ago and it hasn't been mentioned once. Well, Reika takes the compass out, like tilts it in the light, and sees a blue shimmer ripple across its surface. It's enchanted. That's why it's glowing. Because not only is Rowan an immortal, apparently, but you also told Rowan of Nara, and he would update us. Rowan is a spirit walker, and they can restore or remove memories. He gifted that enchanted compass to you to aid in recovering your memories of her. God, that sounds so stilted, speaking it out loud. But yes, as they've been going along on their adventure, that compass that you probably don't remember has been slowly restoring Reika's memories, which is why she's been having those memory dreams. And I'm kind of annoyed by this because it's such a hand-wave explanation, especially for an element that I certainly forgot about. I don't know how many people would have remembered something innocuous, small, not even gifted to Reika by Rowan. Again, there are so many twists at the tail end of this book that just don't work. And also, Sora explains that she and Fulbright have been cursed away from Nara but are no longer. Fulbright finally succeeded in reversing the curse a month ago. How fortunate. And speaking of Atlas, he just shows up. And then the chapter's over. Okay, but on to chapter 33, and this one starts with some pretty stupid lines. So, Reika is in awe that Atlas just magically showed up without any apparent prompting or ability. And not to the village of Reika, he's in the cave with them, with the flowers in the pool and all. And he does have an explanation, but as is so often the case, it's a hand wave. Must I remind you this is a sacred space for us? Sora sighed deeply, holding the bridge of her nose. How long have you been in Reika? As of 5 minutes ago. I transported. Atlas glanced at his wrist. He didn't have a watch on. He looked back up, pointing at me. You. Don't question the transportation. Arcturus get special privileges. I think I will question the transportation. Fuck you very much. So, this just collapses so much of the story at this point. Transportation itself would not be so much of a problem if not for how the Calexis was staged. Now remember, Silas was the one who put the Calexis back in the cave. Atlas, as Silas's brother, should understand what the layout of this cave underneath Reika is. He knows where the Calexis is hidden. He knows how to get there. He has the ability to teleport without any apparent restrictions. Keep in mind, this teleportation spell still got him through the magic barrier around Reika. And if that's not a limiter, then what is stopping him from going underground, grabbing the Calexis, and getting the hell out? This retrieval job suddenly goes from however many weeks Reika and her party have been on the trail, I think 3 weeks by this point. It goes down from 3 weeks to 5 seconds. Also, how is he here by himself? Why would he be granted something like that when, as an Arctura, as a political leader, he would presumably have some degree of protection around him? He's wandering around here without this world's equivalent of the Secret Service. Assuming that they've got something like that, which I honestly don't know if they have. And again, you have to consider the nebulous well of knowledge that the Stellarium has. Like, do they know that he's gone? Do they know where he's gone? And all of this is made worse by the fact that throughout the rest of the book, nothing that Atlas does cannot be replicated by another character like, I don't know, Sora. Or hell, have Silas himself show up. It's been long enough. He could have made the trek. But no, he's here to deliver some information regarding the Stellarium's orders towards Nara, because apparently they found out that your daughter's a terrible assassin. And so the Stellarium is sending Nara after the Calexis directly, and she'll be in Reika by tonight. So, now that Nara is making a move for the Calexis, that puts Sora and Atlas on a short timetable. They need to get Reika and her group down to the cavern, ignoring that Atlas could grab the sword so damn easily, and they need to come up with a plan, and Atlas thinks he has something. And I have no idea why he phrases it like this. Chase looks identical to the guy that put the sword down there in the first place. They'll be fine. Looks identical to the guy that put the sword down there. You mean your brother, Silas? Oh, but apparently he doesn't mean Silas, because Atlas goes on to say this little retcon. Tell him to activate his healing when you see the beast. It'll think he's Matthias and leave you alone. Okay, so Matthias put the sword down there? That doesn't seem to work, since on page 74, in the scroll that Silas himself wrote, he says, "I have since regained possession of the Calexis and it has been returned to the Nyx Mountains." So, which is it? Did Matthias put it down there, or did Silas put it down there? And this isn't some sort of a misread, because Reika goes on to confirm. She asks if they should tell Chase about the plan, and they tell her no, and Reika questions this. "Nara told me the same thing. It seems a bit relevant that he might want to know who his family is, if it was his own grandfather who put the Calexis down there." Look, the history of this world is so complicated, it reads somehow like two separate drafts that got smashed together. I don't understand how Milo could go through and write this first draft as it is and not recall what was written previously. And apparently, all of this confusion right now regarding Chase and whether they should tell Chase about any of his family is because Silas screwed up. Silas completely changed the entire course of Chase's life, and it wasn't for a good reason. And like so many other lines from him, Atlas says he's done elaborating. So, okay, very helpful. Thank you. And then this gets added in, and it does not feel natural in context because they're talking about Chase's family and the mistakes that Silas made. The question comes up, how come Atlas calls himself Fulbright when his surname is supposed to be Merrick? Well, it turns out Fulbright was his husband's surname, and he met him 57,505 days ago. Like, it's impressive that you have that memorized, but if I'm doing my math right, 57,500 days is like 116 years. But whatever. So they rallied the rest of Reika's party, and it's time to go into the tunnels underground, underneath Reika, to finally recover the Calexis. And that leads us to chapter 34. So with Nara somewhere out there, maybe ahead, maybe behind, Reika, Chase, and Kaya make their way down to the tunnels, and they bring along the company lantern Avia, who just lights the way the whole time. I swear that is her only purpose in this story. They bicker a little bit until they get to a central chamber, I guess some ways in, and there are 6 tunnels that they can go from there. And the way that they decide the correct tunnel is, naturally, there's an archway with a whole bunch of runes on it, and one of them says, "Restore and revive by the balance of the blood, call upon the cause of the Calexis." And once Chase reads that, the room smells of pine and metallic blood. I still don't know what the cause of the Calexis is. Now, it seems like they're at a bit of an advantage, because there are no signs that Nara has been down here yet. No footprints or disturbed dust patterns or anything. Everyone talks as if Nara's not down here yet, so it seems like there's a chance that if they are subtle, if they don't leave clues, the group can go down the correct tunnel and Nara won't be able to tell which way is the correct way. If not for one particular problem. Ha! Avia headed off into the golden tunnel. Chase sighed and hurried after her. "Bet the ex-girlfriend won't get that one." "She will. She's a Libran healer." The fuck you mean she's a Libran? She's already the other 2 things. Why is she all 3? Okay, so you've got 3 archetypes of magic. The cornerstone and the original source of all magic, apparently somehow, and Nara is all of them. Look, I'm glad that she's not the protagonist, because that would just be infuriating, because oh my god, you just happen to be the magic MacGuffin that we've all been looking for. The fuck? Also, I thought walkers needed an external healer in order to awaken their powers. Did she high-five herself and awaken her walker powers? Is that possible? This isn't what you think it is. Okay, so when you're writing a story, there is a degree of explanation that you have to put into your characters. At some point, you need to be able to understand, oh, that's how you got that strong. With bad guys, with your classic BBEG, big bad evil guy, there's a lot of leeway you can be granted. Your evil Dark Lord in a castle can just be arbitrarily powerful, and a lot of people won't really question it. He's that strong because he's that strong. Because in that way, he's more of an object, an obstacle for the protagonist to overcome. The protagonist's power level, that's what we're more interested in. How did the protagonist get strong and overcome all that? So that's fine. Nara is not a BBEG. She's at worst a rival. However, by this point, Nara feels more like an object than a character, really. She is this weird genetic byproduct that Milo gets to use whenever he's in any sort of a tough spot. Like, if Chase gets knocked out, it's okay, you've got a backup healer. If Kai is out of use for some reason, hey, you've got another spirit walker who's got a direct line to God.
Almost done in there, God?
Shut up!
And apparently, Nara has healing in Libra Scorpio, which raises a question, like, does this mean that she has to be certain signs in order to use certain magics? Because then, why do the archpowers work that way? Why do you have to be... Because then, why do you have... Just, why did the powers work like this? How come walking, you've got to be in one thing? Healing, you've got to be in Libra. And Zodiac Turners can be whatever the fuck you want. Oh my god, this is draining. Now, as they walk down the correct tunnel, Chase reveals that he actually has some distant memories of playing with a sister, like at a beach. His father, Silas, constantly denied it and said that those memories were just part of his imagination. And Chase never fully believed him, and Nara is a Pisces Aries, so the ocean would have made sense. Would it? I need someone to explain that to me. It's like, Pisces are fish, right? Yeah, Pisces are fish. Okay, so is that why I fucking hate this book so much? And through all of this conversation, Chase finally comes to the conclusion and asks, is Nara my sister? And this would have been a great moment for deep character reflection, for Reika to struggle with the truth, realizing that she's been keeping a secret from one of the only people that she can call friend. All for whose gain, really? She's had people tell her, don't tell Chase the truth, but never explain why. And she would have had to grapple with this moment of, do I tell him the truth? Do I fall back with a couple of people who I might not be able to fully trust because they've been lying about everything up to this point? Immortality is still real, and even though they can come down here and grab this sword any goddamn time they want, they don't. But no, instead all we get is, tremendous waste of character potential. You could have done so much with that moment and we get nothing. But then we get chapter 35, and this is the one. This is where everything comes together, sort of, for the Calexis. The party finishes running down the one tunnel, and they're met with a large chamber. We slowed when we were greeted with a low, red-tinted mist, hiding the entrance to the main chamber of a cave. The sound of a crashing river beckoned us to advance to a room in which we'd become merely echoes of our bloodlines, evolved ghosts of our families. Ta-da! And the chamber itself is very, very large, as Reika explains to us as awkwardly as possible. The low mist dissipated, swarming into the raging, frothing stream in the middle of the space. The rock ceiling expanded dozens of feet above our heads, and I silently willed the massive space to not indicate the home of something much larger than us. Now, you may have noticed that it feels like Milo has just given up on any semblance of talent when it comes to stringing words together. Look, the rest of this book up to this point was not well written in the slightest, but at least it felt like there was some semblance of effort. So many lines going forward just feel like filler lines that you're going to fill in later. You're going to swap it out. You just need to get done with this scene and you can fix it in editing. Oh wait, I don't edit my book. A few stepping stones in the stream were slick with foam, leading across the river where a flat rock top shadowed a protruding stone. A hole underneath it indicated the absence of a sword that now sat at the bottom of the rock. That's a full paragraph. That is a full paragraph. I don't know what that means. What image am I supposed to be picturing? Whatever, sword's in the river. And so because they're the most important characters in the party, Chase and Reika take a step towards the Calexis to check it out. The Calexis consisted of a long steel blade, devoid of fingerprints and inscribed with ancient runes. When I shifted my weight from one knee to the other, a dim crimson color shimmered across the weapon, signifying the enchantment bestowed upon its creation. Its handle was a dyed scarlet leather, accented with gold filigree streams of light magic shimmering and darting alive. I narrowed my eyes at a tiny inscription of contemporary runic at the base of the blade. Silas/Atlas Merrick, safe to touch. Okay, so they were using contemporary runes 300 years ago when the sword was sealed, and yet they also have complicated ancient runes using a strange mix of two different languages in order to indicate the path here. I mean, the way that everything's been set up, I assumed that the sword existed before the archways, but given the way that this language is presented, it sounds like it's the opposite, which raises the question, how old is the Calexis? I mean, it sounds like it could have been any nice-looking formal sword that was made significant when Matthias somehow put immortality magic into it. Also, safe to touch, like, what does that mean in this context? Because if that means that the Calexis does not grant immortality anymore, how do you prove it's the Calexis? You can have a lovely sword, but considering that immortality was seen as a myth, rather as a children's story, as indicated back on page 74, I'm so weirded out that I remember that, then how do you prove that the children's story is real? Because the plan before could have been you stab a guy and then you try to murder him and it doesn't work because now he's immortal. How else do you prove that the Calexis is the Calexis, the mythical blade of legend, and not a really nice replica? Why would anyone take that at face value? Why would anyone think, oh yeah, you've got Excalibur, I totally believe it, I guess you're the King of England now? And if it's safe to touch, if it's magically neutered, then what would the Stellarium want with it? It doesn't do them any good, unless they want to just get rid of it entirely, but considering that there's no way to prove that the Calexis is the Calexis and can actually do anything, what's the point of having it in the first place? Oh my god, this is stupid. Now, obviously, it's way too easy to just walk up, grab the sword, and leave. There has to be something stopping them. There's got to be some sort of a barrier. After all, we've gotten indications that everyone who has come down here to try to grab the Calexis has died. Well, Reika grabs the Calexis. This whole story started with her anyway, so it's fair, I guess. When all of a sudden, there is a screech that goes throughout the air. And when that happens, Reika stands her ground and holds the Calexis in front of her. And this is interesting, actually. Not because she's holding a sword that would be terrible in combat defensively in front of herself. That makes perfect sense. That's reflex. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about why would you put immortality magic into a sword in the first place? So I think Milo was going for some sort of a possible symbolic meaning. After all, swords are kind of like the quintessential medieval weapon. Yes, spears, bows, shields, all that stuff. But more times than not, when someone thinks of medieval combat, they think of a sword. And swords do have a lot of symbolism with them if you present it the right way. For example, in Hamlet, when Hamlet makes the oath to his father and forces his friends to make the oath, to avenge his father, he takes a sword and he sticks it blade down into the ground. He does that because then the sword becomes a crucifix, a religious symbol, and they swear on that religious symbol. Now, given that the role of the gods is very unclear, as is their very presence, I'm not sure if they're supposed to be real or not, I don't think that's the image that Milo was going for. That means outside of basic leadership imagery, there's not much that you can really do with this sword. Now, that leaves us with the practical analysis. What Reika is holding in her hands is, by design, a weapon. But because of the magic supposedly imbued in it, it is a useless weapon. It is a sword that grants immortality. So that means if you were to attack an enemy, if you were to inflict a wound upon them, presumably, that would just grant them with immortality, possibly regeneration, however the magic is supposed to work, and there, you've just lost the fight. That's like building a gun that just heals people and then handing it to an inept supervillain.
Take this!
You fixed my shoulder.
God damn it!
Now, there is something you can still do with a healing sword, and a principal example of that is the character of Sesshomaru in the show Inuyasha. Sesshomaru is an antagonist at the start of the show, and he is granted a sword by his father through a whole thing of backstory that I'm not going to get into right now. He is given a sword called the Tenseiga, and it is a very interesting sword in that it can't hurt people. Quite the opposite, it actually has a healing effect. Rather, it can't hurt the living, it hurts the dead just fine. It's like a Phoenix Down in that way. And he was given this sword because it can cancel out some of the attacks from his brother's sword. Whole thing there, again, I'm not going to get into. It can resurrect people, and it was supposed to teach him compassion. In that way, it sent him along a particular character arc. And to give you a rough idea, if you're not familiar with him, think Virgil from Devil May Cry. Sesshomaru's kind of like that, where he's kind of embracing his demon half, and he's got to learn to, be better and all that. God, I probably pissed off a bunch of Inuyasha fans or Devil May Cry fans. I'm not sure which is worse. But there is room for something like this. There is something interesting that you can still do with a healing sword if it's applied correctly. At this point, I don't know how you could apply it at all in this world because the base magic it contains is supposed to be destructive to the concept of magical balance, which is just such an innocuous phrase given everything else in the story. I don't know what that means. But here's the other thing. Consider what Milos Merrick's original mission was supposed to be. He was supposed to contain immortality in a sword and hide it away from the world, right? Therein lies the problem. Why make it something that stands out as much as a sword? Like, if you really wanted to hide the magic of immortality, take something like a chunk of iron ore, just a random, meaningless, unshaped chunk of iron ore, and throw it in the ocean. Let it sink to the bottom of the deepest trench you can find. But no, if Matthias had done that, we wouldn't have a story. So then the creature guarding the Calexis, for some reason, makes its appearance. 2 footsteps shook the floors of the cavern, 2 lion-like arms forming out of the darkness like a beast of Conviction Woods. Talons stuck out of fuzzy paws as... Forgot that part. The big scowy monster had big fuzzy wuzzies. Fuzzy paws as if ripped from an eagle and sewn onto a lion's paws. Don't use paws twice in one sentence. Its arms grappled the rock where the Calexis once sat. 2 back legs contorted with 3-pronged antisodactyl feet. Oh, geez, that throws me. Connecting to a snake-like body with rippling scales. A lengthy neck sulked over the edge of the rock as the monster stood, 3 times larger than the creature in Reika's woods, 5 times more intimidating than a beast of Conviction Woods. How are you ranking these?
I'm testing out a new AI in this one. It should be 57 times more immersive.
Pitch black horns curled from the head, matching the raven-colored scales spanning its body. A slitted tongue flicked in and out of its mouth with a warm hiss. A tint of a crimson aura flared across its scales as it moved in the light, matching the Calexis. It was immortal. Okay, so this thing forms out of the darkness like the Conviction Woods monsters, but those don't attack Reika, while this thing and the half-wolf, half-dragon do. And this thing is immortal, so presumably it's pricked itself on the sword. Either Matthias granted this power or it did it itself, so okay, good job, hero. There's another immortal wandering about. So much for magical balance! You'll also notice this description, as detailed as it is entirely too much. Dante didn't describe Satan with this much detail in the Inferno. So we get a fight scene, and you'll never believe this, it's jarring and all over the place. I'll spare you the detail, here's some text if you want to check it out, but it's not good. Reika swings the Calexis at this thing's paw and manages to cut it off, and then it regrows its missing foot within moments. So, like, I guess the Calexis can temporarily cause damage, but it's like of the so what level. Now, this thing, they call it a wyvern. It's imposing, it is powerful, it's batting the others around all over the place. There's not much they can really do to actually win. So Chase raises a good question. Can you use your Zodiac turning on just humans? It's not phrased well, but it does raise a good question. Can you change this thing's birthday? Oh boy, that'll show it. And so Reika digs deep into herself, focuses on her anger, and there is a very particular source of her anger that she tries to hone in on. And this is the first time we get confirmation of this, and it's really bad. Because the source of her anger is naturally her father, Blaine Spring. And just to remind you, the protagonist's name is Reika Spring. Okay, real talk. Milo, do you know what the fuck you did? Going up the length of the book, we've known that Reika had a different last name from Rowan, her sister, and her nameless mother. That's fine. Her adoption was never in question. I assumed Spring was treated the same way that Snow was in Game of Thrones. You know, it's just a substitute name there. But the fact that we don't know for certain the conditions of Reika's conception is very troubling, because it is entirely possible that for whatever reason, Rowan took Reika as a baby and gave her the name of her mother's assailant. The kind of psychological fuck-upness that requires. The constant daily reminder, and I'm not saying that kids of one-sided consent cannot grow up to be good, loved kids. Not at all what I'm saying. But I'm saying the fact that he did that in the first place when it's already suspected that Reika was not happily brought into the world. So then to compound the image with this, and to make it worse, Reika pulls out this name out of nowhere. She doesn't have some secondary revelation. There's no indication that she has a sudden memory unlocked. She just knows his last name and somehow never put one and one together. Like, I get that Milo was going for a big shock moment here, big emotional outbursts, especially for a character whose arc is all around emotional, like regaining control of her emotions. Having a scene where she just erupts can be a lot of fun to write. I get it. But fuck, man, nothing of this works for an instant, for a lot of reasons. Because again, we have confirmation Rowan's an immortal. Rowan knew Sora and Silas and all of them. He likely knew Blaine. So he decided to name his daughter after a psychopath who caused a war which led to a genocide just because he got jilted. And again, Rowan's aware of all of this. The characters in this book are fucked up. Reika uses her anger and shoots a bolt or whatever at the wyvern, and then she just hallucinates? I don't know what's going on here. She sees herself in the Conviction Woods and starts to think back to some of the lessons Rowan told her about. According to the myths, the wolves of Conviction Woods can transcend planes. Dad had told me when I was a child, their devouring darkness would transport you to a limbo, an in-between of the dark and light. In one bite, you'd be swallowed whole. The woods itself was a blend of dark and light, a duality our world couldn't quite understand, shutting off outsiders. Okay, is that what it means when they devour the metaphysical before the physical? Because I still don't know what that means. And this just continues on to some old fable of like a savior wolf that Rowan apparently told Reka about when she was younger. When I was a child, it was there for me, he said, holding me to his chest. When I was afraid that the woods would turn against me, it would guide me through the shadows. I have faith that, someday, when you truly need it to be, the wolf of the woods will guide you too. Okay, at this point, I don't know what this is doing here. Like, this entire conversation, there's talk of balance and whatnot, but what do the wolves have to do with anything? Look, the wolves were a footnote in the first chapter of this book, and they have not been relevant since. Now, all of a sudden, the wolves are, like, key to some balance or something. I got another bit to read here in a second. But the image is so murky, I don't know what any of this means or why we're getting this diatribe. Especially because this doesn't seem to really compound with Reka's, like, arc at this point, where she's trying to learn emotional balance. The wolf imagery here just feels so artificial and just so disconnected. But this leads to a revelation that Reka has regarding wolves, zodiac turners, and balance. There is a balance in our world, a balance that cannot be disrupted by the removal of one link of the chain. The zodiac turners, a blend of the humanity force itself handing life and death at their hands, were feared creatures, stolen away by the likes of history, war, and misunderstanding. But to balance this world, there comes an understanding that not all is good and not all is bad. To call the wolf a beast without looking past its balance to the forest, a disruption is caused to the ecosystem. God damn it, this is clunky. To take the zodiac turner and our emotions from the distorts of our own hold on. To take the zodiac turner and our emotions from us distorts... Okay, fucking add a comma. Distorts our own perceptions of the good and bad, to deny that we must learn to balance our power and morality alike, to learn that our emotions do not dilapidate us, but drive us forward to become better at the magic we wield to better ourselves and the societies around us. I welcomed the wolf, him, forward. I don't know if the wolf is supposed to be her father or a wolf or what? Alright, so that was terrible. This reads like a fucking thesis statement. Now, Reka talks about zodiac turners representing balance, which is a concept that's been introduced before, but we still don't really know what that means in either in a minute context or in a greater context of the world and its magic system. Like, again, I still don't fully understand what a zodiac turner is, much less how they affect balance of any sort. Like, how is this balance supposed to manifest itself in the story? What does it look like when zodiac turners are plentiful? And how do wolves fit into all of this? Look, I know that Milo has an interest as a naturalist, and that's fine, but again, it doesn't come through like Reka has this deep understanding about how nature has this certain balance in its ecosystem. It's like Milo is bloviating to fill up space. And worst of all, the opening sentence of this paragraph doesn't even fit with the rest of the paragraph. The opening is, there is a balance in our world, a balance that cannot be disrupted by the removal of one link to the chain. And yet, the removal of zodiac turners by themselves has caused some sort of unseeable cataclysm. Look, I like the idea that there is, like, there's an understanding that not all is good, not all is bad, and to call a wolf a beast without looking past its bounds of the forest, is a disruption or something very clumsily handled. But there's something there. Wolves do have a presence in nature. Removing them from their spaces will cause an imbalance in that ecosystem. There is a lesson there, but it doesn't fit within this world because we don't know what balance looks like in the world of Guardian. This is simultaneously the most pretentious and most bizarre paragraph in the entire book. So, Reika gives the symbolism wolf a hug, and we get the most glaring of formatting errors. And then she, I guess, regains consciousness, and Nora is there. Oh boy. And then we get a curious line from Nora as she assesses the situation because the wyvern thing is still attacking everybody. Why didn't it recognize Chase as Matthias? She said quietly, and I stared back at her, unsure of how to answer. She glanced over at Chase, who had his arms around Avia, healing her while she leaned against him. Never mind. Got it. That's why. So the plan was Chase was going to fool this monster by making it think that he was Matthias. Okay, fine, good, whatever. How does Nora know that was the plan? She wasn't present for any of that discussion. She didn't overhear anything, apparently. And the plan doesn't work because he has his arms around Avia. Yes, that is the reason. And then the situation is resolved embarrassingly easily because Chase approaches Kaya. They give each other a high five. That causes their magics to reverberate somehow, whatever, I don't care. And then that convinces the monster that Chase is Matthias, and has been the whole time. Because, you see, we get an explanation for why the monster was this stupid. Kaya looked over at me and Nora. Explain. Matthias, a Libran healer, brought the Calexis into his cave, Nora started, her voice shaking, and Mari, a spirit walker, not a fire mage, accompanied him. Kaya already accompanied him. She was there. She hasn't left the cavern. The monster couldn't tell that Chase was Matthias or couldn't mistake him for Matthias because he was healing someone else? And then Nara reveals her secret and says that Chase is a spitting image of Matthias, our grandfather. And I would like to say that that is a great cliffhanger ending to the chapter, but I'm so frustrated by how little sense any of that made that I don't care. And then we get 4 chapters of resolution, which I don't mind as an amount. Joe Abercrombie has very lengthy resolutions, and I think he's fantastic. But so much of this is just tepid circling the drain. Just goddamn it, flush already! So everyone starts talking, including Nora, and I guess they're all still standing around in the main cavern where this fight against the wyvern just happened. And Nora just starts depositing exposition, a lot of which we already know, as well as confirmation that these 6 Zodiac Turners are left are Atlas, Nara, Sora, Silas, Blaine, and Reika. And when I got to this scene, I reflected on something that Nara said at the docks regarding Verena, the head of the Scorpio Stellarium, how apparently Verena has a power that she can't use in public. At the time, I assumed it was Zodiac turning, but we've got all the Zodiac turners accounted for, supposedly. So, if Nara isn't disclosing that, then does that mean that Verena has a different power? Is she a walker, for example? That wouldn't make a lot of sense, given the limitations of what we understand the magic system to be, but at this point, who cares? Oh, and then we get this thing, which is both... The heterochromia comes back. And again, it is both incredibly inconsequential and wildly important. Apparently, all Zodiac Turners have heterochromia. This is a fact. This is a documented fact, and one that was wiped from history to protect Blaine. So that annoys me. You had an instant way to tell if someone had Zodiac turning. Zodiac turning is a threat to Blaine and his machinations. And rather than get rid of the rule, because, you know, that would really make for a much easier time in the balancing ceremony. All you gotta do is check somebody's eyeballs and see if they're wearing contact lenses, I guess. Also, if Blaine wanted to hide his heterochromia, there are much easier ways to go about that. You don't even have to wear an eye patch. You could just have a Scorpio change your eye color. I guess that could be a thing. Look, they're listed as material shapeshifters, so maybe there's a difference and you can't really do anything like on a human body. But again, we're given so little information about how all of this works that I don't see that as really being a problem. Especially when every other type of spell shown in the book is some rare type that no one in the party's ever heard of before. It's weird because this would be the single required element in order to identify any Zodiac turner across the country, assuming you can't change your eye color. And at the same time, within the context of the story, it's so unimportant that for the longest time, I forgot Reika had heterochromia. It is never referenced, it's barely ever shown. We get like 2, maybe 3 references to it. You could drop the element entirely and it makes no difference in the end. It is just another overcomplication on top of an overcomplicated magic system. And it's also weird when you compare it to the other arch powers because Libran Healing can read Ancient Driscoll and Zodiac Turning gives you mismatched eyeballs. Like, the fuck? Why does that work? Well, tensions inevitably rise between the group and they all make a grab for the Calexis. Both Reika and Nara leap for the sword, and given a prior line, I'm confused by their actions. Both of us dove for it. I held my breath as I went for the handle, gasping a sharp breath as the blade barely avoided my body, a wave of fear crashing over me. Chase yelled and jumped back to avoid being in the middle of a fight over the Calexis. Nara's hands quickly fell on top of mine on the handle, and for a moment she tried to pull it toward herself before she realized that was a terrible idea. She fiercely met my eyes as both of us stood our ground, the Calexis acting as the only separation between us, barely avoiding both her skin and mine. Okay, but the inscription on the blade says safe to touch. Like, is it safe to touch or not? What's going on? Now, Nara's worried because if she doesn't return the sword to the Stellarium, they'll tell Blaine about everything that she's done, and then she'll be in trouble. So, okay, this confirms that the Stellarium knows about Blaine. They are in fact corrupt. They are in fact hiding the secret of immortality, and they are working with this guy, possibly as a shadow agent, or he could be running them as a shadow, like effectively working as a shadow government. The Stellarium is corrupt and fucked. That's what matters here. Now, this is a high-stakes situation. Reika both has to secure the sword and her ex-girlfriend for both of their sakes. I was never meant to be an enemy in her wars. If you take this sword to the Scorpio Stellarium, you will betray your family. I tightened my own fingers around the leather handle. Your father would wish for you to let go of the weapon that made your family a myth. Her eyes narrowed. I am not my family. You are your family, and I am mine. Act like it. Okay, but Reika spent the last I don't know how many chapters trying to separate herself from Blaine. She had an explosion of anger during the fight with the Wyvern because of Blaine. Before she found out who he was, she felt no obvious connection to her biological father. Why now is she making an argument that she is her family? Unless this is supposed to be a found family thing at this moment, which doesn't work because she's referring to biological family for Nara and found family for herself. The two things don't work side by side like this. The Calexis lingered between us, a physical representation of the generational tension between us. Her hand atop mine, a weapon so fated to belong to neither of us, yet so intricately intertwined with the stories of both our families. Two families who spent centuries racing to kill each other's bloodline, fighting to curse one over another, and somehow Nara and I existed without a curse in between us. Two families who spent centuries trying to kill each other? That's not what we've gotten. The Merricks have been victims the entire time. Every single time they're brought into the forefront, they're not the aggressors. Blaine is. Blaine's puppets are. I don't know what book Milo's reading, but it ain't this one. But Reika's eventually able to talk Nara down, and Nara kind of sides with them and decides not to, go back to the Stellarium because, fuck those guys. And Avia asks if they're going to do anything about the Wyvern because that thing could kill them. Like, is it going to do anything if they try to walk out with the Calexis? It doesn't care what we do as long as it thinks Chase is Matthias, Nara corrected her. Its job is to protect the Calexis from causing a spread of immortality. And how many immortals do we have wandering about? Nara also explains that the reason Blaine was able to kidnap her was because when she was 13, she steps outside of a magical barrier and he was able to grab her then. And keep in mind, this is at least the third time that we've heard that Nara was kidnapped when she was 13, so great repetition. And then Reika calls Blaine a manipulative bitch and a fuckhead, so that fits. And then they leave the cave and return back to Reika. Chapter 37 is an interesting one because you can skip almost the entire chapter. I have almost no notes for this because everything is either tepid conversation that doesn't really matter, minimalistic character moments, and great swaths of nothing. Like, for the most part, it's repeating everything that we got in the cave to Atlas and Sora, as well as a family reunion with Chase and Nara greeting Sora and Atlas again, because, they're all related. Welcome to Alabama! There is a note that I've got about halfway through the chapter as Kaya and Avia start arguing between each other because Kaya's pissed off. She thinks that Avia is trying to use Reika's trauma to guilt her into thinking Avia could have been, more helpful. And Avia shoots back because Kaya has no idea what it's like to live under constant threat of the Scorpio Stellarium, even though Kaya had a brother who was murdered by the Scorpio Stellarium. You gotta know your audience there, Avia. Excuse me? Avia tilted her head as a threat. She's my sister, and you have no idea what it was like to grow up with the threat of the Scorpio Stellarium. They hate that shit when they need people to reproduce for their cult. It's weird. This is treated like so many other things. This is treated like it's common knowledge, and it's the first time that we've gotten something quite like this. There was that rant that Reika exploded about, not just being there to make babies, and that's fine. I think that's what this is drawing from. But the Scorpio Stellarium needs people in order to grow their ranks and reproduce for their cult. So does that just mean that they have mandatory orgies or something? Like, okay, it's early February, everyone's got to get to the breeding farms. What the fuck is wrong with this book? More time goes by, everyone's settling down. We get confirmation that sweatpants are a thing in this world. So it is in fact possible that somebody could be walking around the world of Guardian with a polo and sweatpants. Think about that. Reika and Nara are able to hang out in one of the guest houses, and they're just sitting on the couch, chatting without the others really around them. We get a reminder that Kaya is taking a nap in Chase's room twice. And we get a line about magical compatibility, about how it matters in the magical realm, because apparently it's recorded most among the archpowers. Okay, so what does magical compatibility look like in this world, and why does it matter? We have so little understanding for how magic is supposed to work. The concept of compatibility, it just sounds like, I don't know, we need this for the plot to happen. Also, it's really weird that there would be any positive information regarding Zodiac Turners if Blaine really created a world in which history was changed against Zodiac Turners, if they were seen as some sort of an abomination against the very gods or whatever the hell story he used, then why would you have anything good or positive regarding them? I mean, should the records really say anything with this quasi-romantic thing about, compatibility matters between archpowers and, with genetics being a thing? I think romance is not a far stretch here. Wouldn't it make more sense if the history books had been altered so that it said Zodiac Turners routinely ate babies?
I hate babies.
It's the beast!
Chapter 38, we're almost done, I swear. So chapter 38 opens with Reika waking up, and it's Atlas and Sora coming by to check out the Calexis. Chase hands it over, and Atlas immediately takes a swing at Sora. It doesn't do anything. In fact, she doesn't even seem to register the hit. And Atlas says it won't affect her for a few more years. They're stuck like this for at least 300 years. Okay, I thought you were immortal. Does immortality have a time limit now? Does using the sword on her take back the immortality? Stab once for power, stab twice to negate. And then Atlas comes in with a revelation, and now the plot just completely shits the bed. Like, we know the Stellarium is both incompetent and corrupt. I struggle to see how the general populace could possibly go along with this. This is so fucking stupid. Atlas, Kaya said quietly, her face falling. What wasn't I told? Atlas took a step away from Sora, with his arms stretched to keep his grasp on the knob. Rhea, the Libra leader. She's a Libran healer. Immortal. She's been the Libra leader for over 100 years. I've developed my skill as a cosmetic shapeshifter in Gemini. She did the same thing I did, with shapeshifting to a child's form and growing up to become a leader and under our own royalty, I guess. Oh my god! Okay, so, shapeshifters can affect the human body. Therefore, everything regarding heterochromia and Blaine's need to get rid of it is just like that stupid. He had a built-in defense for getting rid of potential threats to his rule with the rise of new Zodiac Turners, and he got rid of it in order to protect his own eyeballs. Eyeballs that he could have shifted at any goddamn time he wanted. And Kaya's mother is another immortal. There are so many fucking immortals just wandering about. Okay, I am now working under the assumption that Reika, Chase, Kaya, and Avia are the only non-immortals on the continent. Prove me wrong! Okay, for real. Blaine, Silas, Atlas, Sora, Rowan, and now Rhea. There are 6 immortals in this world. And I don't even know why. Matthias Merrick was exceptionally bad at his job. And she, as the Libra leader, just keeps getting elected over and over and over? How? I mean, there is no challenge, no other politician with any sort of ambition who will do bullshit cutthroat things for power. No one has come after her, ever? Or Atlas? They've both been doing this for 100 years? Look, at least when this dumb shit happened in Lightlark, we knew that the leaders were supposed to be, the rulers were supposed to be extremely long-lived already and extremely potent magic users. It made sense for why they weren't challenged and why they ruled for so long. This actually makes less sense than Lightlark. Oh my god. Now, even though the Stellarium is very corrupt, good number of them are probably working with Blaine. Scorpio is confirmed to be working with Blaine. The question comes down to, how do they challenge the status quo? Scorpio would have to be knocked out of power, I realized. Blaine will just take the next in line. Exactly. A democratic change in leadership has not been observed in decades. Scorpio elects the same family into the Arctura position, only following the death of the prior leader. And even if they didn't, Blaine would find a way to get control of whoever sits in the throne. So the government's just composed of a rotating line of Nepo babies? Alright, so that leads us to the next portion of the plan in order to dismantle the Scorpio Code. The plan is, they've got the Calexis. They have a scroll documenting that the Scorpio Code is built on a lie. All they have to do now is take both of those to the hub and petition the federal leaders to enact a new federal law pulling the Scorpio Code off the books and removing it democratically. I'm not kidding. Now, there are going to be some bumps in the road because Sagittarius has been missing for ages for some reason, and Capricorn doesn't interact with the council. Probably because they're too busy fighting dragons. And Atlas says that they'll need to speak with Pisces, Virgo, and Aquarius. He and Rhea can get Cancer and Leo and Aries on board. And there are 16 votes to be had between the Arcturus and the Stellarium leaders, and they need to get 12 in order to revoke the Scorpio Code. So the next book, if it ever happens, the plot is going to be centered around electioneering and solicitation. Joy! My God, it's the worst parts of the prequel trilogy. Everyone complained about the politics, and that's what the plot. But we're not quite done. We still have chapter 39 to go. Most of the beginning stuff is needless. The real core of the chapter is Reika remembering and reflecting on her old relationship with Nara, as well as her current emotions and feelings towards Nara. And they start talking for a little bit. Nothing really memorable or noteworthy until we get to page 400, when Nara stumbles into an explanation about why the Conviction Woods barrier works the way that it does. We finally get something of an answer, and it's unfulfilling. I'm sure you're surprised. The Archpowers, she answered before I finished the sentence. Turning, healing, walking, we're immune to the woods. It also protects those they love, their families. The magic of the woods is centered in balance, and balance is often achieved through love itself. None of that means anything. What the fuck is balance in this world? How's it achieved through love? What if the love is like really destructive? You can have obsessive love. That's a thing. And why does the barrier exist in the first place? Why are the Archpowers specifically immune? How can they grant immunity to people they love? Why does the magic work like this? And the story closes out as Reika says that she loves Nara, and Nara admits that she still loves Reika, and she's falling for Reika all over again, and the two kiss, and that's pretty much it. The story's done. And I knew, with this force of fighting and fury and fire, nothing would stop me from tearing the Scorpio Code apart with my bare hands and sharpened claws. You don't have claws. Knock it off. And that's the final paragraph of the final chapter of this nightmare of a first draft. For those of you who are still here and haven't gone insane, congratulations. I think a 1.5 rating is fair. This feels every kind of unfinished that you can get. I'm struggling to think of a single element that actually worked in this book. I get that this was a passion project for Milo, and putting something like that out into the world is goddamn terrifying. But at the same time, if you really care about your artwork, you will put in the time to study it, to improve it, to make it as good as possible. That's why AI prompters don't make real art. They just crap stuff out there as quick as possible. No passion, no direction, no deeper understanding of the craft. It's a mess. And I think Milo did everything that he could in order to prevent that, but didn't really stop to learn any lessons about how to do that, or how to improve his writing or imagery or any number of things that definitely needed improvement. I mean, name an aspect of writing and it's wrong in this book. Like, hopefully listing out the chapters, you understand how much of a mess the pacing is. Just sprinkling in details here and there. A lot of the chapters feel hollow. A lot of the sentences, the formatting is a mess. The fight scenes were so unpolished. The world building is probably where I think Milo had the most pride and the least polish. Because the world of Guardian, just, there's so many contradictions. I struggle to even list anything that could have worked. Like, the entire history with the War of Rebalancing constantly changes back and forth depending upon what chapter we're on. We're told hundreds of thousands of people die to the Scorpio Stellarium's rules and enforcement of the Scorpio Code. We're also told that the Librans are mediators over the Scorpio Code, and the Scorpio Stellarium, but we never see anything resembling that. There are grand stretches where it feels like there's no anybody, no culture, no society, no people. We visit 3 cities, villages, whatever, groups where people are clustered. The Hub, Lyra, and Reika. And the Hub felt the void, Reika felt the void. Lyra, the only reason it didn't feel the void is because we got numerous points where we're told that there were crowds around. So, okay, Lyra felt populated, but in a really shallow way. There was no sense of culture. We didn't get a good sense of how the different signs reacted to each other. Worst of all, the backbone of the plot, the way the Scorpios are treated, the reason, the rationale for the Scorpio Code never makes any sense. Why would the Scorpios celebrate something that was actively oppressing them? Why would the Scorpio Code then be a means by which Scorpio could take power in the Stellarium? How is any of this supposed to work? Look, if we can't understand the foundation of the plot, then we'll be struggling to follow along with the story the entire run of the book. And goddamn it, do not get me started on the magic system. I couldn't tell you thing one about how any of it was supposed to work. I still don't know what zodiac turning is. And that's made worse by the fact that we get a glossary at the end of the book, and zodiac turning is the arch power to reassign oneself or another to a new zodiac sign by energetically changing the individual's zodiac-associated magic system. Okay, the fuck does that do? Reika and Nora were using that to bump people out of the Scorpio Stellarium. If you're changing their magic system, why would that change any allegiance to the Stellarium? Oh god, and the characters. I struggle to really think of any character who could be summed up in more than a few words. The only ones who get even a hint of passing definition would be the main party and I guess Atlas and Sora and maybe Blaine. Starting with Kaya, she's fine, but she's just so inoffensively bland that the only way I could really define her is through her magic system, not who she is as a person. And a lot of that is because as a person, she's a very empathic and supportive person, a very empathic, supportive friend to Reika, which would be fine if I couldn't also explain Chase in exactly the same words. Excluding the magic system for a moment, Chase is the same person as Kaya, just taller and a guy. And he had the most chance out of anyone of the party to really stand out just because he was with Reika the longest. I mean, not chronologically, but Avia was out for a little while, so whatever. And Avia was just confusing because she was, a little hot-headed, but kind of supportive in the, kind of protective in the beginning, and then just became a bitch for the longest run of the book. And all of this wouldn't be so confusing if the book understood what it wanted to say regarding zodiac signs and astrology. Because astrology is both extremely important and extremely not important in the story. I am perplexed at how often I can describe elements of this book like that. Like I said, going in, if you don't know anything about astrology, you're going to be missing a lot of context, but it feels like if you do understand astrology, there's so little depth for you to really sink your teeth into. Oh my god, there's nothing. Everything regarding astrology is so surface level. There are no deeper meanings, there's no history. You'll have to forgive me, I am mentally drained finishing this book for a second time. It is weirdly exhausting. Reika was perhaps the most disappointing out of all of the characters just because I think she had a degree of potential behind her. Now, a lot of what Milo has proclaimed in various videos is that Reika is on the spectrum, which, fine. Frankly, I think that's an underutilized element. There's room for a character on the spectrum to take center stage in an adventure story. Totally works, or totally could work. But we get so little understanding of Reika as an individual. We have so little understanding of how she actually perceives the world. There's no deeper meaning, deeper understanding to her perception or her inner thoughts. She doesn't really seem to have that much of an inner voice until much later in the book. We need those moments where she's sitting there and she's being introspective, where she's collecting her thoughts, where she's considering all of this new incoming data. And we don't get that. It would be fascinating to get an accurate account of how she actually, measures all of this new stuff coming at her. Instead, we just get the most surface level everything every time. Absolute missed opportunity. It's really a shame. Worst of all, we're just how disjointed, how contradictory the book was. Multiple times it contradicts prior canon. Multiple times it gives multiple conflicting images of the magic system, of the history, of prior events. Like, if you take the notes on the level that I take, you start to see all of these things that just, it forces you to stop and be like, I don't remember that way. Let me go back and check. And yep, that's a mistake. It's like, this book didn't need an editor. This book needed a fucking blowtorch. You know, on shows like American Idol, where people with absolutely no talent will step up and try to, sing or something, even though they have no experience and no talent singing, but they're surrounded by yes men, and those yes men keep pushing them forward. Oh yeah, you've got this. I mean, your voice makes windows shatter, but hey, give it a shot. This is the literary equivalent of that. It feels like Milo was surrounded by friends who were too nice to tell him the truth and be like, dude, you gotta rework this. Like, I don't think that Milo is beyond redemption as a writer, but as is, with its copious, brazen flaws front and center on every single page. Like, just getting through the last bit of this book, I feel so mentally drained right now. I could actually fall asleep on camera here. Now, with the book's copious flaws, with the bad characters, with the nonsense history and the magic and the world building and the nothing fucking works, honestly, this is a 2 out of 10. A 1.5 on Goodreads, I think that's people being nice. This book just, it doesn't work on any level. Now, Milo is on the spectrum, and there are some accusations out there that is the reason why this isn't any good, and I call bullshit on that. Being on the spectrum does not preclude you to a life of failure. Satoshi Tajiri, the creator of Pokemon, is on the spectrum. And Pokemon is worth how many billions? Anyone can learn art. Anyone can learn how to write, how to draw, how to write music, any number of fields. It takes time and passion. Hell, my roommate in college was on the spectrum, and his enthusiasm for fan fictions is why I got into writing in the first place. And so at this point, I don't think Milo is destined for failure, but he really needs to step back and learn how to go about writing properly. Now, while I was making this video, Milo has put out a book of poetry. I have not read it, I have not purchased it, I don't intend to. I've been told it's bad. But hey, it's got art, so that's something. No, this is Milo going forward, not really learning the lesson that he desperately needs to learn if he wants to become a respected writer. And that's without getting into the whole controversy of whether or not he should offer refunds or anything, which is a hornet's nest that I do not have the mental capacity to contend with right now. It's like, the unfortunate reality is it feels like Milo does not have the passion to learn the art. Especially because instead of releasing a book of poetry, he's supposed to be working on revising a second edition of Age of Scorpius. And while I have not been the most tuned into the world of Guardian Patreon, what I have seen has been an abysmal lack of real updates. Apparently they still, as of filming this, they still haven't gotten a revised chapter 2. At this point, I don't think a second edition is happening. As a result of that, I don't think a second book is happening. Look, if it happens, I'll review it. I just don't think I'm gonna have to. So guess what? As I was editing this video, we've gotten official confirmation from the World of Guardian Patreon. The second edition is dead. It's not happening. Milo is moving on to another project. Just as well because Milo and his team have missed just about every deadline that they were supposed to with the Patreon, and I don't think we've ever gotten anything beyond an updated Chapter 1, which, again, wasn't great. So now they're dealing with the fallout from that, as well as a ridiculously mishandled refund idea where you've got to reach out to the World of Guardian team in order to get a refund if you pre-ordered the second edition. It's not how refunds work, so good luck finding a lawyer there. At this point, Milo has probably done so much damage to his name that any future books will certainly not get the kind of enthusiastic response that this got. Book 2, if it ever happens, will not see another 7,000 pre-orders. Now, that's not to say that Milo cannot turn this around, at least to some degree. Case in point, Sean Murray. Sean Murray, if you don't remember, was the head of Hello Games, and they were the ones who made No Man's Sky, which had one of the most documented and unfortunate failed launches for a video game of all time. Not the worst, I think that still goes to Concord, but still. However, rather than let all of that negativity bog him down, Sean manned the fuck up, and my man turned No Man's Sky completely around. God damn if that is not one of the best success stories I've ever heard of in my life. If you want a full history of the whole thing, the Internet Historian has a great video on it. It's awesome. But I bring that up because I do think Milo has a chance at turning this around, at making the Age of Scorpius and the World of Guardian something that could be good. Not through this book. That's never going to happen through this book. You need that second edition, and that second edition has to be fucking pristine. But I do think it's possible. But that's not going to be something I have to worry about for a while. No, what I do have to worry about comes down to, well, 3 projects, including my book. The Jurassic World video was coming along fantastically. I actually have a short segment available for Patreons to check out. I've had to take a step back from that for a little bit. I'm hoping we can get that out sometime in late summer, but to give you an idea of the scale of the whole thing, my script is over 100 pages, and I'm not done. Yes, I'm writing a script piecemeal. Yes, I know that's stupid. But more importantly, a lot of you are probably wondering, what am I going to review next? Well, you have been asking for this for a bit, and the book has been out for a while, and I've already said I'm going to do it. God damn it, I fucking hate this series, Lightlark 4. Yep, I've got my hands on Crown Tide. I've been speaking to one of my patrons who did finish this. Apparently, I'm going to hate this. I don't know if I'm going to do the Oro and Grimm novella combo just because of how absurdly priced that was. Like, if I manage to get my hand on a used copy or something, then, you know, cool, because I'm not paying $27 for a fucking novella. If J.R.R. Tolkien or Michael Crichton come back from the dead and launch a novella, then I'll pay $27 for it. Nobody else. But that's it. I've got a crap ton of editing to do for this video. I am sorry about the length. I hope I was able to dispel some of the confusion around the Age of Scorpius. It's good to be making videos again. My voice hurts. Special thanks to the patrons, and if you want to see me complain about things on the side that don't have to do with book reviews, I do have a second channel, so check that out. Anyway, I need to take a break, and I need to get more tea. Oh, and one last thing I just remembered. I'm launching a secret project because I was talking with Daniel Greene a couple of weeks ago regarding publishing. He gave me an idea that I think I'm going to go forward with, because it helps to get published if you've got something like short stories written on the side, so I might be delving into that to see what I can do. Not my strength, but I figured if I used elements from my own book and explored different characters, I might be able to make something. So we'll see what comes of that. If I am able to make any short stories, I'm going to be very loud and obnoxious about it, so stay tuned for that. Alright, that's enough complaining about a nonsense book. I'm gonna go read a nonsense bedtime story to an infant. Run away!
I have knives.
Not on you!
You have no more ammo.
I've got a vacuum cleaner.
Hi, Duck. Do you want a popcorn? You want popcorn? Good boy. Good boy. Here you go, Donnie.
Hang on, you got some in your hair.